muster the willpower, the strength, the discipline to do it now and not later. Because, look, the best time to have started this stuff was 10 years ago, was last year, was last week. The second best time is now, so do it now. I've come to see that all the success in my life is a lagging indicator of good choices, good actions I took a while ago. So one of the things that keeps me up at night, one of the things I try to remind myself is, if I want to have good results next week, next year, the next phase of my life, I gotta be doing good stuff now. I gotta be paying in to the system that I want to take out from later. What are the deposits you're making? And procrastination is the opposite of making a deposit, right? It's saying I'll make the deposit later. Don't do it later, do it now. It's a foundational habit for the year. It's one of the hardest things to do in the world. I think it's harder than running a marathon or writing a book or building a business. What's hard right now is to not be infected by what's happening around you. Tensions are high, there's political dysfunction that spills out on the street, there's misinformation and extremism and nonsense, there's cruelty and meanness. I know it can feel like the world is going crazy, but all those things were true in ancient Rome too. And yet, in Marcus's private writings, we see him constantly reminding himself to not lose his humanity, to not go crazy in response to the craziness. And so in today's video, I want to share some Stoic advice to help you do that, to stay good and focused and calm in a world of cruel and stubborn and obnoxious people, because they will always be with us, and we have to figure out how not to be like them. I think because of books like 1984, people think that the totalitarian regime they have to be worried about is the one that censors what they can and can't see, right? That's a little bit like Fahrenheit 451 too, like the government's coming into your home, taking your books and burning them. And certainly that is a bad thing, and it does happen, and there are places all over the world where human beings are subjected to that kind of top-down tyranny. In the ancient world, some people thought ancient Rome was the country that did that, and in some cases it did. But in the more modern world, most autocrats and authoritarians take a different tact. And this is something I talk about in my first book, Trust Me, I'm Lying, which is instead of trying to suppress or control information, what they do is flood you with information. In fact, one of Trump's advisors talked about this.
The opposition party is the media. And the media can only, because they're dumb and they're lazy, they can only focus on one thing at a time. I said, all we have to do is flood the zone. Every day we hit them with 3 things. They'll bite on one and we'll get all of our stuff done. Bang, bang, bang.
Instead of trying to tightly control the messaging, what they do is they overwhelm people with so much news, so much noise, so much contradictory stuff that it's really hard to keep your bearings. And this is true all over the world. It's also kind of a crisis public relations strategy that brands and celebrities engage with too. The Russians are probably the best at it though, which is like they just bombard you with information about a person, about a country, about a thing, and you become confused, you become disoriented. And so this is where Stoicism is actually so important. Seneca talks about having a sense of the path that you're on and not being distracted by the paths that crisscross yours. I think that's a helpful metaphor here. Being able to lock on to truth and to not get distracted by every new piece of information, every new bit of noise, to not be bounced around by gossip and scandal, to not be outraged by every single outrage, because if that happens, you won't be able to be outraged by the truly outrageous things. And to understand that this is the game that is being played on you. Orwell, talking about these kind of tactics, says that to see what is right in front of your nose requires constant effort. And actually, he says one of the purposes of keeping a journal is to keep your bearings in a crazy, overwhelming, noisy world. And so that's one of the things I do on my pages of my journal. I'm sitting down and reminding myself what's important, reminding myself what's true, reminding myself what my values are, reminding myself what my obligations and duties are. And then I'm reminding myself what aren't those things, what I'm going to let go, what I'm going to put aside for now. And to have this kind of media literacy combined with this Stoic virtue of discipline and command over your own mind is really essential. And if you don't have it, you will be controlled and manipulated in the way that those totalitarian governments used to do it. But you won't even understand that that's what's happening to you. In a time of dysfunction, in a time of conflict and division, amidst chaos and disinformation and misinformation, when cruelty and meanness are widely accepted, when the system is falling apart and it looks like the center may not hold, your main job, the most important thing you can do, is don't become a lunatic. Right? Don't let it infect you. Don't let crazy people make you crazy. Don't let assholes turn you into an asshole. Think of the Rome that Marcus Aurelius lived in. Think of Seneca under Nero. These would have been crazy times. These were dark times. Chrysippus, one of the early Stoics, said, look, if I wanted to be part of the mob, I never would have studied philosophy. I never would have become a philosopher. The point is, you have to stand apart. You have to not get sucked in. You can't let it break you. You can't let it make you despair. You can't let it make you crazy. You can't let it make you abandon your principles. You don't control what's going on out there, but you control who you are in here. You control who you are in this world. And the idea is to not let it affect you, to not let it make you crazy, to not let it make you worse. And that's the first step to making it better. I just had this kind of nasty encounter with someone where they did something, that was rude and entitled and disrespectful, not so much to me, but to someone I cared about. And I think earlier in my life, it would have made me very angry. I would have gotten very upset. It would have been a big confrontation. There would have been emails flying around and recriminations and demanding an apology. I was working on a Daily Stoic email, and it just sort of came to me, this person can't be anything other than they are. This is who they are. This is what they do. And first off, it was sort of on me not to have been fully prepared for something like this to happen. But second, they're not going to change. There's a line in Meditations where Marcus Aurelius says, you can hold your breath till they're blue in the face. They're just going to keep on doing it. And it can be painful to have to accept that about certain people or that certain types of people have to exist. But it's true. There have always been people like this. There will always be people like that. This person is always going to be some version of this. Maybe they can improve a little bit here or there at the margins, but this is who they are. And the less I can take that personally, the less I can let it sort of eat at my brain or just frustrate my sense of justice with the world, the better. Because I just need to focus on how I cannot be like that. I just need to focus on how I can raise my kids to not be like that. The thing happened, they acted the way that they did. Am I going to throw good money after bad and spend a bunch of time and energy arguing and fighting and whatever to get them to understand something that probably fundamentally they're never gonna understand? No. So this is, I think, a really key Stoic idea. We accept, we move on. If holding your breath until you were blue in the face made them change, then sure, maybe the Stoics would say it's a good idea. But since it's not, it's just going to involve you giving yourself brain damage or killing yourself. So accept it, move on, focus on people who are not like that, and most importantly, focus on not being like that yourself. One thing that's never changed about the world is how much of it's out of our control. 2,000 years ago, it was largely out of the control of all the Stoics. Even Marcus Aurelius, the most powerful man in the world, most things are not in his control. When we have a way we'd like things to go, we know they might not go that way. What does that create? That creates anxiety. And so for thousands of years, the Stoics have been dealing with this thing that you and I are still dealing with today. We get nervous, we worry, we have anxiety, we have fears and dread. Marcus Aurelius in Meditations talks about how he had a good day because he escaped anxiety. And then he actually corrects himself. He goes, actually, no, I didn't escape it. I discarded it because it was within me. He's realizing that he is the common variable in all the situations that cause him anxiety, just as you are. Anxiety is within us, so we want to work on it and think about it so it doesn't rule our lives or ruin our lives. When you love what you do, when you have kids, when you're busy, you can forget to eat. And that's not great. My days are usually pretty planned out. I'm trying to get to my office to do my writing. I'm trying to get my kids to school. I'm trying to take care of myself. And sometimes squeezing in time to eat falls by the wayside. And that's where today's sponsor comes in, because sitting down for breakfast or lunch maybe just isn't possible. Talking, of course, about Huel. Their Black Edition ready to drink is a complete meal in a bottle, and it's high in protein, low in sugar, and packed with all the nutrients you need to perform at your best. You can find Huel at GNC on Amazon or directly at Huel.com. And for new customers shopping at Huel.com, you can try it for 15% off, plus a free gift if you use the code DailyStoic. Start your year off strong with Huel. It's got 35 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals all in one bottle, a nutritionally complete meal in minutes. And you can check it out at Huel.com/DailyStoic or just use code DailyStoic. It's easy to get swept away, to get carried away, to get worked up. There are forces that have always been howling and blowing at people. Today it's the news and social media, but in the past it was the frenzy of the mob or public opinion, floor of the Colosseum. Our job, the task of Stoicism, is to help us keep that even keel. Marcus Aurelius says to be like the rocks that the waves crash over, eventually the sea falls still around. Our task, the purpose of Stoicism, is to help us slow down, to act with some restraint, to be able to reflect, to put every impression or opinion to the test, as Epictetus said, to not get swept away, to not be buffeted by forces beyond our control, to keep our bearings, to keep our values, to keep from losing our minds when everyone else around us is losing theirs. One of the things that Epictetus said was that if we wish to improve, we have to be content to be seen as clueless or out of the loop on some matters. I think that's right and more important than ever. Obviously, your job in a democracy is to be an informed citizen, and the Stoics expected us to participate in public affairs. And yet, if you are following every story, every bit of breaking news, you're going to get eaten alive. You're going to lose the feed. You're going to lose the thread. You're going to go crazy. And so one of the really powerful things you can do in this noisy, busy world where a lot of people are trying to manipulate, trying to get access to what we call the empire between your ears, is to put aside social media, to put aside breaking news, to put aside even YouTube videos, and to pick up a book. Pick up an old book. There's something here about a book that's 2,000 years old, or a book about an era of history that is similar to your own, but without the partisan implications. So you're able to see what's happening now through the lens of 100 years of history or 200 years of history. I would urge people to read psychology and history and biography and social science, and also read fiction. The Greek plays, the Greek tragedies teach us a lot about the people on the world stage right now. They teach us a lot about ourselves and our own flaws and foibles. You got to get out of this hellscape of noise and chatter and get to information that's designed to have a long half-life, that's designed to have truth in it. You know, they say if you're not paying for it, you're the product that's being sold. That's partly true. Like when I'm writing a book, I'm trying to make something that's worth paying for and worth spending many, many hours with. That's designed to hold up over a long period of time. And most of what you see on YouTube, most of what you see on social media, most of which is scrolling across your television screen right now, is the opposite of that. It's going to be rendered incorrect by the next breaking story or the next development, or it's all speculation to begin with. You know, during the pandemic, I read John M. Barry's The Great Influenza. I read a book about the race to invent the polio vaccine, and that showed me a lot about the science and the trajectories of viruses and pandemics. It showed me mistakes that were going to be made, and then it showed me the sort of larger timeless trends. If you want to understand what's happening politically right now, read All the King's Men and It Can't Happen Here. 2 novels that actually get more to the essence of what's happening than, you know, a long piece in the New Yorker or on some Substack you subscribe to. Read Mike Duncan's The Storm Before the Storm, which is about the time of Cato and Caesar and Cicero, and that will help you understand what's happening politically right now. Read Jeffrey Rosen and Tom Ricks, who wrote these books called First principles and the pursuit of happiness, about how Stoic philosophy influenced the founders and how it's integrated into the American system of government. The point is, you want to ground what's happening, or understanding of what's happening right now, in the larger context, the deeper truth. You want to get out of what Robert Greene would call tactical hell and get into what he calls strategic heaven, or what we might sort of colloquially refer to as, being philosophical. Is a world without dishonest people possible? Is a world without annoying people possible? Marcus Aurelius asked himself this question in his journal 2,000 years ago, and he says, look, the answer is of course no. He says, so when you meet one of those people, go, look, this was statistically bound to happen. This is one of those people. They're a percentage of the whole. And we can apply this same exercise. Look, is a world where everyone likes you possible? Is a world without delayed planes possible? Are you going to hit every green light? No, of course not. So this is one of them. Just accept it. This is one of them. It was statistically bound to happen. Don't get worked up about it. Don't take it personally. And certainly don't be surprised. It was bound to happen. Look, things are going to go sideways. People are going to say things. People are going to do things. There are definitely going to be problems in life. Things that you don't want to happen are going to happen. That is how it goes. But remember, the Stoics say it can only harm you if it harms your character. If it changes who you are, if it makes you vindictive or resentful or lazy or entitled, if it makes you worse as a person, then you have been harmed. But people don't have the power to make us worse as human beings. That's something we control. That's within us. So who we are in response to what happens, that's where the harm can come from, but it's also where the benefit can come from. It can only harm you if it harms your character. That's the essence of Stoic philosophy. It can only harm you if it harms your character. And we decide whether this thing degrades us or improves us. We decide if we harm our character in response to what has happened to us. So the famous passage from Marcus Aurelius where he's talking about how the obstacle is the way. Do you know what kind of obstacles he's talking about? He's not talking about natural disasters. He's not talking about losing your arm. He's not talking about any of that. He's talking about people. He's talking about assholes. He's talking about jerks. He's saying that people are our proper occupation. So they actually can't impede us. They can't get in our way. They can't actually cause us trouble. Because all the things they do are opportunities for us. Opportunities for us to practice virtue, courage, and discipline, and justice, and wisdom. We can have intentions, and people can cause problems and disruptions. They can get in the way of what we are trying to do. But they present us new opportunities to try new things. Let's try to see these frustrating, annoying, obnoxious people in our lives not as problems or frustrations or even obnoxious at all, but actually as opportunities. Opportunities for us to be kind, opportunities for us to be patient, opportunities for us to be creative, opportunities for us to teach, and opportunities for us to learn. That's what Marcus Aurelius means when he says the obstacle is the way. It's pretty demoralizing. It's not just that we seem to live in a society where people are getting away with doing horrible things, scandals, offensive remarks, incompetence. It's not just that they're getting away with it. It's seemingly like part of a career strategy. Like they're being promoted for it. They're being nominated to high office. They are being entrusted with responsibilities. They're being given second chances that, quite frankly, they don't deserve. And it can sort of make you question, well, should I be like that? Is that how it's supposed to work these days? And the Stoic answer to that is no, not at all. The early Stoics talked a lot about standing out, even when it cost them. They were people who tried to go against the grain. Agrippinus could have gone along to get along in Nero's reign, but he said, no, I'm going to be the bright thread that makes the garment more beautiful by being sort of uniquely myself. Chrysippus, one of the early Stoics, talked about how the whole point of philosophy is to not be part of the rabble or the mob. It's to be above that. It's to reach a higher plane of consciousness and awareness, to hold yourself to a higher standard, both cognitively and ethically. And so ultimately what these other people are getting away with, what these other people are doing, how they're behaving, it doesn't change the standards we have to hold ourselves to. It doesn't change our obligations. It doesn't make it any less wrong, any less awful, any less stupid. No, we have to insist on the standards we've always tried to hold ourselves to. We have to do what's right because It's right. And we have to understand that in the long run, it's mostly a bad strategy. The Stoics weren't saying, like, hey, the reason not to treat people poorly or to indulge all these whims and urges and passions was that, karma would come and get you, or that you would go to hell when you die. They were saying that was a hellish way to live. And when you actually drill down on these people, when you actually look at them, yeah, sure, they might be making a good amount of money, they might be in some position of power, but it is a hellish existence. They're not getting away with anything. You wouldn't actually want to be them. You might want some of the things that they have, some of the accolades that they've managed to pile up, but you wouldn't trade your life for theirs. You wouldn't want to live inside their brain. How does this thing stop you? This thing that you're worried about, this thing that you don't want to happen, this thing that you're convinced is an awful development. Marcus Aurelius says, how does it stop you from acting with courage and temperance and justice and wisdom? How does it prevent you from doing what you need to do, what you're supposed to do? In fact, when the Stoics say the obstacle is the way, what they're saying is that this situation, this thing you wouldn't choose to happen, that you didn't want to happen, that shouldn't have happened, it is an opportunity to act with courage and temperance and justice and wisdom. It's always an opportunity. Again, it might not be something you chose. It might not be something you want. It might not be something that's fair. It might not be something that's good. But it is nevertheless an opportunity for you to act with virtue, for you to act with courage and temperance and justice and wisdom. People don't seem to understand this one really important thing. It's that you have a superpower. You have the power, Marcus Aurelius says, to have no opinion. He says, remember, events, things are not asking to be judged by you. You don't have to have an opinion about this, he says. You can just see it as it is. You can think nothing of it. You don't have to label it. You don't have to put it in categories. You don't have to say it's fair or unfair, positive or negative, smart or dumb. Just accept it as it is. The Stoics try to see the world as objective. Try not to insert opinions or judgments on top of things, because this is the path to peace. It's the path to wisdom. And of course, being agnostic in this way allows you to get to work doing what you need to do, rather than wasting your time labeling, judging, and having opinions about stuff that is not up to you. Every day I send out one Stoic-inspired email totally for free. Almost 1 million people all over the world. If you want to take your Stoicism journey to the next level, I would love for you to subscribe. It's totally for free. You can unsubscribe at any time. There's no spam. Just go to dailystoic.com/email. Love to see you there. It's one of the hardest things to do in the world. It's hard to do in the modern world, but it was hard to do in the ancient world too. To focus, to lock in on something. To be great, to be successful, to be happy, you have to be able to focus. That is the secret to almost every form of elite performance. Large, uninterrupted blocks of focused time. Focus is on you. No one can give it to you. No one can do it for you. So it's this battle against yourself, against your tendency, against the noise, against what other people are doing, against bad habits and patterns. And that's what we're talking about in today's video. Hard-hitting and time-tested strategies from the Stoics to equip you in that fight against distraction so you can focus on what truly matters, so you can do what truly matters. One of the most relatable scenes we get from the Stoics, it comes from Seneca's life. So I'll tell you this story. It's the late 1st century AD, and Seneca is one of Rome's greatest playwrights. He's one of its most important political power brokers. He's a successful investor. He's a busy guy, but he's trying to focus. He has to write this thing. And there's a million reasons why he can't write. Rome's politics are a mess. His personal life is a mess, and there's just so much noise, right? It is so noisy. Rome was like New York City construction loud. Seneca, writing to Lucilius, would describe what it was like. He says that he can hear the gym next door. He can hear people jumping in the water. He can hear a pickpocket being arrested outside his window. He can hear salespeople selling their wares. He can hear children laughing. He can hear dogs barking. He's hearing all this cacophony of noise that is preventing him from focusing on this thing in front of him. And so what does he do? He has to tune all of that out. He says, I have had to toughen my nerves against that sort of thing. He says, I force my mind to concentrate, to keep it from straying to things outside itself. He says, all outdoors can be bedlam, but if it's internal, if it's peaceful in here, you should be good to go. I think sometimes when we think about concentrating, I think about this as a writer, it's like, I want to get out to the country, I want to get quiet, I need everyone downstairs to stop making so much noise. And this is nice when you can get it, but it's also not realistic. The world is noisy, the world is loud. You have to cultivate what Seneca is talking about here, the ability to tune this stuff out, the ability to have peace inside yourself. You may be sure you are at peace with yourself, Seneca said, when no noise reaches you, when no word shakes you out of yourself, whether it be flattery or a threat, or merely an empty sound buzzing about you with unmeaning sin. It would be nice if the world was quiet, if our kids never shouted or cried, if nobody ever knocked on the door, if they never did construction next door, but that is not realistic. You have to cultivate the ability to focus inside the noise. I've heard of writers who go to coffee shops because it is noisy. They want to get comfortable with that noise. They want to be able to tune it out. If you can get in the zone anywhere, then you're resilient, then you're going to be productive, then you have real focus. If your focus is dependent on external circumstances going your way, I'd argue that's not really focus at all, that you are a fair weather focuser, if you will. The point is, we possess the focus, we possess the peace, the quiet. It is not about the environment, it's not about the sound machine or the earplugs or the beautiful countryside that you're retreating to. You have to be able to focus anywhere and everywhere. I've done some of my best writing in airports. I've done some of my best writing while they're doing construction in my office. You have to be able to focus in any and every place. In Meditations, Marcus Aurelius had a little test for himself. He was sort of critical of his lack of focus lately for going a million places all at once. And he says, look, if someone stopped you and asked, what are you thinking about? He said, would you be able to give a clear and concise answer? He says, you have to be able to winnow your thoughts down, have some internal discipline in your mind, so that if somebody asks you that, you can answer, oh, I'm thinking about this, I'm focused on that, instead of trying to be everywhere all at once. Now look, obviously the mind wandering and curiosity, this can be helpful, and sometimes that's where ideas and inspirations come from. But attention is a very powerful and even priceless resource. And how are we directing it? How are we spending it? That is the critical question. And there's a reason that so many industries and people and media companies and trends and ideological movements, there's a reason they are trying to fight for that. There's a reason they are vying for what military strategists would call the battle space that is in your mind. This is the most valuable empire. They want your attention. They want to be able to direct you to think about this. What about this? Why aren't you feeling insecure about this? Why aren't you worried about that? What about this? What's going to happen here? They want to take up your mental bandwidth. This empire between your ears is the most important real estate on the planet. If you cede control of it, you're not in control of your own life. It makes you easy to manipulate, easy to mislead, easy to distract, easy to make a mark for something. And look, the designers who worked on your phone, who worked on this algorithm that you maybe even brought you this video, paid a gobsmacking amount of money to keep you watching, to keep you scrolling, to direct your mind a little bit this way or a little bit that way. And this comes at the expense of your ability to focus and lock into
Hello,
what you want to
Pikachu.
be thinking about. So if you are not directing your mind, if you are not directing your thoughts, it's worth asking, who is? What is? And so you must assert command over yourself. That's what the Stoics say, that no one is fit to rule who is not first master of themselves. If you are not leading your thoughts, what is leading you. So we have to grab the reins of our mind, set up boundaries against these distractions. We have to tune out so we
Being
can
busy?
tune in. And that's what Stoicism
Not really.
is, I think. The
What about
image
you?
of the gladiator stepping into the arena of the mind, dominating that battle space, controlling their own mind, asserting control of
Master
that
250.
great empire. Rather
Have you ever
than
played this
letting
game?
someone else do it, letting someone else direct or control you.
Pokemon Unite. Your name is Pikachu,
More
so
famous passages in Meditations is Marcus Aurelius at the opening of Book 5, talking about struggling to get out of bed in the morning. At dawn, when you have trouble getting out of bed, tell yourself, I have to go to work as a human being, right? He says, oh, but it's nicer here. He says, oh, what are you?
No, you're 41. Okay.
Nice to huddle under the blanket.
Why is your
No,
name
you are
Pikachu
not.
if
That
you
is not what we
have you? You
But I
must have played
think
Pokemon
there is
before,
something
right?
special and quiet about the mornings. I think there's a reason most high performers, most people who get a lot done, tend to rise early. And the reason they do is that it's not just quieter in the morning, but you are fresher in the morning. In Discipline is Destiny, I tell the story of Toni Morrison. She said she had to wake up and get her writing done before she heard the word mom for the first time. I like getting up, getting after it before anyone else has shown up.
Two
at the
people wanna
office,
play Articuno.
Before I've had any meetings, before I've had to eat. I just want to get up and get after it. I feel like focus is a.
You got the
a finite
nickname
resource,
in
but
China,
it's renewable in the
Pika.
sense that we get a fresh
Okay.
load of it each day. And so, to me, focusing on your deep work, your focus.
Two of us want to pick Articuno. I think I'm pretty good with Articuno though. But you can't talk to your teammates on here.
Doing the hard things first, right? Doing the thing that requires the deep work and the focus first. I'm not going to be able to bring as much focus to bear on whatever I'm doing at 2 p.m. I'm not going to be able to do it at 6 p.m. I'm not going to be able to do it after I've just had a taxing phone call and a meeting, and then I ran an errand, and I was waiting for something. The fresher I am, the more focused I am. So
You're
I
fat and
wanna do
yellow,
it
okay.
Straight away. How you manage your media consumption or information consumption connects to this. So if the first thing you do when you wake up is check your phone, is turn on the news, is start talking to people, start responding to emails, you are choosing to spend your focus on that. One of my rules is I don't touch my phone for the first 1 hour that I'm awake because I want to use that for focus on family. And
They
then
got
I wanna
two
use that
attackers on
focus
this team.
On my creative tasks. So deciding how
Three
to
all-rounders,
focus
two
when
attackers.
you
What the
spend
fuck?
it and when you are freshest is just a really important part of this.
No supporters. I'm the only
We
defender.
have a little problem in my house, which is that the alarm we set for me to get up early and get one of my kids ready for school is waking up the other one. And my wife was like, you know what? Let's just set the alarm on our 8-sleep mattress because it vibrates you awake, which is a game changer, not just in the world of sleep technology, but it's been a
Fist
game
bump.
changer in my
So you've
personal
been to
life.
China
8-sleep
before.
Pod 4
That's what you
Ultra.
said. They named
So
you
a
Pika P.
mattress, you quickly add it to your bed, and then
Pika P.
this advanced technology that allows it to automatically cool or heat, and the pod has been clinically proven to increase sleep quality by up to 1 hour each night. The pod uses precision temperature control to regulate your body's sleep cycle. It can cool as far as 55 degrees or up to 110 degrees. And can be separate
Toyayama.
beds. You each have your own sleep setting. Thanks to 8-Sleep, I've been sleeping
Okay.
better, and I think you
How
might
was it?
like it too. If you're ready to take sleep and recovery to the next level, head over to 8sleep.com/dailystoic. That's EIGHT sleep.com/dailystoic and use code DailyStoic to get $350 off your very own pod 4. When Marcus Aurelius was talking about, asking yourself, is this thing essential? I think another way to think about that is whether it's essential for you. It might be essential in terms of needing to get done, but is it the best use of your focus should you be doing? One of the questions I ask myself when I'm thinking about focusing on something is this something that only I can do? Is this something that I am uniquely suited to think about or focus on? And if it's not, it still might be important. It just needs to be delegated. And we can imagine Marcus Aurelius is one of the most important, powerful people in the world. How does he get all the things that need to get done? And how does he protect and conserve his resources where they really matter? One of the things he says he learns from Antoninus is his ability to use experts, his ability to get things done with people, to collaborate, to delegate. A micromanager is another way of saying someone who's really bad at focusing. They're focused everywhere and thus nowhere, right? That's the problem with micromanagers, is that they are missing the forest for the trees. Their job as a leader, as the head of the organization, is to see the big picture, and they are too focused on all these individual things, or they're too focused on things that are below their view that somebody needs to focus on. It just can't be theirs. I remember one time when I was at American Apparel, I looked down and I saw the founder of the company directing traffic in the parking lot. Now, the parking lot was a problem. It was an inefficiency, and he can notice that problem and say, hey, I need someone to handle this. But it's a bad use of his focus to be like, this car goes here and this car goes there, right? And the ability for the leader to know what to focus on and to allow other people to focus exclusively on something, to lock in on something, while you take a more high-level view, is also really, really important. Seneca talks about tranquility or peace as this sense of the path that you're on, and this is not being distracted by the paths that crisscross yours, especially the paths of those who are lost. And knowing what task, what piece of information, what news, what career trajectory someone else is on that doesn't pertain to you, and to be able to focus on you. Hey, I'm taking this step and this step and this step. This is the direction that I am going. That is essential. And if you don't have that, you will end up very, very lost. One of my favorite lines from Seneca says, if you do not know what port you are sailing towards, no wind is favorable. So if you don't know what you're trying to do, if you don't know what you're trying to become, if you don't know what success looks like, if you don't know what matters, it's very hard for you to know what to focus on and not focus on. Knowing what to focus on is, I think, a product of having a big picture view of where you're trying to go. Otherwise,
where the fuck did he go, man?
Right? If you've ever seen the Eisenhower matrix, he's talking about how there are urgent things and important things. And knowing what's urgent and what's important is really important, because if you don't, the urgent things are going to demand your focus. They're there, they're happening right now, and you're going to neglect focusing on the things that are actually important. And you're going to miss the really essential things, which are both urgent and important. And so the idea of knowing what wind is favorable, knowing where you are trying to go, knowing what you are aiming at, this is the most essential thing to have real focus and clarity about. When I have trouble focusing, when I'm noticing diminishing returns in my work, when I notice myself getting distracted, one of the things I do is take a walk. There's an old Latin expression, it is solved by walking. And we can imagine how busy and noisy it was where Seneca was talking. One of the things he could have done is gotten up and gone for a walk. He said, the mind must be given over to relaxing, wandering walks. Moving is often a way I have found to focus deeper. I'm putting one task aside, and then by walking, my mind is able to lock into something else. Again, we can imagine how noisy and loud
Oh my
it was
god.
in Rome, but how quickly one
What a
could
shitty
get
teammate,
away
man. My
from
teammate
that by
sucks.
taking a few steps. Look, it is hard to find a philosophical school in which walking was not a part of it. Kierkegaard said that he would walk miles and miles a day. It's where he would do all his things. Actually, I talked about this, and stillness is the key too.
This teammate really sucks, man. He just disappeared randomly.
Above all, do not lose your desire to walk. It says, every day I walk myself into a state of well-being and walk away from every illness. It says, I have walked myself into my best thoughts, and I know of no thought so burdensome that one cannot walk away from it. Tesla discovered the rotating magnetic field walking through a city park in Budapest. Nietzsche said that the ideas in one of his books came to him on a long walk. Hemingway would take long walks. Darwin took long walks. Steve Jobs took long walks. Martin Luther King would take a 1-hour walk through the woods every day to commune with nature. And Whitman and Ulysses S. Grant would see each other in Washington, D.C. out for long walks. Whitman would talk about this in Song of Myself. He said, knowest thou the joys of pensive thought, joys of the free and lonesome heart, the tender, gloomy heart, joys of the solitary walk, the spirit bowed yet proud, the suffering and the struggle. There's something meditative about walking. There's something clarifying about walking. There's something that allows, on the one hand, thoughts to just pop in your head, and another for you to put serious brain power towards whatever the thing that you're focusing on. When I have writing problems, that very chapter in Stillness is the Key, I wrote in many ways on walks. So we have to get up, get out, go for a walk. It's how we solve problems. It's how we lock in. It's how we focus. And look, it doesn't just have to be walks. I find swimming helps me focus. I was on my bike this morning, running to. The idea is sometimes getting moving, getting out and away from certain distractions, but also just getting in a different environment. It just helps us focus.
That dude was a digital eyes really bad. He just randomly disappears out of nowhere. Fucking shit teammate, man. It's kind of frustrating.
Drive can help. Doesn't just have to be under your own power. I like the extra physical benefit of it. But the point is, get moving, get in motion, and let that lull you into a place of focus. Thoreau once said that to a philosopher, all news is gossip. Now, obviously, look, some news is important. There's just this problem. We have told ourselves that to be an informed, smart person, you got to be informed about everything that's happening all over the world at every moment. Then we wonder why we don't have any energy left to do our job. We wonder why we're fried. We wonder why we can't focus. We're spending our focus frivolously on things that have nothing to do with us, on things that we can't influence, on things that we already know enough about. Epictetus said that if we want to improve, we have to be content to be seen as foolish, like we have to be able to be bad at things, and then we also have to be able to be seen as clueless about some things. It can be a little awkward or embarrassing. You're at a dinner and everyone's talking about some news story and you're like, what happened? I don't know about it. Or to be out of the loop on some new TV show or new trend. Again, this can be a little awkward, but you should take that as evidence that you are tuning out a good amount of stuff, that you are tuning in to what matters to you, that you are locked in. Stephen Pressfield tells this story in The War of Art. He finishes a book, he walks over to his friend's house, and he hears the news about Nixon resigning. And he realized he'd been so focused, so locked in, he missed the whole Watergate scandal. If you're not missing out on some stuff, if there's not things that you're not following, that you feel a little sheepish or embarrassed when you hear people talk about or out of the loop, that's a bad sign. You should be hearing that. You need to be so focused you are tuning some things out, that you are missing out on something. If you're going to have FOMO, it shouldn't be about random news or trivia. Your FOMO should be missing out on the creative potential that you have inside of you, on the results of the focus or the locking in or the resources that you're not putting towards the thing that really matters. Unless you're a CIA officer or you're running a hedge fund, you don't need nearly as much real-time information as you think that you do. Let events settle. Get to it when you get to it. Focus on information that's going to have staying power. Try to be disciplined about the inputs that you allow in, because I think the ability to think clearly is not just about intelligence or discipline. It's about how much space. It's about how much time you have to spend on the stuff that matters. You have to be able to understand and harness the power of filters, creating barriers, creating a little bit of a bubble around yourself, so only the things you want to let in come in. So what I'm saying is, think about putting your news diet on a diet. What can you eliminate? What can you stop following? What notifications can you turn off? What can you unsubscribe from? What can you leave till later? What group chats can you take an Irish goodbye from? How can you deliberately step away? And give yourself permission to be out of the loop. If you wish to improve, you must be content to be seen as clueless about some matters. That is as clear as it gets. Obviously, when we think of focus, one of the contexts we think about it is this sort of deep work context of like locking into this task. But focus is also, I think, about what's in your purview and not in your purview, or the focus that you are bringing to something you are looking at to make it clear or unclear. So sometimes the Stoics tell us that we want to zoom out, right? We want to zoom the focus out. Marcus Aurelius talks about taking Plato's view, seeing everything from above.
Man, my teammates really suck, man. It's just bad teammates. I think I did decent.
Now, other times the Stoics are going to tell us to zoom way, way in.
Oh, we still
focus
won.
on this thing in front of you, like it's the only thing that matters. But this idea of, just in the way that I might do it with this camera, that I can adjust the focus in or out to make the image clear or less clear, to go closer or further away. This is really a big part of Stoicism, the playing with the lens that we look at things with. And that sometimes we want the wide angle lens and sometimes we want the up close and personal lens. And that this ability to sometimes focus only on what's in front of us and other times to see that whole big picture and how that reduces some of the things that we can now no longer see, right? When you take the 10,000 foot view, a bunch of stuff gets really, really small, and that's by design. So I don't just want you to, when you're like, hey, how can I focus? It's not just about how can I lock onto this task and be more productive. I'm thinking about focus also in terms of like, hey, if I'm too focused on this, I'm going to be miserable and anxious and frustrated. But if I look at it maybe a bit more historically, I'm gonna calm down a little bit. I'm going to see some opportunity. I'm going to see
move some people, man.
I'm not going to be as worried about it, right? So when we're thinking about focus, we're not just thinking about, hey, I want to focus, I want to get work done. But it's also about the perspective that we look at the events of the world through.
Oh, we got to master 250. Master 250. Get to master 500, and there's legend.
It's very easy to get caught in the trap of doing more and more. We accumulate responsibilities, we accumulate duties, we accumulate tasks in the course of our life, in the course of our career. We are much better at adding than we are at subtracting. But we have to do this. Marcus Aurelius said, if you want tranquility, if you want effectiveness, you have to ask yourself this critical question. He says you have to ask yourself, is this thing that I'm doing essential? He says because most of what we do and say is not essential. But he says when we eliminate the inessential, we get the double benefit of doing the essential things better. One way to increase your focus is to eliminate the number of things that you are focused on. He who is everywhere is nowhere, the Stoics would say. If you are trying to focus on a million things, a million different times throughout the day, you're going to struggle. But if you're focused on a few important tasks, few important topics, then it's easier to marshal that focus. And we're going to have to be ruthless in that pursuit. Seneca described most Romans as living in a kind of busy idleness. He said if you asked them what they were doing, they'd say basically, I don't know, all the stuff that I have to do. But what he was concerned about was the way that our days and our lives just fill up with tasks and stuff and responsibility. Because we're so good at adding and we are really bad at subtracting. It is impossible to focus on more than a few things. So we have to ask ourselves, have I eliminated the inessential things so I can have more focus for the essential things? If you want to add more to your plate, let's start by subtracting. If you want to get more done, let's first try to do less. We have a sign here in the Daily Stoic offices that I borrowed from Per Se, the famous restaurant, one of the most famous restaurants in the world. And the sign just says, a sense of urgency. That's what a great chef, a great waiter, a great organization has, a sense of urgency. They're not just sitting around. It's not that they're rushed, but they're also not wasting time. And I think a great person needs this, a sense of urgency. But it can be hard, right? When we have so many things going on, when we're confused about the best way to do it, when we're not sure the order to do things, when we don't want to screw it up, when we think we have until later. And what the Stoics remind us, though, is that we might not have till later. Remember, Marcus Aurelius is saying that he wants to concentrate like a Roman. He says, concentrate on this as if it is the last thing you are going to do in your life. And this idea of memento mori, this meditating on our mortality, is a really key way to help us focus. You could be good today, Marcus writes in Meditations. Instead, you choose tomorrow. But we choose tomorrow because we think we have tomorrow. I quote Samuel Johnson in the Memento Mori chapter of The Obstacle is the Way. When a man knows he is to be hanged in a fortnight, it concentrates his mind wonderfully. right? You want to know what's essential and what's not essential? Look at it in the light of a cancer diagnosis. Look at it in the light of a meteor headed towards Earth. Look at it in the light of your own biological clock ticking. We say we have more time than we do. We say that we have till tomorrow. And we tell ourselves this lie that I don't have to focus on it now. It doesn't matter. It does matter. It does matter. And so many of these other things just profoundly don't matter. So let's make sure we're directing our resources properly. Let's do this thing as if it's the last thing we are doing in our life, or if we were in the last minutes of our life and we wouldn't do this thing, well, that tells us something about it. It tells us to not do it, to stop focusing on it. Again, the idea isn't to act with frenzy or haste here, but with deliberate speed, with purpose, with the concentration of a moment, the clarity of a person who understands not just that tomorrow is a guarantee, but understands what matters and what doesn't. The work that we are capable of, the things
这不是 MVP， 这是准备。你都没看好，这是那个 Master League 的准备，还没开始。这我现在在 Master 2050，最高是 Legend 1000，我现在在250分，还有 Master 500。
It sneaks up on you, the passage of time. It's already June. It feels like January was just a few months ago. I can't believe that over 10 years ago, I sat down to start writing the Daily Stoic. But that's what happens. Tempus fugit, as they would say in Latin, or time flies. But what's interesting is that even as time flies, even as the world changes, we so often stay the same. We get into grooves, into patterns. We just do things the way that we've always done them. And here, 10 years after the publication of the Daily Stoic, I'm better in some ways, worse in other ways. I remain a work in progress. And so in today's episode, I want to riff on some of the best ideas from the Stoics on how to improve, how to get better day by day, and some of my favorite entries from the Daily Stoic. If you want to check out this book, I'll link to it below. This is the leather edition. There's obviously an ebook, a hardcover. I will sign yours if you like as well. I'll link to all that in today's show notes. Let's get after it. How beautifully Plato put it. Whenever you want to talk about people, it's best to take a bird's eye view and see everything all at once. Of gatherings, armies, farms, weddings, and divorces.
已经 surrender 这么快。
Noisy courtrooms or silent spaces. Every foreign people, holidays, memorials, markets, all blended together and arranged in a pairing of opposites. And there's actually a beautiful dialogue by the
一个人没完，然后全部 surrender。
his nephew, I believe, in which the narrator is given the ability to fly and see the world from above. Turning his eyes earthward, he sees how comically small even the richest people, the biggest estates, the entire empires look from above. All their battles and concerns are made petty in
它
perspective.
这是 Master
In
League，
ancient
你
times,
可以
this
选哪
exercise
个
was only
Pokemon，
theoretical.
你不让人家
highest
用
that。 anyone could get was the top of a mountain or a building a few stories tall. But as technology has progressed, humans have been able to actually take
我选 Blastoise， 因为我觉得 Blastoise
Edgar Mitchell, an astronaut, was one of the first people to see the Earth from outer space. And as he later recounted,
没有，这是因为下载没下载好，
an
笑
intense
死了。
dissatisfaction with the state of the world and a compulsion to do something about it. From out there on the moon, international politics looks so petty. You want to grab a politician by the scruff of the neck and drag him 250,000 miles away and say, look at that, you son of a bitch. Many a problem can be solved with the perspective of Plato's view. Use it. You know, I just got off a plane. I'm getting on a plane again shortly. Sometimes when I fly in Austin, I can actually see where I live. And, 40 acres suddenly very small. 1,000 acres, very small. The Tesla factory, one of the biggest buildings I've ever seen in my life, very small. Skyscrapers, very small. People, minuscule. What Edgar Mitchell is talking about is a sort of paradox of it. Everything seems very small, but everything also seems very connected, right? And so wars and international boundaries, these all seem so insignificant, such artificial and petty distinctions. We realize that all these things we take very seriously are not that serious. And what matters, I think Marcus is saying when you take Plato's view, is like our connection to other people, our obligations as human beings, being good, being decent. He can't serve in the military, let him seek public office. Must he live in the private sector? Let him be a spokesperson. Is he condemned to silence? Let him aid his fellow citizens by silent public witness. Is it dangerous to enter the forum? Let him display himself in private homes at public events and gatherings. Is a good associate, a faithful friend, and a moderate table-mate. Has he lost the duties of a citizen? Let him exercise those of a human being. Shortly before his death, as victory in the Civil War was finally within his grasp, Lincoln told a story to an audience of generals and admirals about a man who had approached him for a high-ranking government appointment. First, the man asked if he might be made a foreign minister. Upon being turned down, the man asked for a more modest position. Upon being turned down again, he asked for a job as a low-level customs officer. Finally, he could not even get that. He finally just asked Lincoln for an old pair of trousers. Ah, Lincoln laughed as he concluded the story. It is well to be humble. This story embodies the flexibility and the determination of Stoicism. If we can't do this, then perhaps we can try that. And if we can't do that, then perhaps we can try some other thing. And if that thing is impossible, then there is always another. Even if that thing is just being a good human being, we always have some opportunity to practice our philosophy to make some kind of contribution. I love this story, and I think the lesson that Lincoln was trying to say is that you find your role, you're willing to accept or make whatever works. And I think that's what Seneca was saying. And I suspect Seneca was also telling this story, near the end of his life, as the options in public life were closing to him. Okay, so Nero turned out to be insane. Okay, so you're forced into exile. All throughout Seneca's life, in fact, he's forced to adjust, to accommodate, to make the best of a bad situation. For the Stoics, this was the resignation. Not like resignation, like, oh, everything sucks, what am I going to do? But like, oh, this is the role I've been assigned, I'm going to act the hell out of it. And this is something that Epictetus talks about as well. He says, we're like actors in a play. We're not the author, we're not the playwright, but we have to really embrace the role that we're assigned. And this ability to be flexible, to not go, oh, but I only operate at this level. I'm a Harvard grad. I could not possibly accept X, Y, or Z. This makes us really fragile because life is going to humble us. Life is going to put us in unfamiliar situations. The person who can adjust, who can say, yeah, I'll start here. I might work my way back up. I might be such a stunning actor in this role that I get promoted or I get noticed, but I'm not going to put on any airs. I'm not going to close myself off to anything. I'm going to embrace this. We like to say that we don't get to choose our parents, that they were given to us by chance. Yet we can truly choose whose children we would like to be. We are fortunate enough that some of the greatest men and women in history have recorded their wisdom and folly in books and journals. Many others have had their lives chronicled by careful biographers, from Plutarch to Boswell to Robert Caro. The literature available at your average library amounts to millions of pages and thousands of years of knowledge, insight, and experience. Maybe your parents were poor role models or you lacked a great mentor. Yet if we choose to, we can easily access the wisdom of those who came before us, those whom we aspire to be like. We not only owe it to ourselves to seek out this hard-won knowledge, we owe it to the people who took the time to record their experiences to try to carry on the traditions and follow their examples, to be the promising children of these noble parents. I'm just reading this biography of Ben Franklin right now, and Ben Franklin has this incredible experience where he just never felt like his father's son. He was so different than his dad. And then he goes to England and he visits where his family is from, and he learns that his uncle died on the very day that Franklin was born, separated by a couple years. But his family saw how similar Franklin was to his late uncle, and they came to think that he was the reincarnation of that spirit. The idea being like, we get to choose whose spirit we're going to carry. You're not actually related to Seneca. You're not actually related to Marcus Aurelius or any of your heroes, probably, right? Not all of us come from really impressive families. Maybe everyone we're related to is normal. Maybe everyone we are related to is meh. We can choose whose children we would like to be. We could be the descendants of the Stoics. We can walk in the tradition, the footsteps of these great people. Martin Luther King has no relationship to Gandhi, but he is in a way Gandhi's protege, the culmination of what Gandhi pioneered. And we can be that. We can choose whose children we're going to be, and that's what Seneca is saying. And in fact, Seneca's brother embodies this in Roman times, it was very common for adults to be adopted by other adults if a family didn't have an heir. This is Marcus Aurelius and Antoninus and Hadrian. Marcus is very similar to Antoninus, not like Hadrian at all. He chooses to embrace the stepfatherness, right? And Seneca's brother is in the Bible as Gaio. He changes his name when he's adopted by this family, and he was a great man. Who are we going to choose to be descended from? Whose example are we going to follow? Whose blood are we going to have running through our veins? Not literally, but figuratively, because that's what matters. And it matters what we do with it. It matters if we live up to that example. It matters if we make them proud. Not whether they actually know we exist or not. Not whether they anoint us their legal heirs. What matters is if we act as if. There is no vice which lacks a defense, none that at the outset isn't modest and easily intervened. But after this, the trouble spreads widely. If you allow it to get started, you won't be able to control it when it stops. Every emotion is at first weak. Later, it rouses itself and gathers strength as it moves along. It's easier to slow it down than to supplant it. Publilius Syrus, he was a Roman slave and a Stoic philosopher, he said, rivers are easiest to cross at their source. And I think that's what Seneca means too. The raging waters and deadly currents of a bad habit, ill discipline, chaos, dysfunction. Somewhere they began as no more than a slight trickle. Somewhere they are a placid lake or a pond, even a bubbling underground spring. What would you rather do? Nearly drown in a dangerous crossing in a few weeks? Or cross now? Well, it's still easy. It's up to you. I'll give you somewhat of a personal example. I am not an addict in the sense that I am in recovery, but I find that just about anything I do, I can do compulsively, tend to do compulsively, and can very easily develop an unhealthy relationship with. So people ask me, like, what do the Stoics say about drinking or drugs? Do you do those things? And I don't. I don't do them exactly because the Stoics forbid them or that I specifically have a problem abusing them. I just know it's a slippery slope for me. It's a road better not gone down by me. So I nip it in the bud. I just sort of have a bright policy. I don't really drink. I don't smoke. Don't do drugs. I just don't do it. I keep it away. Not doing the things at all, not putting myself in a position where I can abuse or do them to excess has been quite beneficial to me. Another way to think about this would be like, what's a person that really pisses you off? Or what's a subject matter that you find when you talk to your parents about is always a source of conflict or argument? Well, maybe just steer clear of that altogether. In the way, again, like a gambling addict doesn't go to Las Vegas. Cross the things early, nip them in the bud early, notice the warning signs, notice the grumblings, notice the aversions, and listen to that. Listen to that voice. Head it off at the pass. Solve it in advance. Put yourself in a position where you don't need superhuman willpower, where you don't need strength and perseverance and the inner citadel. You don't need that stuff. That's what I think the Stoics are talking about. If you find it something very difficult to achieve yourself, don't imagine that it is impossible. For anything possible and proper for another person can be achieved as easily by you. There are two types of people in this world. The first looks at others who have accomplished things and thinks, why them? Why not me? The other looks at those people and thinks, if they can do it, why can't I? One is zero-sum and jealous. If you win, I lose. The other is non-zero sum. There's plenty to go around. And it sees the success of others as inspiration. So which attitude will propel you onward and upward today? Which will drive you to bitterness and despair? Who will you choose to be? What I like about this sort of distinction is the alternative, right? So we often look at what other people have done and we feel this sort of jealousy. We feel this envy. We feel this like indictment. And that's a miserable way to live. There's a great line from Joseph Epstein. He says, envy is the only one of the 7 deadly sins that's no fun at all. And I think that's right. So when you look at other people and you see the world as zero sum, like, oh, they got a book deal, why don't I get a book deal? Oh, this person made money doing this, why didn't I get this? This person is happy, why do they get to be happy and not me? That implies that there's not enough to go around, but of course there is. I think the better way to do it is to see these things as inspiration. Like, look, when you look at things historically, right? When you look at a statue of a great person, you don't go, why do they get a statue and not me? Although famously, Caesar weeps at the statue of Alexander. No, the statue is there to inspire you, to say, look what humans are capable of. And I think what Marcus is saying, and why I think this is such a great pick-me-up, is that he's saying that if a person can do it, you can do it. Marcus says, don't be ashamed of needing help. You have a duty to fulfill just like a soldier on the wall of battle. So what if you are injured and can't climb up without another soldier's help? No one ever said you were born with all the tools you need to solve every problem you face in life. In fact, as a newborn, you were practically helpless. Someone helped you then, and you came to understand that you could ask for help. It was how you knew that you were loved. Well, you are still loved. You can ask anyone for help. You don't have to face everything on your own. If you need help, comrade, just ask. The reason I love that quote is that it so pushes back on this sort of stoic stereotype or caricature of like unfeeling robot, the one that's invulnerable, that never struggles. And also, as I've come to learn in my sort of talks to the military community, there is this sort of warrior mindset that looks suspiciously on vulnerability, on being vulnerable and asking for help and saying, hey, I'm struggling, hey, I'm having a hard time, hey, this isn't working for me. And I think it's really important to realize, specifically Marcus Aurelius talking to those people, but all of us at the same time, when he says like, hey, we're all in this together, we're on the same team. You know, Marcus talks a lot about the common good in meditations, about what we can do for the common good. We also have to realize we're a part of that common good, and we can ask for something back from it. We can't. I mean, what does that say about our friends and family and coworkers, right? Like, when somebody comes to you, they go, hey, I'm really struggling, I need your advice. Or, hey, like, I don't know if I'm cut out for this, what do you think? Or worse, right? Like, I'm thinking of harming myself, really going through a rough patch. What do? We drop everything. We not only rush to help them, we feel like glad that they trusted us, that they came to us with that thing, right? It's beautiful and moving, and not only don't look at them badly for it, we're excited. Thanks for coming to me. I appreciate it. Like, it means so much to me, right? And then for some reason, some strange reason, we think that we're not going to get that same grace from other people. Look, you might not always get it, but I think the vast majority of the time you will. You can't get help you don't ask for. Just like if you pretend to know something, you can't learn it. If you not only don't ask for help, but you pretend you don't need help. You pretend to be struggling less than you are. I mean, you're pushing away help that you could so readily and easily benefit from. I've got 2 young boys, and one of the things I work on with them is like, you should feel your emotions. It's not about stuffing them down. It's certainly not what Stoicism is about. Stoicism is about processing those emotions, understanding them, not being led by them or ruled by them, but nevertheless understanding them, being aware of them. And that's why I go to therapy, and it's why I love therapy. But also, I'm very busy, like a lot of people, and so I do my therapy online. And that's where today's sponsor, BetterHelp, comes in. What therapists do is they listen, they ask questions, they give you space to figure stuff out that in the busyness of a very busy life, you'll have the space to figure out and explore. In honor of Mental Health Awareness Month, BetterHelp is sponsoring this video, and together we're pushing back against this stigma around mental health, and we want to encourage people to get support from a licensed therapist. If you think you could benefit from speaking with a licensed therapist, you can click the link in the description or just go to betterhelp.com/dailystoic to match with a therapist in as little as a couple of days. You'll get 10% off your first month of therapy if you go to betterhelp.com/dailystoic. Every event has 2 handles. Which it can be carried in one, by which it can't. If your brother does you wrong, don't grab it by his wrongdoing, because this is the handle incapable of lifting it. Instead, use the other, that he is your brother, that you were raised together, and then you will have hold of the handle it carries. The famous journalist William Seabrook suffered from such debilitating alcoholism that in 1933 he committed himself to an insane asylum, which was then the only place to get treatment for addiction. In Asylum, he tells the story of the struggle to turn his life around inside the facility. At first, he stuck to his addict way of thinking, and as a result, he was an outsider, constantly getting into trouble and rebelling against the staff. He made almost no progress and was on the verge of being asked to leave. Then one day, this very quote from Epictetus about everything having 2 handles occurred to him. I took hold now by the other handle, he later related, and carried on. He actually began to have a good time there. He focused on his recovery with real enthusiasm. I suddenly found it wonderful, strange, and beautiful to be sober, he said. It was as if a veil or a scum or a film had been stripped from all things visual and auditory. It's an experience shared by many addicts when they finally stop doing things their way and finally open themselves up to perspectives and wisdoms and lessons of those who have gone before them. There's no promise that trying things this way will work, the grabbing the different handle. There's no promise that it will have these momentous results, but why continue lift by the handle if it hasn't worked? One of my other favorite quotes from Mark Aurelius, he talks about being like the animal fighter at the games, torn up and bloodied and near death. It's begging to go out and fight again. He was saying, this is like us. We're just trying to do things the same way as we've always done them. And then that ties into that expression about how insanity is trying things the same way over and over again, expecting different results. We constantly pick things up by the old handle of taking them personally, of focusing what's not in our control, skepticism, cynicism, whatever it is, right? We all have these tendencies to look at things a certain way. Maybe that's
last you're lying on the bed.
With your spouse about a certain issue, or your own parents about a certain issue.
Okay.
Maybe whenever you get stressed, this is the behavior that you engage in.
每天都是 lying on the bed.
The idea is, well, what if you try to
木
find
头
a different handle? As I've talked about before, there's more than one handle. There's an unlimited amount of handles, stories, options, approaches you can give to things. So why do
I'm
the
lying
one
on the bed.
that you've always done? Why do the one, especially if it doesn't work? Why not try something new? Look for the generous interpretation. Look for the one that gets you out of your comfort zone. Look for the one that challenges you. Look for the one that makes you open-minded, open-hearted. Look for the one that makes you try something that you're not inclined to do. Look for the one that makes you better. Look for the one that makes other people better. That's the idea. Fortune doesn't have the long reach we suppose. She can only lay siege to those who hold her tight, so let's step back from her as much as possible. Machiavelli, who supposedly admired Seneca, says in The Prince that fortune is a woman and it is necessary in order to keep her down, to beat her and struggle with her. Even for the 16th century, it's a pretty horrifying image. But for a ruthless and endlessly ambitious ruler, it was par for the course. But is that the kind of life that we're after? Now compare Machiavelli's view with Seneca's. Not only is he saying that the more you struggle with fortune, the more vulnerable you are to it, but he's also saying that the better path to security is in the impregnable wall of philosophy. Philosophy, he says, helps us tame the mad frenzy of our greed and tamp down the fury of our fears. In sports or war, the metaphor here would be the choice between a strategy of endless, exhausting offense and a strategy of resilient, flexible defense. Which will you play? Which kind of person are you? Only you can answer this question, but you would be remiss not to consider the ultimate end of most of the princes in Machiavelli's books, and how few of them died happily in bed, surrounded by their loved ones. I think what we're talking about here is something Nassim Taleb talks about, which is how dependent is your life, your lifestyle, your business? How dependent is it on luck? How dependent is it on things outside your control? You know, are you someone who needs things to always be going well? Do you schedule down to the minute and then one thing goes wrong, ripples through your day? Or do you cultivate that kind of anti-fragility, that kind of resilience, that flexibility that allows you to absorb and bob and weave and change and adjust? I think too many of us don't have enough slack. We are too dependent on fortune, and this is what makes us anxious, this is what makes us nervous, this is what makes us always busy, always doing, always shoring things up. Try to design a life that's got some give to it, that doesn't require you to hold fortune so close, that doesn't require you to watch the market returns every day, that doesn't put you at the mercy of your boss's moods, that doesn't force you to live paycheck to paycheck. Try to create some distance, a buffer, a moat around you that protects you from the whims of fate, because fate is and always has, as Seneca says, doing their own thing, behaving exactly as they please, and you don't want to be on the wrong side of that. You could enjoy this very moment, all the things you are praying to reach, by taking the long way around, if you'd stop depriving yourself of them. Ask most people what they're working towards and you'll get an answer. I'm trying to become insert professional, or they'll tell you they're trying to get appointed to some impressive committee or position, to become a millionaire, to get discovered, to become famous, whatever. If you ask them a couple more questions such as, Why are you doing that? Or what are you hoping it'll be like when you get it? And you'll find that at the very core of it, people want freedom. They want happiness. They want the respect of their peers. A Stoic looks at this and shakes their head at the immense effort and expense we put into chasing things that are simple and straightforward to acquire. It's as if we prefer to spend years building a complicated Rube Goldberg machine instead of just reaching out and picking up what we want. It's like looking all over for your sunglasses and realizing they were on your head the whole time. Freedom, that's easy. It's in your choices, Stoics would say. Happiness, that's easy. It's in your choices, Stoics would say. Respect your peers. That too is in the choices you make. All of that is in front of you. No need to take the long way to get there. It's actually like a viral email chain. You've probably seen it before about the fisherman in Thailand or something, and the Western businessman sees him and he says, oh, you've got this little boat. What if you got another boat and another boat? You scale this operation. You could make all this money. And the guy says, well, then what? And he's like, well, then you could retire and live on a beach somewhere. The guy says, but that's what I do now. I've experienced my own version of this as an author. It's been funny. I meet these really successful people who do the things that I sometimes wish I could do. Play professional sports. They have huge audiences. They've made all this money. They have all this stuff, and you catch yourself being a little jealous. And they invite you over to their fancy houses. And you sit there and you go, man, why would it be so cool to live this life? And then I find out the real reason they invited me over is that they want to learn how to write books. Right? Like, I'm jealous of their life, they're jealous of my life. I think this is what Marcus is saying, is that you can have what you want right now. And more importantly, the thing that you think will bring you something, peace, contentment, happiness, whatever, it's not going to happen. It's this horizon that you never quite meet. It's always a little bit out of view. Marcus is saying that we try to get our stuff the long way, the hard way, at the end of this long war, at the end of this long journey. Right? It's after I become rich and successful, after I make it, after I win a Super Bowl, then I'll feel good. Then I'll be able to spend time with my family. Then I can be at peace, whatever. And you can have that right now. The beautiful and good person neither fights with anyone nor, as much as they are able, permits others to fight. This is the meaning of getting an education. Learning what is your own affair and what is not. If a person carries themselves so, where is there any room for fighting? Socrates famously traveled around Athens, approaching the people he disagreed with most and engaging them in long discussions. In these discussions, or whatever record we have of them, there are many examples of his conversation mates getting exasperated, upset, and aggravated by his many questions. Indeed, the people of Athens eventually got so upset they sentenced Socrates to death. But Socrates never seemed to get upset himself. Even when talking about matters of life and death, he always kept his cool. He was much more interested in hearing what the other person had to say than making sure he was heard, and, as so much of us insist upon, he was not worried about winning the argument. So the next time you face a political dispute or a personal disagreement, ask yourself, is there any reason to fight about this? Is arguing going to help with anything? Would an educated or wise person really be as quarrelsome as you might initially be inclined to be? Or would they take a breath, relax, and resist the temptation for conflict? Just think of what you could accomplish and how much better you would feel if you could conquer the need to fight and win every tiny little thing. You know, I think about this when I log on to Twitter, which I sort of have to do for work purposes every now and then, and I watch the smartest journalists and public figures of our generation just waste the day arguing with each other about nonsense, shouting into the void about this or that, always angry, always sarcastic, always mean, and accomplishing what? Accomplishing fucking nothing. The wiser you get, the less you should care about piddly things that don't matter. One of the signs of getting older for me is that I find myself sucked into arguments less, I get upset less, I get in confrontations less, because they don't matter. I think what Epictetus is saying is the wiser you get, the closer you get to mastery and self-mastery, the less you should feel inclined to need to prove that to people, the less attracted you should be to talking. You know, Robert Greene says always say less than necessary. I think that's a sign of wisdom and strength, is that you keep your mouth shut. You can let someone be wrong. They're wrong. What do you care? And if you're right, being right is sufficient. You can say why you're right. You can, maybe explain the reasoning, but it doesn't weigh on your conscience if you don't manage to convince them, and you don't stay up at night thinking of all the things you should have said. While it's true that someone can impede our actions, they can't impede our intentions and our attitudes, which have the power of being conditional and adaptable. For the mind adapts and converts any obstacle to its actions into a means of achieving it. That which is an impediment to action is turned to advance action. The obstacle on the path becomes the way. Today, things will happen that will be contrary to your plans. If not today, then certainly tomorrow. And as a result of these obstacles, you will not be able to do what you planned. That is not as bad as it seems because your mind is infinitely elastic and adaptable. You have the power to use the Stoic exercise of turning obstacles upside down, which takes one negative circumstance and uses it as an opportunity to practice an unintended virtue or form of excellence. Something prevents you from getting to your destination on time, then this is a chance to practice patience. If an employee makes an expensive mistake, then this is a chance to teach a valuable lesson. If a computer glitch erases your work, then it is a chance to start over with a clean slate. If someone hurts you, it is a chance to practice forgiveness. If something is hard, it is a chance to get stronger. Try this line of thinking and see if there is a situation in which one could not find some virtue to practice or derive some benefit. The truth is there isn't one. Every impediment can advance action in some form or another. I'm not saying that some terrible thing, awful, unfortunate, tragic event that happened is just wonderful. It's that the nature of that event presents within it opportunities to be great. Take the last couple years. No one would choose this. It's tragic. It's unfortunate. It's been ghastly in the immensity of the destruction with which it has wrought. But I have tried to focus on my family. I have tried to focus on being more community-minded, tried to focus on my stillness, I've tried to focus on improving my work habits, I've tried to focus on being present, I've tried to adjust my news habits, my marriage is better, I opened this bookstore, right? I've improved in innumerable ways. If you say, Ryan, you have to give all of that back, but there won't be a pandemic, of course, I would say, yes, of course, there's other ways to do it. But the thing happened, and it is a chance to step up, to grow, to change, to practice different virtues, right? That's what the obstacle is the way it is. But second, if you notice the full quote from Marcus, and the obstacle is the way, I'm really talking about all forms of obstacles. Marcus is specifically talking about difficult people. He's saying difficult people are a chance to practice these virtues. That when someone is frustrating or mean or stupid or annoying or dishonest or cruel or aggressive, these are opportunities to call from yourself positive virtues. Patience, kindness, forgiveness, creativity, etc. You gotta use that situation. If you want more wisdom inspired from the Stoics, I send out one Stoic-themed email every single morning, totally for free. You can sign up at dailystoic.com/email. No spam. You can unsubscribe at any time. I think it's the best thing that I do. It's a community of hundreds of thousands of Stoics all over the world. We'd love to have you at dailystoic.com/email. You can't be satisfied just getting the gist of something. You have to read and study deeply to return to the same books over and over again. And actually, Marcus, quoting the philosopher Heraclitus, would say that we never step in the same river twice. I'm Ryan Holiday. I've written numerous books about Stoic philosophy. I've spoken to the NBA, the NFL, sitting senators, and special forces leaders. Almost 15 years now, I have been reading and rereading one of the greatest books of all time, Marcus Aurelius' Meditations. Actually, this is my new leather edition that I had made. I put so many miles on this one and my other copies that I wanted something to really stand the test of time. Marcus Aurelius didn't read the books once and think that he got it. He read it over and over and over again. I've probably read Meditations 100 times. I was reading it just yesterday. And in today's video, I'm going to give you 100 lessons that I've gotten from my hundreds of reads of meditations over the last decade, and I hope they're of use to you, and I hope most of all that you'll pick this book up and read it yourself. One of the most compelling and jaw-dropping parts of meditations comes at really the beginning, the opening of book 2. But book 1 is Debts and Lessons. I'll talk more about that later. He says, today the people you will meet will be jealous and stupid and annoying and frustrated. He lists all the things people are going to be like today. And part of this is just the Stoic idea of being prepared, right? The unexpected blow lands heaviest. If you think people are going to be amazing and kind and get out of your way and you're going to only hit green lights, you're going to be sorely disappointed. But he says the point is not to think about how shitty and awful people are. Not at all. You have to realize why they are like this. He says it's because they don't know good from bad. They don't have the same training as you, but they are still like you. He says,
Magnolia, pam, pam.
implicate you in their ugliness. He says we were meant to work together. We are brothers and sisters. And so what meditation begins with this seemingly depressive note. But if you stick with it, and I think this is such an important lesson that you get from reading Marcus over and over again, if you stick with him, you realize that beneath this
Oh my god, why did you pick Cramorant, man? That's such a bad Pokemon too.
Caring heart, a heart that will not allow itself to harden or be turned against other people. In one passage in Meditations, Marcus Aurelius writes down what he calls epithets for the self. He talks about being honest, talks about being upright. These are words, he says, that he can live by. A couple different times in my life I've tried to do that, but part of one of the Daily Stoic challenges a few years ago, I wrote down 7 of them. I wrote honest, calm, fair, father, brave, generous, and still. These are words that I try to live by. I want to make decisions, take actions that will demonstrate that ideal, which will show that those are the watchwords or the epithets that I live by, that I could be described by. And so I think of all the exercises in meditation, that's one that we can all practice, is come up with the epithets for the self, the rules, the descriptors for your character that you want to live and model day in and day out. But really the true opening of meditation is the depth and lesson section. Almost a full 10% of the book is Marcus Aurelius writing what he learned from and what he was grateful for, and the people who trained him, the people who raised him. The fact that 10% of the book is gratitude, to me, is so important. It's a statement of priorities and the role that gratitude must play in our life. Nothing is so inspiring as remembering the values and virtues and seeing them embodied in the people around you. He never knew Meditations would be published. This wasn't for the other people to see that he was grateful to them. It was actually the act of expressing the gratitude that was a gift to him, and we have to have an active gratitude practice in our own lives. One of my favorite stories about Marcus Aurelius, not in meditation, but at the depth of the Antonine Plague, he sells off the palace furnishings to pay down Rome's debt, which actually does connect to something in meditation. He talks about how lucky he feels that he's never had to ask anyone else for financial help, and whenever anyone else came to him asking for financial help, he was always in a position to say yes. He was a generous, a kind person. Yes, he was privileged, wealthy, and powerful. He tried to use those things for good. He tried to absorb the blows or the pain or the difficulties before other people. This is a print I have from one of my favorite passages from Marcus Aurelius. I have it on the wall. Self-dating so it says, waste no more time arguing what a good man should be one. I think arguably Marcus Aurelius' greatest contributions to philosophy are not what he wrote in this book, right? What Marcus's greatest contributions to philosophy is how he lived. That even if he had never written a philosophical work, that he'd still be seen as a kind of philosopher king, because he embodied the ideas. He lived them. He demonstrated that a king, an emperor, a person of power, influence, or wealth could be good and decent, could do the right thing, could be everything that people expected of him. And that's just, to me, the most important thing we can take from Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius says that no matter what's happening in the world, no matter what other people are doing to us, we always have this superpower. We always have the power to have no opinion. We don't have to decide that it's good or bad. We don't have to decide that it's urgent or not. We don't have to decide anything about it, or we don't have to think anything about it at all. You can just let it go. You can let it pass by. You don't have to figure it out. You don't have to have a hot take on it. Just let the weather be the weather. This political situation be that political situation. Doesn't have to be good or bad. We don't have to have an opinion about everything. One of my first reads of Meditations, I noted that Marcus says, can only ruin your life if it ruins your character. The idea that success wasn't whether you made money, whether you got what you wanted, it's whether you protected your character. Right? Jesus says, what good is gaining the whole world if you lose your soul? And we can imagine Marcus struggling with this as the emperor of Rome. It doesn't matter how many buildings he builds or what lands he conquers. To him, it matters if he is a good person or not. I remember shortly after I read Meditations for the first time, I had to get on a flight. I was in the middle seat on this long cross-country flight, and I was next to someone who was jostling for the armrest. The person in front of me reclined back. It was just one of those unpleasant experiences in modern travel. But I thought back to one of my favorite passages in Meditations, where Marcus talks about being next to a smelly person. He says, yeah, it's awful. You can say something to them if you want, but if you're not going to say something, that you just have to bear it. No amount of gritting your teeth or silently resenting them is going to change this. Stewing doesn't help them or you. Being miserable doesn't help them or you. You're just going to carry this nastiness with you when you go. And so I think Marcus would have dealt with the same kinds of inconveniences and annoyances as all of us, even if his life was more sheltered than most are. But he reminded himself, this is what life entails. You either say something about it, or you got to get comfortable putting up with it. One of Marcus Aurelius' most brilliant rhetorical questions is this. He says, is a world without shameless people possible? The answer is, of course, no. And he says, okay, so you've met one of them, right? This person that you meet, they're one of those people. You know that it's impossible for the world to exist without them. You know inevitably, statistically, you will run into one of them. That's it. He says, reminding yourself that this person is one of a certain number helps you not get so upset about it, not be so surprised by it, and most of all, not despair by it. Most people are the opposite of that person. And I think for the word shameless, we can plug in all sorts of things. People who lie, people who steal, people who cheat, people who do all the things that we don't like. A certain percentage of them are always going to exist and always have existed. And better yet, when we remind ourselves still that they are the minority, we can find a way to categorize them, accept them, and then move on. A couple of years ago, I wrote this book, Conspiracy. Peter Thiel was outed as gay by this sort of Silicon Valley gossip rag. They treated him very cruelly. He spent millions of dollars and years of his life plotting and scheming to destroy it, which he successfully did. And there's a lot that was really interesting in it, a lot that was really innovative in doing that. I think even some things to be impressed by it, as I was talking about in the book. Every day as I was writing it, I couldn't help but think of one of my favorite lines from Meditations. Marcus Aurelius says, the best revenge is to not be like your enemy. The point is that getting even often makes you like or worse than the person who supposedly did this grievous, heinous thing to you. We see this in Marcus Aurelius' life. He's betrayed by one of his most trusted generals, and he tries not to be angry about it. He has to deal with it, yes, but he tries to actually use it as an opportunity to show the Roman people how one deals with being betrayed, how one deals with civil strife. You can't let the person who wronged you turn you into something just like that. Gregory Hayes, in his translation of Meditations, he makes a great point, and I missed it the first couple of times. He says that nowhere does Marcus identify as a Stoic. And he says, actually, if you ask Marcus, he probably wouldn't have identified with any school at all, even though meditation is, of course, filled with all sorts of Stoic observations and principles. He says that Marcus would have identified as a philosopher. Paul Graham, in one of his famous essays, says, keep your identity small. Don't identify as a singular thing or with a singular ideology. You want to be a free agent. This is why Seneca quotes so much from Epicurus. He read widely, he understood widely. The point is not to be a Stoic philosopher. The point is to be a philosopher, a lover of wisdom. There's a beautiful line in Joseph Brodsky's essay about the equestrian statue of Marcus Aurelius in Rome. It dates back to Marcus's time, but the base of which was redesigned by Michelangelo. Brodsky says something like, if Marcus Aurelius is antiquity, it is we who are the ruins. And I don't know what that means exactly. There's something beautiful and haunting about it. Maybe it's this idea that when you read Meditations, you can't help but be struck by classical beauty and perfection, in some ways the highest expression of human greatness. And then you look at us, you look at the way we talk to each other, you look at the things we say, you look at how we live and act and think, and you go, yeah, we're the old, worn out, beaten down, falling apart things. The ancient world feels fresh and modern and new and perfect in so many ways, and I just love that idea. If Marcus Aurelius is antiquity, it is we who are the ruins. It's actually in book 6 that I found the meditation that I would build my own first book of Stoic philosophy around. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. He says, look, stuff can get in the way, you can be impeded. He says, but nothing can impede your intentions or your dispositions. He says, the mind can convert to its own purposes the obstacle to our acting. That's the power of Stoicism, that we always have the opportunity to practice a virtue. We don't choose where we are, we don't choose what's happening, but if you accept the obstacle and work with what you're given, Marcus Aurelius says in Meditations, an alternative will present itself. Another piece of what you're trying to assemble, action by action. Acceptance can seem like this weakness, that it's stopping you from moving forward. In fact, acceptance means This door is closed. Now I can go try this other door. You first have to accept that the obstacle exists, that it is real, that it has constraints or impediments or difficulties, to then decide what you're going to do about it. You're going to go around, you're going to go over, you're going to use the weight of it against itself. It's an opportunity to do this other thing you couldn't have done under ordinary circumstances. That acceptance is not passive resignation. It's the first step in taking an active approach. And Marcus returns to this theme over and over and over again in meditation. In one passage, he says, a strong stomach digests what it eats. A fire turns what you throw on top of it into flame and brightness and heat. His point is we can use our obstacles as fuel. The things that happen to us in life are opportunities. This is the essence of Stoicism. This is our chance, whatever it is. It might not be the virtue we wanted to practice. It might not be the virtue we're most comfortable practicing, but it's nevertheless an opportunity to be great. I remember I was once talking to the great Robert Greene, and I asked him what one of his favorite passages from Marcus Aurelius' Meditations was. He said it was the one where Marcus Aurelius is talking about, he's looking at this big feast, and he says, oh, that's a dead bird. He said, oh, that's dead pig. Oh, this wine is rotted grapes. I said, Robert, why did you like that? And he said, that's what I try to do in my writing. I try to deconstruct things, to take away the preconceived notions. It's actually what Marcus says. He says it's about stripping things of the legend that encrusts them, about seeing them as they actually are. I think that's not only what a philosopher has to do, but I think that's what a great writer like Robert Greene does. I call this contemptuous expressions. You know, these things kind of loom over us. We go, oh, Harvard is so important. Look at the fancy people that go there. Look how hard it is. Look how expensive it is. But also you could look at the idiots who've graduated from Harvard. The monsters that have come out of there, right? You could be like, oh, the president's the most prestigious, important job in the world. But look at some of the people who have been president. Look how incompetent they were. You're supposed to see things for what they are. Strip them of the legend that encrusts them. See them as they are. The same goes for like some fancy car or some important position. It's not what people think it is. You have to strip it bare. You have to see it for what it is. Marcus Aurelius was doing this even with his own purple cloak, the thing that signified he was the emperor. He said, this is just a regular cloak dyed with shellfish blood. I'm seeing it as it actually was, which is such a critical practice. The famous dictum from Lord Acton is that power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. What's remarkable about Marcus Aurelius is that he's perhaps the only exception to this rule that we know. He's given absolute power. What is the first thing he does with it? He gives half of it away to his stepbrother. He isn't corrupted by it. It's a remarkable testament to the power of this philosophy, the idea of what Stoicism can make a person. And that's not an accident. In Meditations, Marcus Aurelius warns himself against being Caesarified, of being dyed purple, of being changed by the power and fame and money that the position has given him. And we all have to be worried about being Caesarified or dyed purple. We have to be worried about being changed by the number of followers that we have, by the promotion that we just got, by the famous name that we inherited. You're not special. The rules do apply to you. You're not better than anyone else. Power doesn't have to corrupt. What it can do is reveal who you actually are. In one point in Meditations, Marcus Aurelius tells himself to take Plato's view, to zoom out, to see things from above. And he does that. He talks about how enormous armies fighting over a border, a whole country, could be not that dissimilar from a far enough view to ants fighting over a piece of food on the ground. It's beautiful and quite impressive that he could come to this point of view, because in Marcus's time, the highest he could have gotten off the ground was like a couple-story building or maybe the top of a mountain. He didn't have the access to an airplane like all of us do. He would have never seen the blue marble photo which showed Earth from space. But when you get to Plato's view, you're just reminded how inconsequential most of the things we get upset about are. And then you are also reminded of how interconnected and interdependent and together we all are. Marcus says this too, that the borders don't matter, that vast oceans don't matter. We're all in this same thing together, that we are tied together more than we like to think that we are. Pierre Hadot, one of the great scholars of Marcus Aurelius, talks about the oceanic feeling. Marcus Aurelius talks about the view from above, he talks about immensity, how all of experience gaps before us. Marcus is trying to meditate on the vastness and the connectedness of everything in the world. He talks about looking at the stars and watching yourself alongside them. I think he's seeking out these kind of humbling experiences. And you could think about why that would be so important to someone who was literally the center of the universe. He wanted to remind himself that that wasn't strictly true. One of the things Marcus Aurelius does say in Meditations about the people who would have always been flattering him and telling him he's amazing, or people who would have been criticizing him or attacking him, he says, think about what they just submitted to a few minutes ago. Think about what they do in private. Think about who they actually are. And when you know who they actually are, how weak they are, or how corrupted they are, petty they are, suddenly their approval, their opinion about you won't matter very much. Marcus Aurelius clearly hated all the flatterers and sycophants. But the thing he hated most was the people who would say things in passing like, I'm going to be honest with you. Let me be straight with you. Let me tell you what I really think. He said that say those things was actually a confession, a self-indictment. You're admitting that that's not the norm. That's not what you normally do. People should know you're going to be honest. He said an honest person should be like the smelly goat in the room. You should know they're there the second they walk in. And nobody had to think that about Marcus. In fact, from an early age, Marcus Aurelius was named Verismus, or the truest one. And we think that's because he was so unflinchingly truthful with Hadrian, his adopted grandfather, in effect, the most powerful man in Rome. Marcus just told him what he thought. He didn't hold back, and neither can you. It's clear that one of Marcus Aurelius' passions is the theater. He loves the theater, and we know this because he quotes so widely from plays. Some of those plays didn't even survive. The only surviving remnants of them are his quotes and meditations. But he would talk about going to the theater, watching a tragedy, and what this can teach us about life. He even talks about looking at your own life as a kind of play. He says if watching something in the theater would make you interested or make you laugh, make you think, it can't make you angry in life when it happens to you. You have to cultivate this same kind of philosophical approach. Today, people might think, oh, philosophy is this intellectual pursuit. It can't possibly jive with theater or watching television, following sports. Of course it can. Marcus Aurelius was drawing from the popular art forms of his time and drawing philosophical lessons from them that he used to be better at his life, which is the purpose of all art. Speaking of the role that art can have in teaching us things, or popular culture can have in teaching us things, you consider probably the most popular dramatical rendering of Marcus is in the movie Gladiator. He's the old guy at the beginning of the movie that Joaquin Phoenix's character kills. Now, this isn't a movie explicitly based on Stoicism, and all the time you see on the internet quotes from the movie attributed to Marcus that are really only in the movie and not real. But the movie does capture, quite shockingly, the evil and the awfulness of Commodus. And that question has to hover over your readings of Meditations. How can such a wise and decent and patient and philosophical person have raised such a terrible kid? It's a tricky question, and I don't have a good answer. We've talked about it before on Daily Stoic. I mean, almost all of Marcus Aurelius' children die. Commodus is his only remaining male heir. You know, maybe Commodus is just a psychopath and doesn't say anything about Marcus. Maybe Marcus was trapped by the traditions of his time. Antoninus, Hadrian, and the preceding emperors, they didn't have a male son, so there wasn't an issue. But it is a tricky question, and I think the overall lesson we take from this is just talking about these things, just thinking about these things, it doesn't mean you're going to be good at this really difficult thing that is raising children. That should humble us, and also, I think, even make us question some of the things that we see Marcus Aurelius talk about in Meditations. Steve Jobs learned from his father, who was a carpenter, the importance of caring about the craft, how something was done, even the parts that no one would see, like the back of a fence or the back of a drawer. That's why the inside of a MacBook computer is beautiful, even though your average user will never crack it open and see. Again, Meditations being a book for the author, not for the reader, is so fascinating. Marcus Aurelius is writing in Greek, not in Latin, because at that time, Greek was the language of philosophy. It was a harder but a more beautiful language. He quotes from memory perfectly these obscure passages from philosophy. He makes these observations about the way that grain bends, or the flecks of foam on a boar's mouth. He was a beautiful writer, but it was beautiful just for himself. I mean, that's one of the reasons I slaved over this edition. I just wanted it to be amazing and beautiful, to reflect the workmanship and the craftsmanship of Meditations itself. And I just always think of that lesson from Marcus and from Steve Jobs, that it doesn't matter whether other people will see it, whether it's in your journal or for publication. You have to care about what it is and how it's made. We never step in the same river twice. The river changes and we change. right? When you pick up a book for the first time, then a second time, and a third time, maybe even a 100th time, each time you get something different out of it. I think so often we get a book, we read it once, we go, I got it, right? But that's not how it works. Stoicism is this topic you're supposed to return to over and over and over again. I put a lot of miles on my copies of Meditations over the years. Covers falling off, there's different highlighters and pens, folded like almost every page at this point. As I've returned to these passages so many times, like now almost everything in it's marked up. So one of the things I've been doing recently is rereading it on a fresh copy. And I have a really special fresh copy. This is my leather-bound edition that I actually had made, which you can buy at dailystoic.com/meditations. I'm returning to Meditations now with fresh eyes. You can see all the notes that I have in here. All these things have been hitting me in a new place, in a new way, because the book is saying it's the same translation, but the format's a little bit different. Font size is a little bit different. The moment in time is different. My experiences are different. The lessons are the same, but the lessons that I need are different. So Meditations has to be a book that you return to over and over again, one you can't be satisfied just getting the gist of. It has to be a daily practice, an ongoing practice, something you return to over and over and over again. This new one, the leather-bound edition, I think could last you your whole life. I'm really proud of this. It's so awesome. And on the back it has, I think, a wonderful encapsulation of Meditations. Marcus Aurelius says, concentrate on what you have to do. Fix your eyes on it. Remind yourself that your task is to be a good human being. Remind yourself what nature demands of people. Then do it without hesitation. Speak the truth as you see it, but with kindness, with humility, without hypocrisy. That's the journey I think Meditations is trying to get us all towards, one that each time we pick up the book we get a little bit closer towards. I'm really proud of this. You can check it out. It's got awesome new illustrations on each of the 12 books. It's got gilt edge pages. It's high quality leather, Marcus's face on the front. I think you're really gonna like this. And then at the back, I wrote a biography of Marcus that I think everyone should read. So check out the new book, dailystoic.com/meditations, or get it anywhere books are sold, including my bookstore, The Painted Porch. In my office, I have all sorts of reminders of Marcus. I have like prints, I have this bust of him. This is a bust I have from Marcus Aurelius from the 1840s. I have a painting of Marcus that someone did for me. When Marcus says at the beginning of Meditations that nothing is so inspiring as seeing the virtues embodied in the people around us, I think this is also true in how you decorate your space, your house, your office, whatever. Find philosophical embodiments of these ideas, things that remind you. When I look at those things, it's just this little sort of subconscious reminder of who I want to be, how I want to live. I'm looking at the virtues being embodied around me, and that keeps me on the straight and narrow. In writing the Daily Stoic, I got to parse exact word choice of Marcus in ways that I probably ordinarily wouldn't have. One of the passages that really struck me the first time I read Meditations, but he says, how trivial the things we want so passionately are. And I don't know, I guess I was struck by like the idea that we want so passionately are. I thought that was a beautiful expression. But it's actually in the midst of translating it and seeing it from a different perspective, I realized he's saying how trivial the things we want so badly are. I think there's something to be said about reading and rereading where almost like a Talmudic scholar, you're debating what does this word mean or that word mean, or what about this, or what about this meaning. There just is something about diving super deep. Sometimes the superficial, the first take you take is the one that hits you, and sometimes it's the 50th take where you finally get it, or you get it on a level that you wouldn't have gotten before. I remember when we were translating Marcus Aurelius for Daily Stoic, there's a passage where Marcus Aurelius says, stop your whining, stop this miserable whining monkey life. I remember our editor said, monkey around, is this an expression Marcus could have possibly used? Would Marcus Aurelius have even seen or known what a monkey was? And it turns out, yes. In fact, Commodus probably killed one in the Colosseum. He was a psychopath. Just the more you play and dig into the language, the more you understand. And this is why reading and rereading is so important. You just never know. Behind every word choice, it's like a whole other room to explore. It would have been my third or fourth reading of Marcus Aurelius that I caught this line. He says, you could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think. It's the Stoic idea of memento mori. It's not that you will die tomorrow and you should try heroin or go to an orgy. It's that you never know when life is going to end. And so you can't take it for granted. You cannot take it for granted. Another one that I didn't get at first, Marcus Aurelius is saying to avoid imperialization. He says that indelible stain. And I didn't really know what he meant by imperialization. And that's when I saw it in another translation. I realized what he's talking about is imperialization, like the imperial system of Rome. He means to not be Caesarified, to not be corrupted by his position. So I think sometimes it's just where you are. You don't know what a certain word means, or just the intonation that you're reading about it doesn't hit you in the right way. And this is why you have to come back to things, why you can't just be satisfied with getting the gist of something. You have to return to it over and over again because you get it in a new way. It also is why, as much as I've loved the Hayes translation and why we have this edition, it's why I've read the other translations. It's why I like the Robin Waterfeld annotated version, because he's bringing his perspective. He's breaking down what he sees in it, and each time you do that, you get something new. In Meditations, Marcus Aurelius says we have to be more like a boxer or a wrestler than a dancer. He says we have to be dug in and ready for sudden attacks. You know, he saw life as a battle. He saw fate as being indifferent to us, but also dealing serious blows to us. And if you're not ready for it, if you think life is a dance, if you think life is fun, if you think everything's going to be all right, then, man, fortune has some real surprises in store for you. And if you look at Marcus's life, that was true. One thing after another. He was ready for it. He was dug in. He was ready for those sudden attacks. And you and I have to be also. At one point in Meditations, Marcus Aurelius says, avoid false friendship at all costs. He says nothing is more painful, nothing is worse. And he knows this from experience. I tell An Obstacle is the Way, the story of Marcus being betrayed by Avidius Cassius, his most trusted general, one of his best friends. He declares himself emperor. He essentially attempts to orchestrate a coup. Marcus Aurelius knew that although we wanted to be trusting of people, although we wanted to assume the best in people, we had to understand that people were not perfect. People could be led astray. People could have evil intentions in their heart. We have to be aware of this, and we have to be prepared for it. One of my favorite lines in Meditations, he says, to accept it without arrogance, to let it go with indifference. Good things happen. We get awards. We succeed. We make money. Awesome. But that doesn't say anything about you as a person. We fail, we fall short, we get criticized. Great, that doesn't say anything about you as a person. Another translation, it says, receive without pride, let go without attachment. Sort of even keel, not being affected, not getting too high or too low, not identifying with any of it, but identifying solely with your character. Marcus Aurelius tried to do good. He tried to help as many people, but he also understood that doing the right thing, doing good things, it wasn't always going to be recognized. It wasn't always going to be appreciated. He says in Meditations that you can't expect the third thing, being recognized, being appreciated, being thanked for what happened. You already got the thanks, he said, by doing the right thing, by feeling, by knowing that it was the right thing. Everything else, the Stoics would say, is extra. Nice to have, but it can't be why you do it. And I think often of this idea of doing the third thing. Third thing is wanting to hit the bestseller list. The third thing is wanting the thank you card. The third thing is the person coming to you and saying, I just want to let you know what that meant to me, how much it helped me. I want to pay you back. No, you do it because it was the right thing. If you get the third thing, if you get the extra, that's great. For the Stoics, that shouldn't be something you want, but most of all, it can't be something you expect, because you will be disappointed. In book 12 of
The team 很差劲，很垃圾。别人的 team 一直输，因为我觉得 team， 我觉得我需要一个好的 team 啊。team 太差了。这是我的 outfit， 你说我的那个 outfit， 我觉得 Hugo 打得还可以，但是就是如果整个 team 很差劲，可能要专门找朋友去玩这个东西吧。
Strange, or that's weird, or it's incorrect for the following reasons, and we give up our own internal sense of what we like or dislike, what's right or wrong, to do what everyone else does. Sanity is tying your success to what you say and do. Insanity is tying it to what other people say and do. So to me, this is one of the most powerful lessons of Marcus that even the Emperor of Rome was struggling with. I think shows how difficult it is to maintain that inner scorecard, that inner compass, when everyone around you is thinking or saying something differently than you. It would be a mistake to see Marcus Aurelius as perfect. He wasn't perfect because no one is perfect. He's a human being. Marcus instead was trying to get better. Always. Meditations was Marcus Aurelius writing notes to himself. When Marcus Aurelius warns against having a temper, or being afraid of death, or being ambitious, or any of the things that he talks about, he's not lecturing you, he's lecturing him, probably because he just lost his temper, probably because he struggled with that. So you don't want to see Marcus,
有点屁股臭。
you want to see Marcus as a fellow human being striving to be their best, just as you and
他把我想用 Articuno， 他把我那 Articuno 不能用了。他们选，他们选把 Articuno ban。我想用，我觉得 Articuno 他活得比较长，被人家打。
In book 537, Marcus Aurelius says, I was a fortunate man, but at some point fortune abandoned me. You can imagine Marcus saying this after the plague, after he's burying another.
你说我那个穿的衣服比较普通，因为他那个没下载好，所以这才是真正的衣服。这个帽子我有买。 I'm a pirate. Right? It wasn't what was happening in the outside. Fortune wasn't this external thing. Good fortune, feeling good, being good. This was something that was up to him, that was inside him, and the choices that he made and the actions that he took. I was saying before that one of the things Marcus does in meditations is he quotes from playwrights or bits of lines from the theater that particularly struck him. One of my favorites, this is a lost line from the poet Euripides. He says, and why should we be angry at the world as if the world would notice? We don't know what this plays from, we don't know the larger context, but it's such a great Stoic line. Getting angry, being pissed off, being resentful, being bitter, the world doesn't care. It is indifferent to you and I. All we can try to do, the Stoics say, is maintain that goodness, preserve our character, focus on how we respond. One thing Marcus doesn't talk a lot about in meditations is happiness or joy. But I think that goes back to the idea that he wasn't talking about things that he didn't need help with. He's not having to remind himself that jokes are funny, that sex feels good. In fact, he's reminding himself the opposite, that sex might feel good in the moment, but it can cause regrets, complications, or problems later on. He's reminding himself of the things that he needs the most help with. Nice fancy bed is better than a hard, uncomfortable one. He doesn't need a reminder of that. Right? So meditations, as Marcus Aurelius is talking about the things that are important, but we should not take that omission as meaning anything more than that. The Stoics were happy, the Stoics had joy, the Stoics loved, and we know Marcus did these things. The Stoics were just like us. Marcus had some sense of what human flourishing or happiness was. That's just not what he was talking the most about in meditation. I think the passage that hit me most from meditations is book 5. Marcus Aurelius talks about struggling to get out of bed in the morning. He's just like you and I, and he's saying, oh, it's so nice here under the covers. And he says, but are you meant to feel nice? Huddle under the covers and be warm? No, he said you were meant to do the work of a human being. You gotta get up, you gotta get after it. When I read that in college for the first time, it hit me so much, I taped it up on my wall. I've been thinking about it ever since. My friend Stephen Pressfield talks about the resistance, the thing that gets in between us and what we want to do. He says, nobody says, I'm never going to write my symphony. He says, I'm going to do it tomorrow. Marcus really struggles with the resistance too, like all of us. He says, you could be good today, instead you choose tomorrow. We put it off. And actually, Seneca says something similar. He says, the one thing fools all have in common is they're always getting ready to begin. But the point for Marcus was that you do it now, not later. You do it now. The Stoics believed in this idea of sympatheia, that there was this whole, this collective we're in. Marcus Aurelius talks about the common good dozens and dozens of times in meditation. He believed that, yeah, he was a Roman, and yes, he was the head of the Roman Empire, but all human beings were connected, that all human beings shared an affinity and a relationship and an obligation to each other. In book 654, he says, what injures the hive injures the bee. What's bad for the hive is bad for the bee. What's bad for the bee is bad for the hive. And this was a time of such immense cruelty and selfishness and indifference to what was happening elsewhere. Marcus Aurelius is saying, no, your job as a human being is to care about other human beings, not just the ones immediately nearest to you or related to you, but ones you'll never know, ones you'll never meet, ones who have never even been born. Stoicism does not make you a sociopath. If anything, it makes you care more about more people. We don't know a lot about the policies that Marcus enacts. We know of a couple. One, he passes a law that makes life easier for slaves and protection to them. And then another, he demands that the gladiators be given wooden swords to practice and fight with. Take a very dangerous, fatal sword and make it not so dangerous. I like this idea of Stoicism being, at least in part, about standing up for
For the little guy, one of the things he learns from the Stoics is this idea of a society of equals, of equal laws, of a ruler who protects the rights of their subjects. I just love the idea that Marx is talking about that in theory, and then he is in a position to do something about it, and he does. Not enough. None of us do enough. There's a reminder there too. If he reads Epictetus, he sees the brilliance of this slave who becomes a philosopher. And yeah, he makes the life easier for slaves, but he never questions the institution of slavery itself. But I do generally like the idea that Marcus did his best to practice what he preached. In book 5, Marcus really talks about the proper role of philosophy in life. He says it's not as your instructor. He says it's a kind of medicine, an ointment. He describes a sort of ancient remedy for this eye illness, or they crack an egg on you or something like that. I think his general point actually is taken from Epictetus, who said, you shouldn't leave my philosophy class feeling good. You should feel like you just came out of the hospital. He says, because you weren't well when you entered. But the point of philosophy is to challenge you, to make you uncomfortable. It's to fix the illnesses of the soul, of the mind. Even though there are passages in meditations that are soothing and reassuring, a lot of them are jarring. A lot of them make you uncomfortable. A lot of them really make you think, or a lot of them make you instinctively disagree. That's the point. Philosophy is not supposed to be an instructor. It's supposed to be a kind of medicine. Philosophy can feel like this impractical, inaccessible thing. With Marx really starts in meditation, no role is so well suited to philosophy as the one you're in right now. He says it stares you in the face. And of course he's talking to himself, of course he's talking about being emperor. But if it stares the emperor in the face, that no role is so well suited to being philosophical as that, I think it's also true for being a janitor, for being a stay-at-home parent, for being an astronaut. Whatever it is that you do stares you in the face. Method is so well suited to what you're doing as this philosophy. In book 6:13, Marcus says, pride is the master of deception. When you think you're occupied in the weightiest business, that's when he has you in his spell. There's a quote from the philosopher Bertrand Russell, who's not a fan of Stoics. He said, the first sign of an impending nervous collapse is the belief that your work is terribly, terribly important. It's, again, a very humbling idea. Yes, Marcus Aurelius' work was important. Yes, he wanted to do a good job at whatever he was doing. It was just a reminder of how insidious ego is, how self-important we often feel, and how easily we get distracted, again, with inessential things, the things that validate us, that make us feel special, and don't matter at all. Years ago, a friend sent me an email in the afternoon or the early evening on a Friday. Opened it, and I was like, you know what, this is like I got a lot to deal with here, and I marked it as unread, and I said, I'll get to it on Monday. And he dropped dead on a hike on Sunday. This is what the Stoics are talking about when they say, memento mori. They say you could leave life right now. And one of the most haunting passages of Marcus Aurelius, he talks about how as you tuck your child in at night, says you should say to yourself, they will not make it to the morning. And his point was meditating on the fact that this could be the last email that you get from this friend. This could be the last time you sit down to coffee. It could be the last family vacation that you ever go on, for you or for them, right? And we can't take people or places for granted. I don't think Marcus is doing this exercise, meditating on the loss of his child, to disconnect, to detach from them. The opposite. It's to connect more deeply with them, to remind himself what was truly important, which is the present moment. And his other brilliant meditation on the ephemerality of life, he says, you're afraid of death because you won't be able to do this anymore. You won't be able to get in line at the DMV. You won't be on another stupid, pointless conference call. So much of what we spend our life doing is a complete waste. And then we say we're afraid of death. We say we feel like we don't have enough time. You do have enough time. You just have to stop wasting it. I was talking to someone recently who had this high-flying business. It was super successful out of nowhere, made all sorts of money, got all sorts of wonderful public attention, and then it turned. The business failed, and suddenly they weren't held up as the business success, but as an example of a business failure. And I told them one of my favorite passages from Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius says, we're like a rock tossed in the air. We gain nothing by going up and lose nothing by coming down. None of this says anything about us as people. He didn't gain anything by being made emperor. He wouldn't have lost by losing it. None of it, Marcus Aurelius says, means anything about us as people. Even though Marcus Aurelius says we must avoid false friendship at all costs, even though he's betrayed by his trusted general Avidius Cassius, we know that Marcus doesn't harden his heart. He doesn't close himself off in the world. He's ready, as Michael Scott says, he's ready to be heard again, right? He constantly is putting himself back out there. But he does learn from this. He's a little more guarded going forward. He makes this analogy short lines in meditations are the best. Discard your misperceptions. Stop being jerked around like a puppet. Limit yourself to the present. They're just a couple of words. They say so much, and they cut through so much space and time. He never uses two words or one will do. He doesn't beat around the bush. He just comes out and says it. And the advice is so clear, so obvious. Try to imagine the Emperor of Rome, this man of enormous power and wealth and prestige, trying to tell himself not to be a person of too many words or too many deeds. Pretty remarkable that he's even at that level talking about simplification. He's talking about modesty, talking about restraint. It's a beautiful thing and a very rare thing, to be sure. In meditation, Marcus Aurelius is constantly pointing out how few people remember the emperors who came before him. Who remembers the name of Vespasian? Who remembers this person from Hadrian's court or that one? All these names are forgotten. But he's saying this to remind himself that one day the name Marcus Aurelius will sound unfamiliar. Indeed, for hundreds of years it was. I mean, how many people even watching this video know much more about Marcus Aurelius than he was the old guy in the movie Gladiator, right? Even the most famous person in the world, the person they carve statues out of stone.
Why are there so many crowns on these people, man? Crowns. Why do you have so many crowns?
That should be a humbling reminder for all of us. In Gregory Hayes' introduction of Meditations, he says there's an American president who rereads Marcus Aurelius every single year. Some research turned out he was talking then about President Bill Clinton. Now, obviously, Bill Clinton did not get truly the message of Meditations, but I think the point is, how much better off would we be if every leader, every person in a position of power was familiar with Marcus Aurelius? Because he was there, he had that job times 1,000, and he knew what you had to strive to do, he knew what you had to try your hardest not to do, he knew what you had to be great. And I think it's important that it's not just reading it once. Again, the idea of rereading it every year. So not just, hey, wouldn't it be nice if every president and every world leader read and reread Meditations every year? We don't control that. If you reread it every year, what would you learn? What would you take out of it each and every time? I know that I've taken something new out of it each time I pick up this book, as I have now for almost 15 years. Every time you dip into Marcus, you take something new out of it. And that's why Bill Clinton was rereading it every year, and that's why every leader, every parent, every person should do the same. I have some really old copies of Meditations, too, that people have given me. Some of them are so old, the covers are falling off. I'm even scared to pull the pages apart. Hundreds of years old. And I think one Stoic exercise you could almost imagine Marcus doing it, and I think about it now even when I hold my newish copies versus my oldish copies. Think about who the person was that held this book 100 years ago, 200 years ago. Think about the translation that this translation is a translation of, is a translation of, is a translation of. And you start to get far back pretty fast, and you wonder where those people are. They're gone forever, just as someday will be gone forever. Maybe someone will get your used copy at a library sale or a garage sale, or it'll be passed down your kids, their kids, their kids. None of us are here forever. And in a lot of different places in meditation, Marcus meditates on how these old familiar names are no longer so familiar. And these people who were once powerful and super well known, nobody knows who they are. Think about all the famous people that have owned meditation. They're noble, as you and I will someday be. The one prophecy that never fails, as they say. And Marcus knows that for all his power, for all his fame, for all his brilliance, he's not an exception to that rule. His memory might live on forever, but he knows posthumous fame isn't really worth anything. He says, focus on what you can now, be present, you're not exempt from anything, you're a regular person, eventually you'll find yourself on your deathbed, and it may well be sooner than you would like it to be, and such is life. One of my favorite passages in Meditations, Marcus Aurelius talks about washing off the dust of earthly life. I think studying philosophy is a way to do that. Going for a walk is a way to do that. The Romans would have done that in the bathhouse. We can imagine Marcus after a day of hearing cases or meetings, he would have been dirty, literally and figuratively, and he would have walked to a bathhouse, a gymnasium, he would have cleaned himself there. He would have gotten a cold plunge or a thermal pool. In fact, at Quincum, when Marcus writes a chunk of Meditations, you can step in one of those pools. It's still running today. There's something beautiful and timeless about that, and I think very practical about the reminder of washing off the dust of earthly life, literally and metaphorically. It was funny, I was going through my copy of Meditations many years ago, and I found inside a receipt. It was for Borders in Riverside, California. The store doesn't exist anymore. And then I realized it wasn't my name, my credit card on the receipt. It was And I realized that shortly after my wife and I had met, I just read Meditations, and she went and bought that copy. That was something we shared and talked about, and this copy is still there with us. I'll show you a picture of it. But Marcus Aurelius himself is changed by a book recommendation. His philosophy teacher Rusticus gives him a copy of Epictetus, and they bond over it. Books can change our lives. They can connect us with other people. They can be with us for years, decades. I think there's something to be said in meditation, but then also in my copy of meditation, about the singular power of a book to bring people together. There's an immense amount of control or influence that the translator has over how they choose to use this word or that word, and that can mean a world of difference. But also, like, when you just get the crappy translation that's in the public domain or the cheapest one on Amazon, like, you're selling yourself short. I feel so lucky I got the Hayes translation early. But the point is, books are an investment. You shouldn't cheap out. You shouldn't get the cheapest one. You should get the one that's right, that's best. And there's a reason these things cost money, is that they're worth money. My life would have been totally different had I gotten the crappier translation, cheaper translation, or if I said, I'll just get it from the library, I'll skim through it, and I'll give it back. No, reading is an investment. Books are an investment, and you have to invest accordingly. I was once having a conversation with the great Robert Greene about the Stoics, and he showed me his copy of Marcus Aurelius' Meditation. And he would write in the margins, well, AF. AF stood for amor fati. Amor fati actually comes to us from Nietzsche, who was not a particularly big fan of the Stoics, but expressed something, I think, at the core of Stoicism. He said, not just to bear what is necessary or accept it, he says you must love it. Amor fati, a love of one's faith. And it was Robert who made this explicit connection between Stoicism and amor fati, which I popularized in Stoic, in videos, my book. Robert and I even made this coin, which I carry with me everywhere, and it has that picture of the fire. Marcus Aurelius, again, remember saying that what you throw on top of the fire becomes fuel for the fire. The fire loves what you're throwing in there. So I just love that idea. I'm so indebted to Robert to helping me see this connection between two wildly different philosophical schools of thought, but finding this one area where they converge. One passage I marked down in Meditations when I first read it, Marcus Aurelius goes straight to the seat of intelligence. Writing and reading require a master, so too is life. Mentors have been a huge guiding force in my life. Robert Greene, others, if you don't have a mentor, if you don't have a teacher, if you don't have the kinds of people that Marcus is thanking in the Debts and Lessons section of Meditations, you're not going to become what you're capable of becoming. You're not going to become anything like Marcus Aurelius. The remarkable thing about Meditations is that it's really a book for the writer, not for the reader. It's not for you. Marcus might even be mortified that we're here talking about it, because he never intended to publish it. The point of Meditations was his own practice. He was writing to himself, writing notes to himself. But the book accomplished what it was set out to accomplish before it was read by anyone else, let alone, 2,000 years later that it's still helping people. And you have to have that kind of journaling practice in your life, I think. How are you meditating on these things? How are you talking to yourself about them? What's the internal dialogue or debate or interrogation process that you have in your life helping you be what you're capable of being and who you're capable of being? Marcus Aurelius had a lot to complain about. He's betrayed, he's misled, people lie to him, people try to take things from him. He has a job that he doesn't even want. And yet nowhere in Meditations, what he thinks is his private diary that no one is going to read, we never once see him complain about any of this. He doesn't complain about being unappreciated, he doesn't complain about being abused, he doesn't complain about being put upon, he doesn't complain about the stress. Because, as he says in Meditations, we should never be overheard complaining, not even to ourselves. Concentrate like a Roman, Marcus Aurelius says. Concentrate on doing the thing in front of you as if it was the last thing you were doing in your life. I think about that pretty often. That it could be the last time you send this email. It could be the last time you have this conversation. It could be the last time that I sit down to write, or that I sit down to make a video. So am I going to be fully present? Am I going to concentrate? Am I going to do my job? Am I going to meet the standards of my people, of my profession, my history? Am I going to concentrate like a Roman? Am I going to do it like this thing matters? I might not get another opportunity to do it. To me, that's the test, that's the standard to try to meet every day that you are lucky enough to be alive. Marcus Aurelius is clearly very strict with himself. Meditations is one rule, admonishment, almost impossible standard that he's setting for himself after another. And yet, we're told by historians, the brilliance of Marcus is that his strictness was limited solely to himself. Tolerant with others, strict with yourself. Conscious of the fact that it's called self-discipline for a reason. You control yourself, you control the standards you set for yourself, but you have to be tolerant and understanding of other people. And another part in meditation, he chastises himself for not being a better forgiver of faults. And that's what we have to cultivate. This practice should make us better. Also, we're forgiving and tolerant of other people. Marcus Aurelius' hero of heroes is Antoninus, who adopted his stepfather. As far as we know, Antoninus Pius doesn't write anything about it. He writes no works of Stoic philosophy. He probably wouldn't have even identified as a Stoic or as a philosopher. And yet, to Marcus, he was the embodiment of Stoicism and philosophy. He was clearly naturally this way. And I suspect some people naturally are. I think we can deduce that because Marcus did have to write this book, Marcus wasn't naturally this way. He was struggling like you and I are struggling. He was trying to get there. He needed the extra help. And it is inevitable that we will fall short, which is why in Meditations, Marcus really says to pick yourself back up when you fall, but he also says to celebrate the fact that you're a human being. What matters is that you come back to the rhythm of it, right? We're going to be jarred by circumstances. We're going to be messed up. We're going to slip on our diet, on our New Year's resolution, on the goal we have. That's okay. What matters is that you get back up. What matters is that more often than not, you stick to it, that you always come back home to it. In one passage, it goes, it's unfortunate that this happened. Then it catches himself and says, no, it's fortunate that it happened to you. And we think about all the things that happened to Marcus Aurelius in his life. Plagues, war, flooding, he loses children, he has a troublesome son, people think his wife is cheating on him. It's one thing after another. But he doesn't run from any of this. He doesn't hide from it. He doesn't throw himself at the pity party. Even though he felt sorry for himself in that minute, he always saw it as an opportunity. He rose to the occasion. One ancient historian would say that Marcus doesn't meet with the good fortune that he deserved. But then he says, but I admired him all the more for that, because he preserved himself and the empire despite these extraordinary circumstances. That's what greatness is. That's what the obstacle is the way is really about. Several points in Meditations, Marcus really summarizes what are, in effect, the three disciplines of Stoicism that you need to know always. Perception, how we see things. What part of this is in my control, what isn't, what isn't actually, how do I see it as clearly as possible. And then the next step is, what are you going to do about it? What action can you take? And then the third part is the will, the fortitude, the strength, the perseverance that you bring to bear on that problem, obstacle situation. Perception, action, will. That's the essence of Stoic philosophy, which Marcus organizes meditations around and returns to repeatedly, over and over again. Marcus Aurelius would have been cheered everywhere he went. There would have been praised. He was given a Roman triumph. They built statues of him. They flatter him. Every room he's the most important person there. And he has this remarkable way of describing all of that. The clapping is the smacking of hands. He says that cheering is the clacking of tongues. Doing that contemptuous expression that we talked about, the idea that this stuff doesn't matter, let's see it as it actually is. Don't just take it for granted that a standing ovation says something special about you, that obviously being all these people talking about you is important. Think about what it actually is. Think about what it actually represents. Break it down and see it in this skeptical, almost cynical light that it loses its power over you. Obviously, Marcus is an idealist. Obviously, he's a perfectionist. Obviously, he wants to be good and he wants other people to be good. Yet he's also pragmatic. He's also a realist. He says in Meditations, don't go around expecting Plato's Republic. Cicero says of Plato that he acted as if he lived in Plato's Republic instead of the dregs of Romulus. Obviously, you want to be good despite what's happening in the outside world, but you can't also expect perfection or a utopia because you don't live there. You have to be pragmatic and realistic and practical, or you're just setting yourself up to be disappointed. You're setting yourself up to have your heart broken, which is what Marcus is preparing against at the beginning of Meditations, like we talked about. He says, the people you are going to meet are annoying, jealous, frustrating, mean, all of that, right? Not the things in Plato's Republic. You gotta be ready, you gotta expect those things. Not only can you not expect Plato's Republic, you have to deal with the place that you're in. You gotta make practical decisions based on what you're in. He says, if the cucumber is bitter, throw it out. He says, if there's brambles in the path, go around. Don't despair, don't be mad, don't wish it was otherwise. Just get to work, start where you are with what you have.
Who gets twice so hard?
Love books. They lose
Fucking shit. These teammates suck, man.
Stop reading to throw away his books. It's because any virtue taken too far can be a vice, right? Marcus
Teammates suck.
really loved going into his books because it's simpler than
The Cinderus guy was good.
philosophy texts were cleaner and clearer than the complicated moral ambiguities of life. He was saying that a philosopher has to be a doer, not just a thinker. In fact, the Stoics, they didn't like what they called the pen and ink philosophers, the people who were just readers. They weren't doers. It's good advice. It's wonderful to read, and you should read as much as possible. But you can't live in there. You have to live in the real world. You can imagine that as the emperor of Rome, people had a lot of strong opinions on Marcus. They thought he was the best in the world. They thought he was the worst in the world. They thought he sucked. They thought he was amazing. He would have been bombarded with opinions about it. He has to not think about it. He has to set his own standards. He has to keep his own inner scorecard. He says at one point in Meditations that the perks of his job is that you can earn a bad reputation by doing good deeds. Think of someone like Harry Truman, who makes a bunch of momentous, critical, probably the correct decisions, but he leaves office one of the least popular presidents in American history. That's what Marcus is talking about. People have strong opinions about what you do, but you have to set your own standards, your own scorecard. You have to do the right thing because it's the right thing, not because it's going to make you popular, or conversely, not concerned whether it might make you unpopular. Objective judgment now at this very moment. Unselfish action now at this very moment. Willing acceptance now at this very moment. He says that's all that you need. That's the formula for turning an obstacle upside down. First, you have to see it clearly. Second, you have to focus on what's possible, what you can do for others here. Third, you have to accept the parts of it that are outside your control. You have to bring kind of fortitude and strength to it. Perception, action, will. That's all that you need. I was lucky enough actually to interview Gregory Hayes, the translator of these two books, way back in 2007. And I asked him what his favorite passage in Meditations was. And he said this, I'll read it to you. He said, keep in mind how fast things pass by and are gone. Those that are now and those to come.
I'll hinder them.
Flows past us like a river. And what is in constant flux? And why has 1,000 variations? Nothing is stable. Not even what's right here. The infinity of the past and future gapes before us, a chasm whose depths we cannot see. I probably missed the brilliance of that until I saw him read it, but it stuck with me ever since. And actually, when we illustrated this edition of Meditation, I tried to capture that. The time flows like a river, and you just think of it rushing past. You think of Marcus Aurelius writing it near the Danube. Water is clearly this repeated metaphor and analogy in the Stoics, and it can teach us so much. And most of all, I think it can both humble and inspire us. Marcus Aurelius talks about being jarred by circumstances, messing up, failing. He talks about the idea of a rhythm, coming back to the rhythm. And I like this idea. I think Stoics talk about the logos, the way. You think of the logos, the kind of rhythm of the universe being the way. It's something you come back to. So even if you screw up, it's always there. The metronome is always there. The rhythm of the music is always there. You want to come back to it. Like a lot of people, I have a tendency to overwork, to overdo, to overcommit, take things too intensely. Marcus Aurelius warns himself against this in Meditation that has stuck with me always. He says, in your actions, don't procrastinate. In your conversations, don't confuse. In your thoughts, don't wander. In your soul, don't be passive or aggressive. In your life, don't be all about business. Right? Don't be all about business. If you want tranquility, you have to do less. It's about doing less. It's about saying no more. The question we have to ask ourselves constantly is this essential? Because most of what we do and say is not essential. When you eliminate the inessential, he says that's good in and of itself. But secondarily, you get the benefit of doing the essential things better. You have to say no. You have to say no. Multiple times, Marcus used a word that I totally missed, like, for instance, to move from one unselfish action to another with God in mind. Only their delight and stillness. Stillness is a very Eastern word, but it also has roots in Stoicism. Ataraxia, apathy, this idea for the Stoics of not being disturbed by external circumstances, by internal circumstances, not caring what other people say, not caring what other people do, getting to a place of stillness. This is clearly what Marcus was studying philosophy for and where he wanted to get. Stillness, though, it is this idea that Marcus returns to over and over and over again, probably because he had so little stillness in his busy, chaotic, crazy life. He wants to be like the rock that the wave crashes over, and eventually the sea falls still around. I think of that metaphor all the time. The world is going to be crazy. All these things are happening, but what you can have is a certain kind of strength and stillness and inner fortitude is the ability to be calm amid the turbulence, to be still even as the world is spinning around you. Everything lasts for a day, the knower and the known. This is a pretty interesting observation from a man who was the most famous man in the world in that time. A man who's still so famous, you can buy coins with his face on them on Etsy. They survive as historical documents worth hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. This is a guy whose book still pops on and off the bestseller list, whose search engine show have an all-time spike in popularity. But Marcus Aurelius would also remind himself that posthumous fame isn't really worth anything. He's not around to enjoy it. What matters is, was he deserving of that in his own time? Was he good then? Is he famous for the right reasons, for doing good stuff, for being a good person? So we can imagine when Marcus comes to the end of life and realizes he's going to die, I wonder if he thought about the passage that he wrote in book 1036. He says, it doesn't matter how good a life you've led, there will still be people standing around the bed who will welcome the sad event. His point was, if you're doing this for validation, if you're doing this to be loved, if you're doing this to be remembered, the rewards for doing the right thing have to be the right thing. You can't be doing it to be liked. You can't care about what other people think. You can't try to please everyone all the time, be everyone's favorite, especially as a leader, especially as a leader. So Marcus had to constantly be aware of this, and I wondered if, when he actually came to the end of his life, if he thought about the fact that maybe secretly some of these people were glad he would be gone soon, and if he had to come to terms with those words that he'd written so long ago. In book 4 of Meditations, this is 437, it says, on the verge of dying and you're still weighed down, still turbulent, still convinced that external things can harm you, still rude to other people, still not acknowledging the truth that wisdom is justice. I just love the intensity with which he's addressing himself. Marcus, again, isn't perfect. He's still struggling with it. He's saying it's the end of your life and you still haven't gotten this right. And he's repeating to himself who he wants to be, how he should be. And I think, and this is the important part, he's also saying it's not too late. It's never too late. It's funny, Marcus is, I think, meditating on memento mori to root himself in the present moment. And you do notice that Marcus talks about the present moment over and over and over again in Meditations. He's reminding yourself that it's the only thing you have. It's the only thing you can lose. I think that's because he, like us, found it so easy to get distracted, to think about the past or the future, to worry about this, to regret that. And the consequence of that is you're losing the only thing you have, he's saying, which is right now. The fruit of this life, Marcus says at one point in Meditations, is good character and acts for the common good. Elsewhere, he talks about those epithets for the self. Those are two pretty good ones, right? That you should be good character always, and do good things for other people always. And to Marcus, that's what he was striving to do always. Good character, good deeds. It's hard to come up with a better summation for a good life than that. There's a pretty amazing story about Marcus Aurelius. Pretty late in life, he's seen leaving his palace in Rome. He's carrying these tablets, and a friend says, where are you going? He says, I'm off to see Sextus the philosopher to learn that which I do not yet know. A friend marvels. He says, here's the most powerful man in the world, even as an old age, picking up his books and going to school. I think that's, in effect, what Marcus is. He remains a student. It's his notebook. It's his exercise book. It's his workbook. He's doing work on himself even as an old man. And the fruits of that come down to us. It's just so wonderful to think of Marcus even as an old man. Maybe some of the lines in here he learned from Sextus the philosopher. He thanks Sextus the philosopher in book 1, the Debts and Lessons chapter. So the idea for Marcus was that you always stay a student. We know that Marcus Aurelius doesn't want to be emperor. In fact, he breaks down and cries when he is told he's going to be emperor, because he knew how many bad emperors there were. And I also think he probably had a little bit of imposter syndrome. He wasn't someone who sought out power, and so when power came his way, he wondered if he could do it, if he had the skills, if he was strong enough, smart enough, firm enough, ruthless enough. But before Marcus becomes emperor, he has a dream, we're told. And in that dream, he dreams that he has shoulders made of ivory. That was to him letting himself know that he was strong enough to bear the weight. He could do it. And in Meditations, we catch him reminding himself of that lesson that he learned many years ago, early on, before he taken power. He says, remind yourself that if it's humanly possible, know that you can do it also. These people aren't better than you. They're not given some gift that you don't have. They became who they needed to be. They gave themselves the shoulders of ivory that Marcus Aurelius realized deep down he had all along. The Stoics speak of this idea of the inner citadel, this sort of part inside yourself that can't be touched by externals. Good news, bad news, good fortune, misfortune. Marcus Aurelius writes that stuff cannot touch the soul. And I think that's what we see, despite all the things that we know happened to Marcus in his life, all the good fortune that he did not meet with, all the misfortune that he did not deserve, nothing touches the inner goodness inside him. That's what meditation shows. It shows that despite the filth, the dust, the stress of life, what remains is the goodness. He keeps that pure bubbling up always. There's just no one that Marcus speaks more highly of in meditation than Antoninus, or more consistently. Antoninus takes up a bigger chunk in Meditations than Marcus's mother, than Marcus's family, and he comes back to it later in the book. Antoninus is a gift from the gods in Marcus's view. He's older than Marcus, they have no blood relation, but they have this long apprenticeship with each other. Marcus seizes this for all that it could be. He studies Antoninus. He was the model, Ernest Renan says, of the perfect life for Marcus. And so that's why repeatedly in Meditations you see Marcus talking about what he learned from Antoninus, what he learns from his adopted stepfather. And I think having a hero like that is just so important, and it's why Antoninus takes up such a big chunk of Debts and Lessons. Sometimes when I sign copies of the Daily Stoic, or when people want me to sign their copies of Marcus Aurelius, which is a weird thing I could have never imagined 15 years ago, I write one of my favorite quotes from Marcus Aurelius. He says, fight to be the person philosophy tried to make you. Or I shorten that, I do my version of it, I say, fight to be the person philosophy wants you to be. That to me is the struggle of Marcus Aurelius. He wants to be what Antoninus knows he could be, what Rome needs him to be, what philosophy, what Stoicism thought he could be. And that was the ideal, the standard that he aspired to be like always. You know, Meditations is filled with self-criticism, with pushing himself to be better, calling himself into account. Again, Marcus Aurelius is incredibly powerful. People told him how amazing he was. They worshipped him as a god. And the more successful, the more important, the more beloved you are, the more important it is to have this practice. No one could tell Marcus what he was doing wrong, what he needed to do better. He had to do that. And look, the same is true in this world that we live in, where we have wonderful freedom, where we don't live under a tyrant, where there is no authority monitoring everything we do and say and think. But that doesn't mean we should do whatever we want to say and think or do. We have to hold ourselves accountable. We have to follow that process ourselves. In the middle of Meditations, and there's a couple others sprinkled around, you see Marcus Aurelius talk about loss, specifically the loss of children. And this is something he knows intimately well, tragically. Think about what it would be like to bury a child and how much that would affect a person. Marcus doesn't do this one time or two times, but 6 times. He loses all of his male heirs except for Commodus. Just brutal. In the most tragic and painful of circumstances, a medical procedure that goes wrong, the plague, childbirth, infancy, it's just one thing after another for Marcus. Yet not only does he continue to get out of bed every morning, he writes this book with such grace and purpose. He could have been broken by this. He had every reason to be broken by this. No one would hold it against him if he had been, yet he wasn't. And to me, that's both a testament to the philosophy itself and also a testament to his incredible and inspiring character. The Emperor of Rome would have had beautiful palaces. Marcus, from a rich family, would have had access to country estates, and he could afford the finest resorts or retreats. And he reminds himself, though, that people who try to get away from it all are chasing something that doesn't exist, like that Buddhist idea that wherever you go, there you are. You can retreat into yourself anytime you want. He says you can find replenishment and rest and relaxation inside your own soul. And I think that's what he's doing in Meditations. That's what he's doing in books. That's what he's doing when he would go on walks, when he would look at the world poetically. He realized that he didn't have to flee to some exotic location. All the things he needed and wanted were right there. They weren't external things at all. They were inside of him just as they are inside all of us. You know, Seneca talks about how the greatest empire is self-command, being in charge of yourself. If you can see Marcus Aurelius, this guy who controls literally an enormous empire, struggling with that same idea, realizing that, yeah, I can make the army do this, yeah, I can purchase that, yeah, I can make the Senate do this, but that the real power, the real thing to focus on is, am I in command or control of myself? There's a story about Hadrian getting mad, losing his temper, and stabbing a secretary in the eye with a pen. He could get away with that. Nobody cared. Marcus doesn't do anything like that. There's no stories like that about Marcus. Marcus realized that, yeah, there was only a few people who were ever powerful enough to be emperor, but fewer among the emperors was a man who was in command of himself. And as Seneca said, no one is fit to rule who is not first in control of themselves. That's what Marcus strove to be, and in many ways, that's what Meditations was him trying to get a little bit better at. I might have repeated myself in a few of these, but then again, Marcus repeats himself a lot through Meditations. Because he's not writing a prescription about all of the philosophy. He's not trying to tackle every situation or problem or facet of Stoicism. He's trying to talk about what he needs, which seems to be reminders of his mortality, which seems to be why he shouldn't lose his temper, which seems to be about controlling his ambition, which seems about taking the long view or seeing things big picture. Meditations is not complete or comprehensive. It's a book about the things Marcus needs the most, just as your journal should be repeatedly coming back to the themes that you need the most help with, or the things you're struggling the most with. That we can read Marcus Aurelius's Meditations, the private thoughts of the most powerful man in the world, is just an incredible fluke of history and good luck. He had no intention of publishing it. He'd probably be mortified that we're reading it. Just even think of how unlikely it is that a thing written on, wax tablets or parchment 2,000 years ago manages to survive to us. How many good things had to happen, how many flukes of circumstances and good fortune had to happen for us to get there. It survives to us primarily because the Romans were good record keepers, because someone decided not to toss this book of philosophy out. They probably ignored Marcus's final wishes, but also because a chain of monks, all nameless, all forgotten, recorded, wrote over and over again, translated Marcus's works, and eventually enough copies of it survived that it survives to us. So my final thought, as we step back from these lessons of Meditations, the final lesson I think we can take from the existence of the book itself should be a note of gratitude. We're so lucky. You run the same process again 100 times. 99 of those times you're not going to get the book surviving. We are so lucky. It is a black swan of black swans, wonderful fluke of circumstances that works out to our benefit. And that should both humble us and make us feel really, really fortunate that we get to read and learn from this wise man in such a deeply personal and vulnerable and helpful way. That's why I wanted to bring this leather edition out, which I think you're really gonna like. You can check out how to get it below. I hope you like this video. I hope you subscribe. But what I really want you to subscribe to is our daily Stoic email. One bit of Stoic wisdom, totally for free to the largest community of Stoics ever in existence. You can sign up at dailystoic.com/email. There's no spam. You can unsubscribe at any time. I love sending it. I've sent it every day for the last 6 years. And I hope to see you there at dailystoic.com/email. Read how steeped in stoicism you are. If you're hungry, angry, lonely, tired, you're not going to be your best self. And thinking about that is a really, really important part of making better decisions. I remember Tim Ferriss told me one time that he, like Seneca, practices poverty. It seems weird, especially because Tim is very, very successful, but maybe that's the point. Tim was pointing out that one of the things Seneca liked to do one day a month or every quarter or so is he would practice poverty. He'd wear his worst clothes, he'd sleep on the floor. And his point was, when he would practice this poverty, when he would deliberately subject himself to difficult circumstances and realize that they're not so bad, he could then say to himself, is this really what you're afraid of? Is this something you have to worry about? And that was one of the things Tim told me. He said, the more you schedule and practice discomfort in your life, the less unplanned discomfort will throw you off in your real life. So that's what Seneca was really doing. He was practicing the thing we're all afraid of, which is starting back from zero, going back to how it was when we were just starting out, losing what we have, losing our creature comforts. He was practicing those, not because he wanted it to happen, but he knew that it potentially could happen. If it did happen, he didn't want to be rattled by it. He didn't want to be overwhelmed or ruined by it. If someone came and just took $100 from you, or if you caught your neighbor building something on your property, you'd be livid. You'd say, hey, you're stealing from me. You can't do that. Seneca said the craziest thing in the world is that we protect our money, we protect our property way more than we protect our time. We let people steal our time like that, right? We let our neighbor drone on and on about some nonsense. We get sucked into some drama from our neighbor. We fritter away our time on stuff that doesn't matter. And that's the one thing they're not making more of. That's the one thing you can never get back. In fact, Seneca says the time that passes belongs to death. It's dead and gone and can never return. So you have to ask yourself, why aren't you protecting this resource better? Why are you letting people steal from you? And you gotta stop. You should be happy to pay your taxes. The Stoics weren't making a political statement when they said that. They were saying that life is a series of taxes. Delays are a tax on travel. Critics are a tax on doing stuff in public. Annoying people is a tax of going outside your house. And Seneca says we have to pay the taxes of life gladly. We can't run away from them. We can't think that we deserve to be exempt from them. We can't grind ourselves down with bitterness and resentment by fighting against them, by feeling like we've been singled out by them. What else are you gonna do? It's one of the certainties of life, so you might as well accept it. Be grateful for it. What does it mean to pay a lot of income taxes? It means you have a lot of income. These are good problems to have. Seneca says we pay the taxes of life gladly. Painters like painting goes the expression, but writers like having written. I think this is actually true for a lot of difficult things. They're not fun while you're doing them, but it's how you feel after. Seneca said we treat the body rigorously so that it's not disobedient to the mind. There's a certain amount of abuse that we're putting ourselves through when we run or lift weights or push our limits on something, but it's how we feel after. That's another really important Stoic idea. Musonius Rufus says, when you do something hard out of discipline, the labor passes quickly, but the pride, the accomplishment remains. And so that's the idea as you're pushing yourself physically. Just finished a run. It wasn't so fun while I was doing it. It was tiring while I did it. But how I feel after, that's the reward. The thing you're worried about could happen. The flight could get delayed, you could miss the thing you were desperately trying to make, package could get lost in the mail, you could get robbed. All these things could happen. Seneca says, my advice to you is do not be unhappy before it happens. He says, he who suffers before it is necessary suffers more than is necessary. Our anxiety, our worry, our anticipation of the thing is torture before it happens. It's unnecessary, it's unfair. So just don't torture yourself before it's gonna happen. Be present while you can. You don't need to borrow suffering. You don't need to make yourself more unhappy than you need to be. Of course, it's lovely to go on a trip. It's lovely to go cool places. But Seneca warns us to make sure that, to borrow Epicurus' phrase, that we're not fleeing ourselves. He likens the way that we travel from this destination to that destination, this vacation, this exotic locale, one to the other, trying to find happiness or peace or serenity, as if that's where we're going to find it, when in reality, all of that is going to be on the inside. He likens it to the person tossing and turning in bed, as if there's some magical, comfortable place that they'll finally fall asleep. You're never going to find it, he says, in the external things. You have to look inward. You have to look to philosophy. You find the peace by slowing down, by ceasing to move, by staying in one spot. Obviously, we all know we're going to die. We know we're going to die someday, right? Someday in the future. But this is wrong. Seneca says this is the wrong way to think about it. He says death isn't this thing that we're moving towards that looms off in the distance. He says death is happening right now. Not just in the sense that in the midst of life we are in death, but in time that passes belongs to death, Seneca says. We're dying every minute. We're dying every second. The time that passes is gone forever. As we kill time, it kills us. So how are you spending your time? How are you living accordingly? Knowing the fact that you are dying this very minute, this very day. You can't learn that which you think you already know. That's Epictetus. He was sent the best and the brightest students from all over the Roman Empire. But he understood that conceit was the enemy. The problem with being a know-it-all is that it's true. It's impossible for you to know anything more. If you come to learning from a place of humility, if you come to it like Socrates did, the great hero of the Stoics, that you know what you don't know, or that you understand that you know very little, then it becomes possible for you to learn so much more. It's impossible to learn that which you think you already know. Focus on what you don't know. Focus on how much there is left to learn. Always stay a student. That's how you get better, smarter, and wiser. This is what you trained for. That's the whole point of philosophy, Epictetus says, to be able to say, for whatever situation you find yourself in, whatever the moment is, big or small, positive or negative, you're supposed to be able to say, this is what I trained for. This is what it was all leading up to. This is the point of all of it. And now, I'm going to apply all these things that I learned, that I've been reading about, that I've been talking about, that I've been experimented with, all the experiences that I've gained up until this point, this is what it was all for. It's pretty simple, but it's worth remembering. There's some stuff that's in your control, and there's some stuff that's not in your control. And the time and the energy and the emotions that you spend, that you throw at the things you don't control, take away from the energy and time and opportunity and progress you can make on the things that you do control. So this basic exercise at the core of Stoic philosophy, the dichotomy of control, there's some stuff that's up to us and there's some stuff that's not, is incredibly basic. But Epictetus says it's the first task of the philosopher to understand what's up to us and to understand what isn't up to us. And basically, Stoicism says we don't control what happens, we don't control what other people do, we don't control what's happened before, we don't control what's going to happen in the future, we control how we respond to what happened. It may be reasonable that you're concerned about this thing. It would cause trouble if it happened. Again, so when the Stoics talk about how some things are in our control, some things are not in our control, what they're saying is, well, focus on what you control about this situation. Reminding yourself that, hey, just feeling anxiety, emoting about the problem, biting your nails about it, talking about it incessantly to people, it's not making it any more or less likely to happen. So try to put that energy to constructive use. Try to think about, okay, here's what I'm going to do, here's what I can do, here are ways that I can influence this situation, or at least prepare myself to be resilient or endure or bounce back from it if it does happen, right? Put yourself to constructive use. Put yourself working on something that makes a difference. Just make sure you're not confusing spending mental bandwidth and energy and torturing yourself emotionally. Don't confuse that with making a positive difference. Epictetus has an incredibly difficult life, born into slavery, walks with a limp because of it, and so you might think that there's some bitterness there, there's some frustration, and this would all be perfectly understandable, but that's not how Epictetus responds. When you experience difficulty, you have to say to yourself, life has spared me with a strong sparring partner. And this is how one becomes Olympic class material, by wrestling with, by fighting with something stronger, something better, something really difficult and challenging. And so you have to think of the adversity, the problems, the obstacles that life inevitably puts in your path, not as unfair, not as disadvantages, but in fact exactly the opposite. Advantages, as something good that's happened to you, something that's making you better than you would be had that never happened. You're an actor. We're all actors in a play. We don't control what's happening out here. We don't control who wrote it. We don't control the direction we're in. But like a good actor, you control how you play your role. You act the hell out of your role. You don't control what the director does. You don't control what the other actors do. You don't control how the play ends. And if it's a bad play, you want to be the best actor in that bad play. But if we all play our roles well, life can be amazing. I don't have goals. I have zero goals. I'm not trying to sell a certain number of copies. I'm not trying to write a certain number of books. I'm not trying to beat anyone. I'm not trying to be the best at anything. I don't really care about bestseller lists. I'm trying to do the thing. I like doing the thing. I wake up every day, I try my best, I put in my hours, I focus on what I control. I control what I put in, I control the effort that I put in, I control the energy that I direct at it, the brain power that I put in it. Everything else is not really up to me, so I leave that where it is. My goals are to be the best that I'm capable of being, to realize my potential. That's what I wake up and do. And to focus on specific metrics or specific goals or specific accomplishments, to me, is artificially delimiting. It's like putting a ceiling on. My job is to do my best, to do the thing. That's what I want to keep doing. To do the thing, to do the writing, to do the work. Let the chips fall where they may. I don't need goals. I don't need that as my motivation, so that's not what I focus on. It's kind of a strange analogy, but Epictetus said that a philosopher is like a great ball player. And he said that Socrates actually is the greatest ball player there ever was. What he was saying is that a ball player doesn't label a throw good or bad. They just have to catch it. If it's a catchable ball, they have to catch it. And then they have to throw it back. He said that's what we have to do in life also. And he said Socrates was great because he dealt with a bad marriage, he dealt with war, he dealt with the fascism of his time, but his life would throw these things at him. He would catch them, right? And throw it back. That he gave as good as he got. And that's what we're trying to do as philosophers. That's what we're training for. That's how we're trying to live. Life throws balls at us, and we have to catch them, and then we have to throw them back. Doesn't matter if they're good throws or bad throws. That's what got thrown to us. We catch it, and we throw it back. You don't get rich acquiring things, acquiring money. Epictetus says it's not about having many things. It's about having few wants. If you have everything you need, then you are very rich. Would it also be nice to pair that with having a lot of money? Sure. But you could also have very little and feel like enough, feel good. Get to a place where you feel like you have enough then you are rich. When you pare your wants down, when you don't need anything from anyone or anything outside your control, that to the Stoics is true wealth. If you haven't read hundreds of books, you are functionally illiterate. That's the great line from General Mattis. He talks about this in his great book, Call Sign Chaos. But it calls to mind, for me, another famous line attributed in some cases to Mark Twain. It was this idea, he said, that there was no difference between a person who does not read and a person who cannot read. The wisest people who ever lived have written books. Some of the greatest people who have ever lived have books written about them. Some of the worst people who have ever lived have books written about them. Why would you not learn from this? Why would you not avail yourself of this knowledge? When Epictetus says you cannot learn that which you think you already know, he's talking about how conceit, how disinterest is the enemy of knowledge. You have this great brain. There is so much great knowledge out there. Why would you not avail yourself of it? Why would you not soak it in? Why would you not add, as Seneca said, all the wisdom and knowledge of the past into your own life? That's what we're trying to do here. That's what Stoicism is about. You're not being harmed. You're not being screwed over. You're not being challenged. You're being, Epictetus said, paired with a strong sparring partner. Life is helping you. Life is making you better. Life is teaching you. Life is making you stronger. You want to wrestle with this. You pick hard sparring partners. You pick people who you get better for wrestling with. When you're running, it happens all the time. Somebody passes you, or you pass someone, and then they start speeding up. One of the things you realize, or you have to realize, is that the race you're running is not against other people. The race you're running is against yourself. Epictetus said, enter races where winning is up to you. If you're racing against yourself, if you're racing against your own potential, if you're staying on the course that you are on, then you will always win. And it doesn't matter what other people are doing, you focus on what you are doing. It's not important that you read, Epictetus says. What matters is what you read, right? His point was that wasting time on bad books, reading the books that you think will impress other people, none of this matters. It matters what you're reading, right? Are you reading good books, books that push you, books that challenge you, books that make you think, books that make you better? I would add to this, it also matters how you read. Are you taking notes? Are you highlighting? Are you really thinking about it? Are you talking to other people about what you're finding in this book? Are you putting that stuff into use? So it's not that you read that counts, it's what you read. And it's not what you read, it's how you read. That's the secret to being a smart person. Get after it. It's not things that upset us, Epictetus reminds us. It's our opinion about things. The event is objective. It just is. The other person just is. What they're doing just is. The market doesn't care about you. The pandemic doesn't care about you. Traffic doesn't care about you. None of these things are trying to upset you. None of these things know you exist at all. It's not the thing that upsets us. It's not the thing that's the problem. It's our opinion about that thing. It's the telling ourselves that it's unfair, that it sucks, that it's somebody else's fault, that we'll never recover from it, that we've been injured by it, the Stoics would say. When we choose not to feel harmed by something, when we choose not to tell ourselves that something has ruined us, Marcus Aurelius says in Meditations, then we haven't been harmed. It's not the thing that upsets us, it's our opinion about that thing. It isn't just that ego is noxious. It isn't just that it's arrogant, that it's rude, that it's self-centered, that it's entitled, that it's all these unpleasant, ugly things. It's that ego makes you worse. Epictetus says, remember, it is impossible to learn that which you think you already know. That's the problem with ego. If you think you're perfect, if you think you know everything, in a sense you're right, because you cannot be improved and you cannot learn anything else. So a humble person, Socrates, focuses on what he doesn't know. A person who focuses on where they can get better. A person who focuses on all the areas they have for improvement. That too becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And you do get better because there are opportunities. So you can take advantage of those opportunities. And then on top of that, you're much more pleasant to be around. Why do we do hard things? The Stoics would say we have to undergo a hard winter training. We have to push ourselves. We have to seek out places of resistance, of challenges, so that when life challenges us, when we find ourselves in difficult situations, as Epictetus said, we needed to be able to say, this is what I trained for. That's why we do the work. That's why we go to the gym. That's why we get up early. That's why we seek out difficult situations. We're training ourselves so that when that moment comes, we're ready. As Epictetus says, if you live with a lame man, you will start to limp. You become like the things that you put in your body. You become like the things that you consume, that you read about, that you watch, that you surround yourself with. You have to think about your information diet. You have to think about the proximity effect. What are you putting in? What are you surrounding yourself with? Because that will determine who you are. Epictetus is a slave in ancient Rome. and he realizes that slavery is the legal status, but it's also a state of mind. In The Girl Who Would Be Free, which is my sort of fictional kids book about Epictetus, I actually read her as a girl for a bunch of whatever reasons, I have Epictetus's father say that we have to worry about controlling the empire between our ears. There's all this stuff that Epictetus doesn't control. Other people do, what other people say, what he's allowed to do and say, but no one can control his thoughts. So The Girl Who Would Be Free is really about that, finding freedom within captivity, finding freedom inside constraint. Usually when I sign this one, I'll write Amor Fati, because it's sort of a theme in the book. It's about finding what you love about your situation, what you can do inside your situation, who you can be inside your situation. And I think ultimately that's what Stoicism itself is about. And I wanted to write a kid's book to help kids with that very idea, like I also did in The Boy Who Would Be King.
What I love about what you do, the Daily Stoic, Stoicism in general, is how it applies to so many different aspects of life. I was listening to your conversation with Gary Vaynerchuk and also your conversation with Matt Joy.
Yeah.
And how it applies to your ability to be the fact that you're complicit when somebody else says something and you're like,
Sure.
I take offense to that, or like, I'm so annoyed right now. If you were able to actually accept that that is true, that you are complicit in those situations, do you know how much stress you would relieve from yourself in corporate America on a day-in and day-out basis?
Crazy.
It's nuts. That's like a 90% lift of weight off of your shoulders. And that's just one example of all of these things that seem to span corporate America, running, entrepreneurship, writing a book, being a parent. Like, that's what I've loved. And like, as I was connecting the dots for this conversation, I was like, man, there's so much that applies here, both in the nitty gritty of like hardcore corporate America, but then also why do you run every day, you know, incessantly, and you know, feel like you can't get away from it almost.
The corporate example I think of being offended, where we're complicit in it, what the Stoics would talk about is, to me, the quintessential example is like you get an email and then you're offended by the tone.
Yep.
But the tone doesn't exist.
Yeah.
You decided that 3 periods meant something.
Yep.
Or you decided that K meant something versus okay
Yep.
or yes, right? Look, obviously as human beings, one of our skills is we're good at noticing little things. We're incredibly perceptive animals, but we're so perceptive that we can often perceive things where it doesn't exist. And I think that's one of the things you learn when you get in a position of leadership or you become a boss, is now suddenly you're hearing from people how they interpreted things that you did, and you're like, I was busy.
Yeah.
I said K because it was the fastest response that I had,
Yep.
and I was running between 2 meetings. I meant literally nothing by it. And I've had employees where it almost just ultimately came to a place where it didn't work because of what they brought to the table. They were so sensitive, and I don't mean it in a snowflake way, but they were just often intuiting or interpreting things as being negative about them, and it's like, I'm literally not thinking about you at all.
Yeah.
Like, I was busy,
Yeah.
and that's why I didn't notice you in the hall. But
Yeah.
right, so like our ability to take an objective thing or a thing that's not about us and make it about us, or make it hurtful or rude, or, you know, do they not think I'm a valuable member of the team anymore? Are they getting ready to move on from me? Wait, you get in this whole thing and you realize you've had a whole conversation with yourself
Yep.
about someone who has 50 of you that they're working with.
Yep.
And you're just not as significant as your ego is making you out to be, and thus torturing yourself.
Yeah. There's such a small percentage that I've seen, percentage of people that have that awareness, that I found the team operated best when I understood that that was something that I had to carry for them.
Yes.
That especially in a, you know, the difference between a
Ugh.
place where khakis may not be, you know, that's like the
This
only
team
thing
sucks.
show up
The
on
team
campus.
sucks.
Yeah.
And 100,000 person company, lots of rules and regulations, not a lot of personality. I've had to be fully okay with the fact that how I said good morning, the tone in which I would say good morning,
Yeah.
could have an impact on someone's entire day.
Yeah.
And especially getting into a larger role at 35, like that kind of fucked me up in the head, but I would say in a good way, where I would start to carry that. I need to be super cognizant of the fact that my number one responsibility is for people to go home at the end of the day and say today was a
Number
good day.
one damage
Yeah.
taker.
Because if they can do that on
Oh,
a
wow.
consistent basis, all the complicated bullshit that goes along with corporate America and all the other policy and other stuff.
It's better than against AI. I mean, Master 3.
KPIs and like our
I'm going for
goals
Master
are easier to
500.
hit if they're okay with that. And it did mean probably
The team
an
sucks.
unbalanced burden of that
I
understanding.
think with a
that
more
as
consistent
much as I
team,
wanna
it'd
be
be
like,
easier.
okay, fine. In this moment, that person is going to potentially read it 8 different
Idle
ways,
teammates.
and then I might have to deal with whatever those ramifications are
Yeah.
because they're going to spiral, and this is going to be their next
Sorry,
decision.
how's
and then
yours?
They're going to go to somebody
I mean,
else
I
in the next
feel
10 minutes being like, "Hey, is Tim mad at me
Not
about
very
this?"
tired, but
And I do think that there's in corporate, because of how much impact our
Demons
jobs,
Live.
corporate America has on mental health.
Yeah.
I do think bosses, especially when it comes to like higher level and the CEOs, in the
kind of don't
space,
feel
need to
productive
be
today.
cognizant
So
of the fact that what we're discussing now is not a strong skill set across the board to be able
not feeling productive. Oh my god.
to understand that like I
Jesus.
don't need to overanalyze everything.
Yeah. Well, no, that's the tension, right? So you, as the individual, following the advice from the Stoics, have to go look. If somebody says something, I'm choosing to be offended.
Yep.
I control my emotions. I'm responsible for my feelings.
I think it's the
Then
sleep.
You have to.
I had
flip it.
some sleep, probably
When
7
you're in
hours,
the
but
position of leadership or responsibility.
yeah, I don't
you
feel
actually
like I can
control how
concentrate
other
well in the
people
morning. I don't
interpret
know.
what you
It's
say.
hard due to
And
sleep.
it's their fault if they, take it this way versus that way. You still have to expend an immense amount of effort anticipating how things are going to be
Searching for
interpreted. So
positive.
it's like I go through the world trying not to be offended,
Yeah.
and I also go through the world
Knock out
knowing that,
by a
look,
Pokemon.
I'm not going to please everyone, and some people are going to be offended by what I say, but it's still my obligation as both a boss who's trying to just get things done, and then a human being.
I think
who's
I've
trying
played
to
this
please
since
you.
2.
Think about
Don't know
the
how
weight
long
of the
I've
words
been
that
on it.
I'm choosing,
Which I
and make
click on.
sure that I'm not
3 hours?
unnecessarily offending someone. And if, knowing this person can handle, no bullshit, straight talk, and this person, you gotta sandwich it with a bunch of.
No, I was feeling
This
pretty annoyed
person,
while I'm playing
like, if it's not
Polytopia.
writing,
So it's
they're
like,
not
fuck,
gonna
I need to
be
win
able
something.
Understanding that you have a lot of not control, but you have to.
It was like, I played a game, I lost, and it really annoyed me, so I thought I'd play Unite. Not like angry, but you know what I mean, like losing from a video
You're not
game.
thinking about the consequences of your words and actions on other people. Again, even though.
And then I didn't really feel that productive today, so
And you don't control it.
Yeah. Sounds a lot like parenting as well.
Totally. Yes.
I'll
Yeah,
be
it's-
more unproductive playing
Just
this.
thinking about how you deliver the message. What is the message? What's the vibe of the message? It's much more complicated than I think. Sometimes you can read the Stoics and it seems very straightforward. Like say what's true,
Yeah.
and it's like
I mean,
okay,
yeah, I definitely
but,
don't feel
sometimes that's going to blow
productive
up in your face.
today.
That's not to say you lie, but you have to figure out how the best way to deliver.
I
that
think I need a
message
more
so it's
consistent
actually
team.
heard
When the team
by
isn't
the
that consistent,
person
it's annoying.
delivering it.
I think those
And
two
then
are
you're
friends.
outcome
These
oriented as
Leafeon
well,
and
right?
Zimuro,
If
because the
my
name,
objective here is to
the
simply
names
get
are
the
similar.
broccoli to
They
get
might know
eaten,
each other. Why is
and
Nelson
have there not
a
be
girl?
drama around that,
Isn't
what
it
is the
Nelson
best
a
way
guy's
to make that
name?
happen?
Yes.
And then
Oh, damn, they
you
have
know,
a lot
whether
of
that's,
achievements.
Hey, we need a revision to this PowerPoint deck, and the person's gonna freak out because it's 4:45 on whatever day. But like, here are the
Yeah.
things that are happening to make that a need right now.
Sure.
And then thinking about okay,
I like
if
using
want the
Articuno
person
because
to
it
not
stuns
freak out,
people.
I still need the thing to get done. Then I think that kind of starts to encompass plus the understanding that they may interpret this in a certain way and be like, oh, you're just doing this to be mean because you don't like whatever about me, and that's why I have to eat the broccoli, or I'm in trouble because I messed up this PowerPoint deck.
Yeah.
Those are the variables that sometimes we got to bring into our head, and then
Well, every person needs a different message. Like one of my sons is like to get something through to him. I'm not saying you yell because he doesn't respond to yelling, but it's like you really have to over deliver this message, and you have to deliver it multiple times for it to pierce whatever this sort of defensive bubble / not paying attention / just like determination of him. And then it wasn't until my youngest started to get to the age where he was doing some of the things that we have struggled with my oldest with a bunch. And then you're like, you can't do that. Like, you cannot bite people. I don't know how to communicate this to you. You can't bite people.
Yeah.
And then watching that just like crush my youngest.
yeah,
And you realize, oh, you're much more sensitive than your brother. So I, for the first 8 years of this person's life and calibrating a severity and an intensity of message so it can be received by this one person who wants to hear it. And then this one over here is on a totally different frequency.
Yeah.
And so if I only have one way of delivering messages, it's still not going to get through over here, and it's going to crush this one over here. And so yeah, with kids you sort of learn how to dial in the message just right. There's some line, I think, from Confucius, you know, this student comes to him and he's like, you should do this. And then another student comes to him and he's like, you should do this. And then this other student says, but you just gave them very different messages. You know, one he told it to like zoom in and the other he told him to zoom out. And the student, the third student is sort of perplexed by this. But that's life, right? But that's what the Confucius says, is like some students need to hear this and some students need to hear that. And I think that's how it goes for people. Like the message can be the same, but the angle at which it's delivered or how it's explained can have an enormous impact as far as how it's received. If you don't get the Daily Stoic email, you should. It's one piece of Stoic-inspired wisdom. It takes just a couple of minutes to read every single morning. It goes out. It's totally free. You can unsubscribe anytime. You can grab it at dailystoic.com/email. Or just click the link below. Even think of doing for you. One passage I marked down in Meditations when I first read it, Marcus Aurelius says, go straight to the seat of intelligence. Writing and reading require a master, so too does life. Mentors have been a huge guiding force in my life. If you don't have a mentor, if you don't have a teacher, if you don't have the kinds of people that Marcus is thanking in the Debts and Lessons section of Meditations, you're not going to become what you're capable of becoming. You're not going to become anything like Marcus Aurelius. You do notice that Marcus talks about the present moment over and over and over again in Meditations. He's reminding yourself that it's the only thing you have. It's the only thing you can lose. I think that's because he, like us, found it so easy to get distracted, to think about the past or the future, to worry about this, to regret that. And the consequence of that is you're losing the only thing you have, he's saying, which is right now. It's going to take a lot out of you. It's going to take more out of you than you think you have. Marcus Aurelius is, in one passage in Meditations, is trying to amp himself to get out of bed in the morning. He goes, it's warmer under the covers here. I like being comfortable. He says, you weren't made to be comfortable. You weren't made to huddle under the covers and be warm. He said, no, people who love what they do, they wear themselves down doing it. He said, there's a limit on the eating and the sleeping and the fun stuff. You got to get out there. You got to do what your nature demands. And you got to understand it's going to be hard and it's going to take a lot out of you. In book 5, Marcus Aurelius talks about the proper role of philosophy in life. He says it's not as your instructor. He says it's as a kind of medicine, an ointment. He describes this sort of ancient remedy for this eye illness where they would crack an egg on you or something like that. But that aside, what I think his general point actually is taking from Epictetus, who said, you shouldn't leave my philosophy class feeling good. You should feel like you just came out of the hospital. He says, because you weren't well when you entered. The point of philosophy is to challenge you. It's to make you uncomfortable. It's to fix the illnesses of the soul, of the mind. Even though there are passages in Meditations that are soothing and reassuring, a lot of them are jarring. A lot of them make you uncomfortable. A lot of them really make you think, or a lot of them maybe you instinctively disagree with. But that's the point. Philosophy is not supposed to be an instructor. It's supposed to be a kind of medicine. Even though Marcus Aurelius says we must avoid false friendship at all costs, even though he's betrayed by his trusted general Avidius Cassius, what we know is that Marcus doesn't harden his heart. He doesn't close himself off from the world. He's ready, as Michael Scott says, he's ready to be heard again. He constantly is putting himself back out there. But he does learn from this, and he's a little more guarded going forward. He makes this analogy in Meditations. He says, you know, you're in the boxing ring and someone's cheating. Maybe they're gouging or biting or scratching. He says you don't quit altogether, you just change your fight plan accordingly. This is the core of Robert Greene's book, one passage that Robert Greene quotes from Meditations quite often. You don't quit, you don't storm and go home, but you are aware of who you're dealing with and you adjust accordingly. Everyone's concerned about someone doing violence to them, doing something harmful to them. But Marcus Aurelius reminds us that we do violence to our souls when we give in to bad urges, when we give in to our temper, when we betray our standards. We do violence to ourselves, to our soul, when we're not the person that we're capable of being. We let those standards lapse. We let ourselves be overwhelmed by destructive emotions or urges when our ego comes into play. Of course, you have to protect yourself from other people, from outside things, from externals. But to a large degree, you don't control most of that. Most empires collapse from within. Most people's failures are self-inflicted. Most shame is heaped upon ourselves by our own choices and actions. So protect yourself. That's what you control. Don't do violence to yourself, the Stoics say. And that's how you lead a good life.
I think it's remarkable that Marcus continually talked about, more than anything, getting control of his anger.
And you know he had a problem with it because of how much he talked about it.
Yeah.
Like, he's not talking about, you gotta remember, Marcus, jokes are funny.
Right.
You know?
Come on, man, lighten up a little bit.
Right.
Anger.
Yeah, he clearly had a huge problem with it. I think it's probably one of the things he returns to most. Hadrian, the emperor who sets in motion Marcus eventually becoming emperor, there's a story. Hadrian gets mad at a secretary who messes something up, and he picks up a pen and he stabs it in the guy's eye. That's the level of power and indulgence that the Roman emperor could get away with. The story is that he obviously feels bad about it after, and he goes like, I'll give you anything. Like, I'm so sorry, I'll give you anything to make it better. And the guy just says, can I have my eye back? Which is, I think, a poignant reminder that, like, the things that we do out of anger cannot be undone.
Where do you see grace with Stoicism?
One of the things Marcus Aurelius talks about a lot is this idea of revenge. You know, he says the best revenge is to not be like that. There's an ultimate moment in his life. He's ill and near death. His most trusted general is sensing that the emperor was weak, names himself emperor, so he starts a palace coup. Marcus is not as sick as they thought, and he recovers. Now he's faced with this terrible dilemma. There can't be two emperors. This person has put everything into danger and turmoil. We know what his predecessors would have done in this situation. Hadrian comes to power and just liquidates. Marcus decides not to do that. He can't ignore it. He can't just let this happen. He says, this is an opportunity. We can teach future generations there's a way to even deal with civil wars. Everything lasts for a day, Marcus Aurelius says at one point in Meditations. The knower and the known. This is a pretty interesting observation from a man who was the most famous man in the world in that time. A man who's still so famous, you can buy coins with his face on them on Etsy. They survive as historical documents worth hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. This is a guy whose book still pops on and off the bestseller list, who we're talking about today in this video. But Marcus Aurelius would also remind himself that posthumous fame isn't really worth anything. He's not around to enjoy it. What matters is, was he deserving of that in his own time? Was he good then? Is he famous for the right reasons, for doing good stuff, for being a good person? There's a beautiful line in Joseph Brodsky's essay about the equestrian statue of Marcus Aurelius in Rome, which actually dates back to Marcus's time, but the base of which was redesigned by Michelangelo. But Brodsky says something like, if Marcus Aurelius is antiquity, it is we who are the ruins. And I don't know what that means exactly. There's something beautiful and haunting about it. Maybe it's this idea that when you read Meditations, you can't help but be struck by the classical beauty and perfection, that this is, like, in some ways, the highest expression of human greatness. And then you look at us, you look at the way we talk to each other, you look at the things we say, you look at how we live and act and think. And you go, yeah, we're the old, worn out, beaten down, falling apart things.
That one, the teammates were better. Sometimes the teammates are really bad.
Fresh and modern and new and perfect in so many ways, and I just love that idea. Marcus
I think the teammates are better here.
It is we who are the ruins. Gains nothing by going up. It loses nothing by coming down.
I can't add anyone either because my friend list is full.
Sometimes we go up, sometimes we come down. None of this says anything about us as people. He was saying that of himself. He said
Master.
he ascends to the most powerful position.
So I think the highest rank you can get is Legend. I'm on Master 250.
Or worse than other people. It didn't change what his job was as a human being. This is why he writes in Meditations, he warns himself against being Caesarified, against being stained purple by the robe of the emperor.
I think I got to Master 500 actually. No, I haven't. I haven't got to Master 500 yet.
And that's a great way to think about success, about money, about recognition,
Portrait frame.
about fame, and also about
Season 35.
difficulty, embarrassment, mistakes, right, being laughed at. We don't gain anything on the way up. We
It'd be
don't gain
easier
anything
with
on
an
the way
actual
down.
team, though.
These things have no purchase on our soul, on our identity, on our value, the Stoics would say, because they are outside us. What matters is who we are. What matters is what our values are. What matters is not being changed on the way up or the way down.
Try to imagine the Emperor of Rome, this man of enormous power and wealth and prestige, trying to tell himself not to be a person of too many words or too many deeds.
Reasons,
Pretty
man.
remarkable. Even at that level, talking about
My
simplification.
family is
he's
full.
talking
Damn, I
about
can't even
lust,
accept anyone.
he's talking about restraint.
Gotta remove
He's
someone.
talking about self-control. It's a beautiful thing and a very rare thing, to be sure.
There's a passage in Meditations where Marcus Aurelius says, when you tuck your child in,
I added too many
save
random
yourself
people.
and will not survive till the morning. This is a man who buried 6 children, so I don't think he's saying this glibly, and I don't think he's trying to practice some kind of monkish philosophical detachment from his child. He's trying to say,
No, I always add people.
if you knew this
Oh,
was
let me
the last time you were
that
going to do it,
ban
how
the
would you do
character.
it would not be to skip some of the pages in the book.
Yeah.
It would not be.
Oh damn, they banning every character that I use. All the legendary birds. So I gotta play something else
And
then.
the magical thing when you do less,
Oh.
when you eliminate
Someone wants
unnecessary, when you
Blastoise.
stop saying yes to things that don't matter, when you stop getting caught up in busy work and nonsense, you get the double benefit.
I don't
of
actually
doing
know
the
what I would
essential
play
things
without
that being with
Blastoise.
your kids, your creative work, getting
Zacian.
outside, all the things that matter in life you do better when you do less stuff. He says when you do less, you get the double satisfaction of doing the important things better. So much of what we do is because we think we have
Lucario.
to, because other people are doing it, because we're afraid to say no. No, you have to do less.
The, all the 3 birds I regularly use. Let's see, we have a lot of
Courage, discipline, justice, wisdom. Marcus tries always to live.
Or I could play Darkrai. I'm not very good at Darkrai though.
Obstacle is the way. That's what he means. He doesn't mean necessarily that as a leader you can use everything
Darkrai
to
or
make more
Leafeon?
money or to win more games or whatever your organization does. He's saying that everything you encounter as
Darkrai-
a leader is a chance to embody, to demonstrate one of these ideas. I have them tattooed on my arm as a reminder: courage, discipline, justice, and wisdom. In one of my favorite passages in Meditations, Marcus Aurelius says, try to be like the rock next to the ocean that the raging sea crashes around. He says,
I'm not-
crashes
I
against,
rarely
it
play with
stops,
Lucario
eventually
now, so-
falls still around. To me, this is a beautiful metaphor of what stillness is. It's about being at peace in a world that's not at peace, about slowing down in a world that's speeding up faster than ever. I love running next to the ocean as it's a reminder of this metaphor. The idea that we need pockets of stillness even inside the craziness, that we don't control what's happening in the outside world, but we control
Mega Lucario. This is the only time I played Mega Lucario in the Master League. It's because he took Blastoise and they banned all 3 of the fucking birds.
For sure, but I have had some moments of that stillness. I try
pretty
to be
annoying.
like the rock. I try to watch the sea crashing against it, and I try to stop and always look for those embodiments of those Stoic metaphors so I can carry them back with me. Be like the rock that the waves crash against. Be the cliff
Who am I teaming
next
up
to
with?
the ocean.
Gardevoir? No. Decidueye.
And so I think of all
Psyduck,
these guys,
Psyduck's a support character.
Come up with the epithets for the self, the rules, the descriptors for your character that you want to live and model day in and day out. We know that Marcus Aurelius doesn't want to be emperor. In fact, he breaks down and cries when he is told he's going to be emperor, because he knew how many bad emperors there were. I also think he probably had a little bit of imposter syndrome. He wasn't someone who sought out power, and so when power came his way, he wondered if he could do it. He had the skills, he was strong enough, smart enough, firm enough, ruthless enough to cut it.
I rarely have a play with Mega Lucario. It's supposed to be strong, but I think it's only strong when it evolves.
Shoulders made of ivory. That was to him letting himself know that he was strong enough to bear the weight. He could do it. And in Meditations, we catch him reminding himself of that lesson that he learned many years ago, early on, before he taken power. He says, remind yourself that if it's humanly possible, know that you can do it also. These people aren't better than you. They're not given some gift that you don't have. They became who they needed to be. They did the work they needed to do. They gave themselves the shoulders of ivory that Marcus Aurelius realized deep down he had all along.
In Meditations, Marcus Aurelius says, people who love what they do wear themselves down doing it. He says they forget even to sleep and eat. So it's 6 a.m., I'm a little tired, I'm a little burned out, but this is what I love. I feel so grateful to be able to do it. And so I try to pause Every morning, part of my practice is a little bit of gratitude.
Yeah, I do not play with this character very often.
Taking a minute to really appreciate where you are and what you get to do. I try to remind myself how much I would have killed a few years ago to be able to do this, how I wouldn't have even been able to dream that I'd be able to do this. And so the idea of centering yourself with a little bit of gratitude.
It's a melee attacker, which...
appreciating the absurdity, the absurd luck of your situation. I don't want it to be lost on me. I get to write about philosophy for a living. I get to travel all around the world to talk about philosophy. My work takes me to a beach in Florida. I try to appreciate that. I try to soak it in. I try to be here for it. And I never let that escape me. It can only ruin your life if it ruins your character. Marcus Aurelius, he's saying that other people can't actually harm you. They can take away some of your stuff. They can insult you.
The problem is we have to attack head on.
The
problem with this character.
What the Stoics would say, what we need to understand is that no one can harm our character but ourselves. The bastards can't get you. You can turn yourself into a bastard in response, and then you lose. If you do something in response that harms your character, then yes, you have been harmed. But anything else, no matter how big or small, nothing can injure you, nothing can ruin your life unless it affects your character, unless it affects who you are as a person and what kind of things you do and don't do. The source of conflict between parents and children so much of the time is about parents having
Why the
opinions
fuck did
about
Roulette
things that
go
they
down
don't
there,
have
man?
opinions about. And if they didn't have an opinion
Yeah, I
about
don't
it,
like...
those would just be how much
It's not
of
that
the
I don't like
conflict I
playing
had
with
with my
Lucario.
own parents that in retrospect seems silly, because like I don't care about it anymore, but why did they care about it at all? Which is a very Stoic idea. In Meditations, Marcus Aurelius says something like, remember things are not asking to be judged by you.
Right.
Or he says you always have the power to have no opinion.
One of the hardest things for humans to do is admit error, and that's why cutting our losses is so difficult. But Marx really says, like, when someone points out that you've been wrong, when they show you the flaws in your reasoning, they're not insulting you. That doesn't make you an idiot. You're getting new information that allows you to make a new decision and thus improve. Like if you picked a stock, or you started working for a company, you invested in something, you have to realize that what you knew then is different than what you know now. And if what you know now changes the decision you would make then, or it sheds new light on the decision you would have made then, you have to be able to switch. You have to be willing to cut your losses. Don't think of admitting error as something to be ashamed of. It's something you should be proud of. It shows that you have the ability, as Cicero said, to remain a free agent, to not be wedded because of your identity, because of statements you've made, but to be able to embrace the current moment and the future by changing and adjusting, by selling, by disavowing something, by walking away, and stop throwing good money after bad, cut your losses, and move on.
The Emperor of Rome would have had beautiful palaces. Marcus, from a rich family, would have had access to country estates and beautiful houses, and he could afford the finest resorts or retreats. And he reminds himself, though, that people who try to get away from it all are chasing something that doesn't exist. He would have liked that Buddhist idea that wherever you go, there you are. He says, you can retreat into yourself anytime you want. He says you can find replenishment and rest and relaxation inside your own soul. And I think that's what he's doing in Meditations. That's what he's doing in books.
Lucario, the problem with Lucario is it's a melee
When you
attacker.
look at the world poetically, he realized that he didn't have to flee to some exotic location. All the things he needed and wanted were right there. And they weren't external things at all. They were inside of him just as they are inside all of us. So we can imagine when Marcus comes to the end of life and realizes he's going to die. I wonder if he thought about the passage that he wrote in Book 1036.
I prefer to play with Articuno, to be honest.
There will still be people standing around the bed who will welcome the sad event. His point was, if you're doing this for validation, if you're doing this to be loved, if you're doing this to be remembered, to be remembered, he says, is silly because you're not going to be around. But the point is, the rewards for doing the right thing have to be the right thing. You can't be doing it to be liked. You can't care about what other people think. You can't try to please everyone all the time and be everyone's favorite, especially as a leader. So Marcus had to constantly be aware of this. I remember when he actually came to the end of his life, if he thought about the fact that maybe secretly some of these people were glad he would be gone soon, and if he had to come to terms with those words that he'd written so long ago. This other brilliant meditation on the ephemerality of life, he says, you're afraid of death because you won't be able to do
Yeah, I
this
prefer
anymore.
actually
You won't be able to wait in
range
line at the
attackers.
DMV. You won't be on another stupid, pointless conference call. So much of what we spend our life doing is a complete waste. And then we say we're afraid of death. We say we feel like we don't have enough time. You do have enough time. You
just have to stop wasting it. There's an immense amount of control or influence that the translator has over
Oh my god, this team, it's very uncoordinated. There's no good defenders either.
You just get the crappy translation that's in the public domain or the cheapest one on Amazon, you're selling yourself short. I feel so lucky I got the Hayes translation early. The point is, books are an investment. You shouldn't cheap out. You shouldn't get the cheapest one. You should get the one that's right, that's best. And there's a reason these things cost money. It's that they're worth money. My life would have been totally different had I gotten a crappier translation, a cheaper translation, or if I'd said, I'll just get it from the library, I'll skim through it and I'll give it back. No, reading is an investment, books are an investment, and you have to invest accordingly. I don't know how to explain to you that you have to care about other people. That's like one of my favorite article headlines of all time. I think it came out in 2017. But oftentimes people who
It's stupid, they banned every bird that I use as well.
Individualistic philosophy.
The,
It's about maximizing
this
your personal resilience. It's about
area.
focusing on what you control. But Marcus Aurelius also talks about the common good like 40 or 50 times in Meditations. He says famously, what's bad for the bee is bad for the hive, that we're all in this together. The Stoics believe that we are part of this enormous organism, that we all had a role, we all had a job, that we all individually matter. So yes, Stoicism is an individualistic philosophy. Yes, it's about
Maybe I'll use Green
focusing
Ninja
on what
next
you
time or
control.
something.
But you have to also care about other people. And if you think that Stoicism is a formula for being a better sociopath, being indifferent to suffering or pain of other people, you're completely missing the point of what this philosophy is about. It would have been my third or fourth reading of Marcus Aurelius that I caught this line. It says, you could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think. This is the Stoic idea of memento mori. It's not that you will die tomorrow and you should try heroin or go to an orgy. It's that you never know when life is going to end. And so you can't take it for granted. You cannot take it for granted.
Also, you have to aim it too, which is
If you
annoying.
want more wisdom inspired from the Stoics, I send out one Stoic-themed email every single morning, totally for free. You can sign up at dailystoic.com.
Lucario is a harder character to
email.
play.
No spam. You can unsubscribe at any time. I think it's the best thing that I do. It's a community of hundreds of thousands of Stoics all over the world. We'd love to have you at dailystoic.com/email.
I'll have to play a different character. It's a harder character to play because you have to be physically there with them as well.
Is you're watching Marcus Aurelius try to get through this. He's trying to turn down the voices in his head. He's trying to overcome doubt and fear, resentment, grievance.
And there's no stuns to either.
Tune out distraction. Trying not to be overwhelmed by anxieties.
So I think playing ranged, long distances. I used to play Lucario, but I do think it's harder to play.
His thoughts, his doubts, his misperceptions. Like a great Buddhist, he's able to let the thought pass by and not grab onto it, not attach to it, to listen without letting it define him. Throughout the book, we see Marcus Aurelius going.
And it's stupid.
Anxiety's
the
not
own
about
team
fear,
voted out all the
I am
birds.
the source of the anxiety. I am the source of the anger. I am the source of the harm in my perceptions, in the story.
Most of the legendary birds have ranged attacks, except Moltres.
How I grow from this, how I change from this, how I was improved by this. Marcus Aurelius is wrestling with adversity and winning. One ancient historian writing in Marcus Aurelius' time, he would say that Marcus doesn't meet with the good fortune that he deserves, and his whole reign is involved in a series of troubles. But he says, I admire him
Nice
all
play.
the more
Who
for
gave
this
me
very
nice
reason,
play?
Because amidst these extraordinary
53.
adversities, Marcus survived.
The Blastoise players wasn't that good either, to be honest. Number one goal defender. Number one damage taker. Oh well.
Because of what he goes through and what helps him go through it, it's this. It's what prevents him from being corrupt.
No, I think Articuno is better than Mega Lucario. It's hard to play Mega Lucario because even the Unite move is just an Aura Spear that goes one direction.
And yet he gets out of bed every morning. He works hard. He tries not to become beaten down. He tries to remain hopeful. Tries to remain kind.
Nice try. It's the opponent saying nice try as well. I don't usually.
People are cheering for him. People
I don't usually go vote the opponents.
People hate him. People love him. He has power and wealth, yet he's constrained by these norms,
No, I think
by these philosophical ideas.
it's annoying
In
'cause
Stoicism, it is the
they
pages
ban
of
certain
meditations
Pokemon,
that
so-
guide him through, right?
I actually have
Words
Snorlax.
that helps him
I don't think I've ever played
and
with
that's what
Snorlax before.
meditations can do for us. Meditation
Let
shows
me,
us that the path to peace is not in escaping. It's not by eliminating stress or difficulty. It's about that inner journey. It's that battle. Mark says that
See what
you
the
wanna
build
be
is.
dug in like a wrestler, ready for sudden attacks. And so through his reading and studying, Marcus gives us, I think, some real
Snorlax.
actionable lessons. You know, he says, don't let your imagination
So focus
run
band,
wild.
body
Don't
barrier.
extrapolate the worst case scenario. You know, he says you don't have to turn this into something. It doesn't have to upset you. He says the best
Thanks.
revenge is to not be
Expedia.
like the person who did this to you. He
Eject.
says that your job is to do good for others. He says the fruit of this life is good character and acts for the common good. He reminds
I have
himself that look,
Typhlosion
life
here,
is
which-
short and that it'll be over soon enough, and that he doesn't have to worry about things going on forever. Just over
Guess I
and
could use
over again.
Typhlosion,
He's
although I
given
don't
himself
play with it
little
often
insights.
either.
Any one of them would be a viral quote or
Typhlosion.
you could potentially build a book around. And here they are, page after page, Marcus Aurelius providing them for us. He talks about if you want tranquility, you've got to do less. You've got to ask yourself what's essential and what isn't. Give yourself the benefit, he says, of doing essential things better. He says,
have
don't
Umbreon.
expect to live in Plato's Republic. You live in the real world. Do the best you can with what you've got. He talks about accepting success without arrogance and failure with indifference. He says, why is it that we...
No, a lot of people
ourselves
ban
for
those
some reason we
birds, 'cause
love
those
other
birds are
people's
kinda
opinions about
overpowered,
ourselves
too.
more than our own. He says, how
Who the hell
worthless
is
is
this
it
guy
to
not
strive for
accepting?
posthumous fame? He says you won't be able to enjoy when it comes. He tries to break things down. He says to
Whoa.
strip them of the legend that encrusts them, to see them for what they are, to see what really matters. And he talks over and over again about speaking the truth,
Oh
doing the
my
right
God.
thing, and that ultimately we've got to live while we can, because all we have for certain is this present moment. And most of all, he's saying that the situations we experience in life are opportunities. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way
Your
becomes the
little
way.
hat.
Everything is an opportunity.
I
for us
bought. I had to
practice
buy that
what
hat
Jesus
for
says.
with
It's like
200.
throwing
Oh,
fuel on top of a fire. He
Finally,
says,
there's
when you
no-
throw something on top of the fire, it
that a
transforms it
defender?
into heat and light. That's
It's a
what he's trying to
all-rounder.
cultivate. That's
Down
why
miss.
people have always come to Marcus Aurelius.
see, a lot of people like
That's
playing
what Marcus
attackers.
embodies
Attacker,
as
two
a spirit.
attackers.
When I first read this book when I was 19 years old, and this book first came into my hands, I got a lot out of it. I sat down, I read it, I took notes. There are quotes I took from that first reading that I still think about on a day-to-day basis. But the
A little,
real
right?
benefit
Like a
that I've
pirate.
taken from meditation.
I
the
don't
real
know,
reason you should
especially.
read it is that every time you pick it up,
There is a pirate
It's a
hat.
book
The
you
problem
should
is pirate hat
read
gives you
it.
long hair. I don't want long hair.
There's a reason that Mattis
this
took
hat
it with him on 40 years of deployments.
suits it
There's
better.
a reason that one of the prime ministers of China says he read it over 100 times. There's a reason that Seneca talked about lingering on the works of the master thinkers. Every video I make, every article I
Damn,
make,
they
every
have
Blastoise
Blastoise,
email that I've done
Zapdos.
about meditations has helped me see it from a slightly different angle.
No,
It
I don't
wasn't
think so.
until COVID that it fully hit me that Marcus Aurelius was writing during a plague, and how what he saw people do and how it made them behave changed his perspective. And then I just missed that because that wasn't relevant to my life in 2006.
Greninja
It
might
wasn't relevant to
be
my
a
life
good
in
alternative
2016.
if the
So
others
look, my
aren't
copy
baked.
you can see it's worse for wear, but I have folded almost every page on bottom and every page on the top. I have flags, I have notes, I have multiple copies. These are just some of my copies that I've read over the years. I've gotten things from different translations. I've gotten things from books about meditations. Again, it is a book you are reading. He is a person you are studying, not someone you have studied. Marcus Aurelius quotes the poet philosopher Heraclitus quite a bit in Meditations. And Heraclitus famously said that we never step in the same river twice. The idea being that it's not the same river and we're not the same person. And I think Meditations is a similar book. Although it more or less stays the same, you bring and see something different in each time you pick up Meditation. And also by looking at the different translations, you can
damn.
be struck by
I
different
get frozen too.
interpretations. What 18th century Americans were looking at it for in their English translation versus 21st century Americans. What Marcus was writing in Greek 20 centuries ago sounds different to us than perhaps he meant it, but that's why it is a living work, even though it is, in another sense, stagnant. So you come to it over and over again. I want to leave you with the idea that you shouldn't just read Meditations once, but you should be reading it all of your life. You should have it on your bedside table. You should travel with it. You should flip through it at random, read a few passages here or there. You should come to it over and over and over again, and it will give to you over and over and over again, because you are changing. The world is changing. What we understand about the world changes. And in that way, Meditations is a book that keeps on giving. But ultimately, it's a book you give yourself by deciding to pick it up, by deciding to read it, whether it's the Gregory Hayes translation or the annotated edition by Robin Waterfield that I love, or quite frankly, any translation, an audiobook, whatever. You have to bring this book into your life and let it change your life. It will help make you the person philosophy tried to make you. It will help you become a little bit closer to being great like Marcus Aurelius, but also being great like you are capable of being. That's why I made this video and why I want you to read this book. Meditations has guided me through breakups, through dropping out of college, through natural disasters, through success, through disorienting, confusing times, through having children, through getting married, through writing my own books. Every time I go to Meditations, every time I went to Meditations, there was something different there. As they say, when the student is ready, the teacher appears. The wisdom pops out at you. That's why I just find it so fascinating looking at how I clearly read passages and parts of it didn't stand out to me, but like, you know, like here I highlighted something, but then later, many years later, I bracketed something else. I can see all the different pens, pencils, Sharpies, highlighters. I can see my own life evolving along with my reading of this book. And that's what Meditations is. I've carried Meditations to multiple countries in multiple decades of my life, and as a result, I am a better human being for it. As I think anyone who reads Meditations becomes a better person. When I wrote The Daily Stoic 8 years ago, I had this crazy idea that I would just keep it going. The book was 366 meditations, but I'd write one more every single day and I'd give it away for free as an email. I thought maybe a few people would sign up. Couldn't have even comprehended a future in which 750,000 people would get this email every single day, and would for almost a decade. If you want to get the email, if you want to be part of a community that is the largest group of Stoics ever assembled in human history, I'd love for you to join us. You can sign up and get the email totally for free, no spam. You can unsubscribe whenever you want at dailystoic.com/email. Obviously, I can't predict the future, but I'm pretty confident in predicting that the next 4 years are going to be crazy. I don't think you can find a 4-year period in history that wasn't filled with chaos and upheaval and uncertainty. We're 5 weeks into the year, and there's already been horrendous wildfires. There's an ongoing pandemic bird flu thing. There's been earthquakes. There are wars ravaging all over the world. My kids have already gotten sick. I've already gotten sick. So the question then for us as Stoics, as citizens, as human beings, is not how do we avoid these challenges, but how to prepare, not with panic and paranoia or some sort of escape plan, but with some practical, timeless ideas that the Stoics, by the way, tested in crises and circumstances, both very different and very much the same as ours, and how these strategies can help us with our turbulent times, just as they have helped people in turbulent times throughout history. For For starters, you know what I'm doing? I'm focusing on what I can control. Epictetus, who was a slave in the Roman Empire, who experienced exile and torture and about every other form of difficulty you can imagine, he said that our chief task in life is to separate things into two categories: what's up to us and what isn't up to us. He said we have to get clarity on what's up to us and what isn't up to us. And so, like, a way to think about this, like what Putin does, inflation, tariffs, my mother's health, weather, like none of that is up to me. But you know what is up to me? Like my attitude, my emotions, my wants, my desires, my focus, my response to all those things, what those other people do and say, the consequences of what they do and say, how I respond to that, that is up to me. Who I am is up to me. So that's what I'm focusing on, and that's what the Stoics want us to focus on. One of the things I'm doing is I'm reading old books, and I'm reading old books instead of watching the news. As I was saying, like if you want to understand the next 4 years, just try to understand any 4-year period in history. If you want to understand current events, often the best way to do that is not via breaking news. It's to find a book about a similar event in the past. Like read history, read psychology, read biographies. Go for information that has a long half-life, that's not going to be contradicted in the next week by the next scientific breakthrough, by the next bit of investigative reporting. That's something I think the Stoics are really good at, right? The Stoics have endured for 2,000 years, so the chances that they're going to become irrelevant in 2026, suddenly disproven, is very unlikely. The chances that the insights that Epictetus uncovered about the human condition in torture, or that Marcus Aurelius discovered about power and fame and success, it's very unlikely that by 2028, none of that is going to hold up. And so while I do think 2025 is going to be crazy and weird and tough, probably not any more than 1925 or the year 25 AD or the year 125 AD or the year 165 AD when Marcus Aurelius becomes emperor. And what this means is there are lots of books, lots of ideas, lots of history that can help us with what lies ahead, because it'll rhyme with what lies behind. And this is something Churchill talked about as war is breaking out in Europe. He was working on this big epic history. He said it's helpful sometimes to put a couple thousand years between you and the present moment. So it gives us perspective, it gives us clarity, and it also gives us wisdom about this moment. So, you know, whether we're navigating personal trials or upheavals or moments of great success and abundance, like books are one of the most reliable tools that we have to help us prepare for that, help us handle that. I remember I interviewed Morgan Housel here when we were doing the Daily Stoic podcast, and he said something like, he thinks back 10 years ago, he can't really remember.
You look so angry.
Any
Why?
reports he heard from that time, but he can remember a lot of books.
See, Articuno is way better to play than Mega Lucario. I think when I play Pokemon Unite, I look so like I'm strategizing. Like I'm planning to get someone.
About some books that I think you should read, but read Viktor Frankl, read
Oh, they're very close though.
Martin Luther King, read the Stoics, read fiction, read
You think it's
great
cute?
epic novels.
I don't think my face looks different. MVP of the Defender. #1 Frieza.
Anyways, you can check out my other video if you want some book recommendations, or get the reading list newsletter where you can watch the books that I'm reading every month.
Yeah, Articuno was pretty good. I'm glad I got it. I think I play Articuno better than I play it. It's quite an easy Pokemon to play as well. Whereas Lucario is quite difficult to play well. It's like aiming. You have to aim.
Upheaval and unfairness, as we were saying. But when the dust settles, like after a crisis, after a setback, in the middle of disappointment,
So
I think
I'll just play it ranged from now on.
As
You
you're
know.
speculating and wondering, you're going to be thinking like, you know, what happens
Physical
if
is harder
it
to
gets
play.
worse? And while these are important questions, I think for the most part, it doesn't change what's expected of you. One of the things Marcus Aurelius says, you know, how does this stop you? Says like, how?
Oh
does
no,
anything
this
stop you
person
from acting
voted the
with
Articuno
courage
as well.
and justice and discipline and wisdom. His point was that was your job. He said
Damn.
your job is to be
Well, I'm gonna play
good person.
Zapdos then,
Like,
if Zapdos
no
is
matter
still
what
around.
happens, good or bad or fair or
play
unfair,
Zapdos.
whether there's order or disorder, our job is the same. It doesn't matter.
They
if
both
the
voted
president,
on
doesn't matter
Hino.
if they're being a good president or a bad president. It doesn't matter if the economy is good or bad. It doesn't matter if unemployment is high or low. It doesn't matter if you are employed or unemployed.
We got
Your
2
job,
attackers.
Your most important job is still your job. Like your obligation is still your obligation. And Marcus really said that
3
job,
attackers.
he says, what anyone says or does, I'm bound to the good. He said, I'm like an emerald. My job is to show my true colors, to be an emerald. And he was saying that that's what our job is. But at the most basic level, though, right? Like we do have certain obligations in our professions. Maybe we swore an oath. Maybe there's a code of conduct. Maybe there's a set of standards, like if you're a journalist or a doctor or a lawyer. And we
Defender
have to understand
needed.
that, again, what anyone says or does, whether this behavior is celebrated or punished.
Articuno might be better than Zapdos. Zapdos hits really hard, but Articuno stuns people.
There's a Stoic named Helvidius, and the Emperor Vespasian sort of warns him to stop speaking out, and that if he didn't, he said he'd be removed from the Senate. And Helvidius looks at him and he says, look, it might be in your power to allow me to be a member of the Senate or not. But he says, as long as I am in the Senate, I have to be a senator. I have to do my job. And Vespasian says, I don't think you understand. If you do that, I will put you to death. And Helvidius looks at him and he says, look, you do your part.
Wow, they have Legend ZA outfits. I didn't even notice that.
Job, which is to be good,
From Legend ZA.
also to do the thing we were trained
The green
to do.
the green
thing that we know is
jacket.
important, as meaningful, that we promised to do when we took up this responsibility. And so, like, the consequences, the recognition, the pay, all that can change, but the duty remains, right? The duty remains. That's what a Stoic would say, no matter what happens these next 4 years. I'm trying to look for the helpers. There's a Mr. Rogers quote that I love. He says, you know, when he was a boy, he was scared.
Yeah, I think ranged attackers, except apart from Cypher. Cypher's quite good.
And when you watch a major American city get destroyed by wildfires, you can choose to focus on what awful people are saying and doing online. You can look at the incompetence of our politicians, or you can focus on the people flying those planes. You can think of the prisoners who, despite their lives and despite their existence, are putting it on the line to stop the fires, to help people whose houses they would never be able to live in. You can focus on the people who are trying to make a positive difference. You can focus on the chaos or the dysfunction and the selfishness and the awfulness, and that will make you cynical and that will make you despair. But if you look for the people who are stepping up, you'll find them everywhere. The doctors and nurses working through exhaustion in the middle of a pandemic, the neighbor who mows the lawn of a family they know is struggling. Like, these are the things that restore your faith in humanity. And I'm not saying you just sit on the sidelines and go, other people are handling it. No, the idea is to not take comfort from these helpers, but to take inspiration and obligation from them. I'm keeping a journal, as I always have, because in keeping a journal, it keeps me. You know, the Stoics, they lived in turbulent, chaotic, dysfunctional time. There was Nero and Domitian and Claudius. There was Commodus, who came after Marcus Aurelius, right? I think it's an interesting question. How did they stay clear-headed and principled? How did they not lose their minds? And the answer to that is hard work. And the place they did that work, the place they waged, which one writer would say, the Stoics, where they waged their spiritual combat, is on the pages of their journal. That's where they got perspective. That's where they shook off misinformation and noise. It's where they sort of boiled things down into truth. It's where they fought for control of the greatest empire, themselves. Marcus Aurelius is fighting to be the person that philosophy tried to make him. And where is he doing that? He's doing that in Meditations. Meditations is the byproduct of Marcus Aurelius writing a journal in a chaotic period, a period.
Why the hell did he go all the way up there,
When
man?
it made as little sense to him as this
Makes
one
no
might make
sense.
to you, but he used the pages of the journal to help it make
Fucking
sense.
Froggy.
Orwell said that, you know, to see what's in front of your nose needs a constant struggle. He was talking about totalitarianism and authoritarianism and state control in the 20th century, but he actually said that a journal was something that helps towards that. He said to keep a record of what you're thinking, of what's happening. It's something you can hold fast to that can help you make sense. It can even help you hold yourself accountable to your own opinions. And I guess what I'm saying is that if you're not examining your mind, who is? If you're not dumping your frustrations out on the pages, like who are you dumping them on? If you're not using a journal to gain self-awareness, to cut through all that noise, how are you going to see what's in front of you? And you have to do that. You can use the Daily Stoic Journal, for instance, like this is mine. I have a little leather cover in it. It's a reminder, make time. I want to make time every day. I want to sit down with some questions. I want to sit down and create some distance between me and the present moment. Root myself in deeper principles, bigger ideas, go to clarity, and a journal is something you've got to be doing in this day and age.
Damn.
One of the things I am doing is using my platform to support what I think is important. I have a platform, Daily Stoic reaches millions of people. The Daily Dad email reaches hundreds of thousands of people every single day. Daily Stoic email goes out to a million people every single day. The videos do millions of views, we have millions of social media followers. That's a responsibility. And I have a little note card next to my desk, and it says, am I being a good steward of Stoicism? And with whatever success or reach or influence you have to ask yourself, how are you using it? Are you amplifying ideas and voices and causes that matter? Or are you sitting on the sidelines because you don't want to offend anyone or you don't want to lose money? Or are you saying stuff that you don't really believe in or you know is probably not good for the world, but it gets a lot of clicks? I know way too many podcasters will just have anyone on their show, even if their ideas are toxic or ridiculous, or that person's just a monster in their private life, done really shitty things. And they do this because they know controversy drives views and downloads. And I've just decided, like, that's not who I want to be. And there's a Solzhenitsyn quote that I think of often. He says, look, there's always going to be evil and awfulness and stupidity in the world. And he says, but we have the power to say not through me. We choose what we propagate, what we are a conduit through or for. So I make a decision that costs me money, that I don't give a megaphone to trolls or conspiracy theorists or bad actors, or people that I don't respect. If I don't respect them, if I don't think their work is good, if I don't think they're making a positive difference in the world, I don't care how much engagement that episode is going to be. I don't care how many views it's going to be. I can't control that they're not going to just immediately go on some other bigger show, right? I don't control that, but I do control whether it comes through me. And so I guess the question as you think about who you're going to be over this period is like, what are you valuing? Are you valuing attention? Are you valuing reactions? Are you valuing money? Or are you valuing being a positive difference maker, right? And so, look, we don't control what other people spread and say, but we can say not through me. And better yet, if everyone sat down and said, hey, I want to put good stuff out there. I want to do helpful and essential stuff. I want to make a positive difference. Well, we live in a very different world. Another thing I'm doing is I'm focusing on the things that can change. In a very famous letter Jeff Bezos wrote to the shareholders of Amazon way back in 1997, he said that he was going to be focusing on the things that don't change. That's how they were going to measure success at Amazon. They were thinking for the long term. The problem is, so often we are chasing what's new, what's popular, what's trendy, what everyone is talking about right now in this very moment. And there's always pressure, and there's always temptation to do that. But what Bezos understood is that, for the most part, what customers want and how they want it, that doesn't change. The more you focus on the things that don't change, rather than the trends of the moment, the better off you're going to be. So, again, this goes to the idea of not following the news, but it also goes to not following what everyone else is doing. Seneca's idea of euthymia, about being on the path that you're on, not being distracted by the paths that crisscross yours, this is that. I want to be going in this direction, provided that this is a good long-term direction. Not, I'm chasing this until it runs out that I'm chasing that. No, you're going to get distracted, you're going to get worn down, and chances are you're going to be putting time and energy into things that are going to become irrelevant or insignificant as time goes on. That's one of the benefits of talking about an ancient philosophy that's 2,000 years old, is again, it's probably going to still be relevant a couple of years from now, even potentially a couple centuries from now. I guess what I'm saying is a lot of people are going to spend the next 4 years like fixated on fads and trends and minor gaffes and controversies and outrages. But how many of those things are still going to matter in 5 or 10 or 50 years?
Why doesn't anyone
The truth is
score,
that
man?
The things that really do matter, character and discipline and patience, the value of hard work, making things that are of value to people. These are going to be constants. Treating people well, demanding the best of yourself, getting to the core problems that human beings have, the sort of core myths and arts of the human experience. That's what you want to root your art in. That's what you want to root your products in. That's the kind of thing you want to make. And this is going to be important and valuable 2 months from now, 2 years from now, 20 years from now. Doesn't matter who's in office. It doesn't matter what's happening technologically. I try to structure my life around those things. That's what I try to focus on. And it's what I try to tackle in my writing and in my videos. And here's something that I think stands the test of time that I'm working on. I want to treat people well. I don't control the cruelty in the world. I don't control how others act. I don't care how unfair or thoughtless or selfish most people are or are being in this moment. But I control how I run my team. I control whether I show up for my family. I control how I treat strangers. The world is always going to have its share of rude people and dishonest people and different people. I mean, look, Mark Aurelius opens meditation with us. Like, talk about things that don't change. He opens book 2 of meditation by saying, the people I will deal with today are going to be meddling and ungrateful and arrogant and dishonest and jealous and surly. He's like, this is what people are going to be. This is the way they always have been. We don't control that, but we control whether we like them. We control whether we let them implicate us in their ugliness. We don't have to contribute to it. We can be kind and patient and fair. This is something that's always in my control. That's one of the wonderful things about being an entrepreneur. But also about being a consumer. And you decide what you're going to do with your wallet. You decide how you're going to run your business. You decide your policies. I decide what vendors I use for the things we make for Daily Stoic. I control what companies I do business with. I control the benefits that I offer. I control, my tone of voice. I control my stuff. And we should focus on treating people well. This is where we can have a positive impact. In a world where we feel powerless and despondent, one of the things we can do is contribute to our communities. America, like communities all over the world, have been hollowed out. There's big box stores and digital replaces physical. So much of modern success, I feel like, is subtractive. It's about extracting and optimizing and doing more with less. And I made a decision
82.
5 years ago, right at the beginning of the pandemic, to do the opposite. In 2021, my wife and I
Battle
were sitting
data.
at a diner across the street.
Damn, that Cinderus did a lot of damage.
Town we live in, and we had a crazy idea to open a bookstore, which we did in the teeth of a pandemic. We understood that community, that physical stuff was important. The majority of my book sales videos.
5 KOs, 9 assists.
I can reach millions of people, but there's something not tactile, something not human about it. And bookstores are important. Stoicism.
Wow, this guy has done 90 licenses. Wow, this guy's played for a long time. Damn.
And the book that he finds there changes the course of his life.
9,000 medals.
A chunk of our life savings into building out this.
Let me remove some people, man. I don't even have enough space to add people. Hello, Carly. What's up?
Office where people come together and the team works together and helps each other and gets to know each other, and community is important. And you can sit back and wait for someone else to make the community you want to live in, or you can contribute to that community. You can make that.
Remove some people. Too many random people that I added. Excella. Who's this?
So I just think about how to cultivate community.
I don't even know who I added, to be honest.
You don't have to do that as an entrepreneur. You can show up at a city council meeting. You can participate in a parade.
Chico Blanco.
You can talk to someone on the street. You can get to know your
Added too
neighbor.
many
You can
random
start
people.
a book club. Like,
Who's
how
this?
can you cultivate community where human
Battle
beings
record.
are coming together, talking to each other,
Win rate.
doing
Oh, it
things
tells you
together,
the win
that's
rate.
an essential part of
58.2.
rebuilding, not just
You've
the
been
economy,
practicing.
not just middle America and
Okay.
destitute
I remove this
people,
one.
but also rebuilding the
There's too many.
bonds that
I need to
connect
add more
human
people.
beings, the fraying of which
This
is
game definitely isn't
responsible
as
for so much
popular
of
as
the
other Pokemon games, but I think it's more
dysfunction
PvP
that we
based.
currently have. I'm trying to have fewer opinions. Marx Aurelius
Who's
reminds
this?
us that we always have the power to have.
562.
And we don't have to turn this
Party
and that
collection
into
leveling
something. That we don't have to
Dosa.
let this
Wow,
happen.
win rate
That
72%.
things are not asking to be judged
She must-
by us, he writes in Meditation.
I don't know what she's
In
playing,
this world that we are,
but she's in veteran, so I guess we'll look at the ones in
overwhelming
Masters.
amount of information, and we also can see what so many people
Win
are
rate
doing
58%.
who otherwise would be strangers or unknown to us. We just have too many opinions. We have opinions about people's
Marvel
relationships,
Future.
how they
I've
live
never
their lives,
tried
what
that.
they do
Oh,
in their
that's
own bedrooms,
that's
without
Zan
scandal.
TV.
None of this is our business.
Xanthi.
And we need to have fewer
Win rate 75.
I'm
I
trying to
think
have fewer opinions
it
about
becomes
what
harder to
kids
win
like or
on higher
dislike,
ranks.
how their room looks or doesn't look. I try
Win
to use
rate-
that expression about not yucking other people's
Win
yums.
rate is 47.6.
Just have less
Damn.
opinions. You'll get along with
Average
people better,
score.
you will be happier. So what if somebody's a vegetarian or whatever, right? Let them be who they want to be. Let them do what they want to do. Things are not asking to be judged by you, as Marcus said. Leave them alone. Especially because so many of our opinions are negative. They're
Let me
making us
remove
lose.
some
We
more
have to remember,
people.
It's not things that upset us, as Epictetus said. It's our opinions about things. And when you have fewer
I have
opinions,
too many
think
people
about
I
other
added.
people and things
Loads of
outside
people in
yourself.
Masters
Not
now.
only will you be happier and nicer, but it frees you up
Mysterion.
to have opinions about the things that actually matter. I'm not saying we should be totally disconnected. We should not care. Oh, live and let live.
Just add people that I think would be good in this game to team up with, because some people are really bad. You know who this person is?
Or celebrity scandals, you can have better, more well-informed opinions
Ultra
and
Ultra
more energy
Yazi.
to right that wrong about the things
Is a
that
girl.
actually matter.
74.
We're spending our energy
There's a
on
high win rate. 70,
trivial
71 point.
and we're just not going to have anything left for the things that matter. I'm trying to help
Zavi.
starfish. Do you know that story? There's a story about a little boy coming to the beach one morning after a big storm. There's thousands of
Favorite Pokemon Greninja.
and he starts to throw them back into the ocean. And this adult
Remove this guy.
comes up and he says, you know, you're
I
never
think
gonna
I
make it
found him from some random match. It's annoying that it's annoying that you can't add
There's a great line in
beyond a certain point.
this book, The Unbearable Lightness of Being. This woman, they're living in the
Yeah.
time of communism and repression. She tells her
This is
husband that
1,
she
2,
is
3,
no
1, 2,
more
3,
happier
4,
than
5, 6. I need 6.
send petitions to the president. And look, of course, politics matter.
Roll
but
again.
So often we focus on national or global politics instead of
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Funds.
But like we're passing litter by the side of the road. We're not trying to catch that dog that we see running by the side of the road that probably belongs to someone.
Your daily, yeah, because right now you can unlock Typhlosion. Typhlosion I already got, so now I need Feraligatr. I've actually never tried Feraligatr, so let me try it in the quick battles. I think I got the license for it, the trial license.
That act of human to human kindness, that's a blow against the Neros of the world.
Well, maybe I don't really, it doesn't really matter. Just play Masters.
Right-wing trolls on the internet. But not by
I was trying to get, well, I don't really care whether I get to Masters
doing the opposite to real people.
solos for licenses. Yeah, so if you do solos, you can, yeah, you can unlock
Sweeping reforms
a lot of the characters,
this enormous
which is nice. I got, also there's a returning trainer thing. I think you got it, right? You got a returning trainer thing. I picked Zacian, but Zacian I found that not to be that strong. Maybe it used to be strong,
the same is true for community. The same is true for remaking and
but
so I'm trying to
yeah.
think about the little differences that I can make.
I already have Gengar. Azumarill I don't have.
Right here.
The amount of points I need for Azumarill. Oh my god.
Kindness I can extend. And part of that means deciding
In a packet, in a trading card. Okay.
that story about the boy and the starfish. That cynical adult was saying it doesn't matter, why bother? Encourages calling. General Mattis is great.
If you only own,
It starfish back in the water, to be nice, to try to do something even though you're overwhelmed and the odds are against you, to believe, to be earnest when everyone else is full of doubt and cynicism. You know, as they say,
A friend-seeking strategic offensive playstyle.
Nihilists have always tried to tell us that nothing matters, but it does matter, and you can make a difference.
Charlie. I just put these. Fair play points. Unite licenses 37. Some people have 90 Unite licenses. That's a lot. They must have been playing for a long time. No, I was doing Masters. He's doing Masters. They have 90 Unite licenses. To be honest, this game reminds me of Super Smash Bros. Brawl. I was trying to get to... So the highest rank you can get to in this game is Legend 1000. I was trying to... Wow, I was just trying Masters. Yeah, I didn't play it when it came out. Well, I didn't know about it either.
And one of my favorite things to do is I write the Daily Dad email. I do the Daily Stoic, and we also do Daily Dad. I do videos, and I write this sort of bit of parenting wisdom every day. I'm drawing from history and science and literature.
It's definitely... I think Champions is definitely more popular than this, but I like... I think I like the raid aspect of it. It feels truly multiplayer.
Really my most important job, because I want to be more patient. I want to set a good example. I want to help my kids become what they're meant to become, and that's something I don't control it completely, but it's somewhere where I have a lot of influence, right? And raising our kids is one of the most important things we'll ever do, and yet, how many people just sort of trust their gut? They just kind of go along. They're so caught up in the day-to-dayness of it. They're not consciously trying to do what they can do. And so I try to study it. The way that I study philosophy or history or business, because I want to do it well. If you are frustrated with the direction of your country, of the world, your neighborhood, of so many things, right? And you can feel that for a variety of reasons. Well, one place you can direct that is in your own home. Right? It starts at home. So raise your kids right. Raise your kids to make a difference. I'm not letting them get me. I'm not letting the sons of bitches, I'm not letting the assholes turn me into a son of a bitch, turn me into an asshole. I'm not letting cynical people make me cynical. I'm not letting insane people make me insane. In some ways, I think this is kind of the hardest task in the world right now, to not let them make you like that. To not let cruelty harden you, to not let stupidity make you bitter, to not let outrage pull you down. You know, Marcus Aurelius says that the best revenge is to not be like that, to not be like them. And so while I'm genuinely disappointed.
Why is there 3 of them on the top, man? What the hell?
I thought I respected what they're doing and saying and thinking. It's not good. Instead of focusing on that, instead of trying to change them, to have less impact and control over, I'm focused on not following suit, not getting dragged down. As Chrysippus said, the whole point of being a philosopher is to not be part of the mob, to be above, to hold yourself to a higher standard, to not be corrupted and corroded by the time you are living in. And we live in one of those times, and we have to do the work to not be sucked into it. I'm doing difficult things. I got up early this morning.
Damn. The fuck is with that Garchomp? That Garchomp players are dumb.
Even though I knew stuff was getting wet and I'd have trouble drying off afterwards, but I did it because doing hard things is good for you. I got on my cold plunge yesterday for the same reason. And by the way, doing the cold plunge yesterday made doing the swim this morning easier. It made writing this morning easier. It made doing this video easier. The Stoics talk a lot about kind of keeping yourself in fighting shape.
Garchomp player's an idiot, man. Why is he all the way up there?
Mark Swiss talks about being like a wrestler who's dug in for sudden attacks. They trained in boxing because it was both made them stronger and it was a metaphor. Like, when we're not feeling good, we don't act good. A person who's disgusted with themselves is going to have less patience for other people. A person who loses their breath easily, I think, is going to lose their temper and their courage or their self-control more easily. You know, I got in great shape during COVID. I tried to run and bike and
walk every day. I cover thousands of miles, tens of thousands of miles. You know, as things kind of went back to normal, some of those habits waned a bit. And I've been trying to push myself more physically. We treat the body rigorously, Seneca said, so that it's not disobedient to the mind. You know, we keep these practices physical, just like we keep the journaling practice, because it keeps us. It toughens us, gives us confidence in ourselves. It builds the meta muscle that says, I'm in charge. I can get through hard things. I can endure unpleasantness, right? I can endure things that take longer than expect. Never a bad time to get in shape. And by the way, this is one of the things Socrates said. He said, no one is excused from keeping themselves in fighting shape, right? He was talking about, you know, obviously being a man in Athens, being able to fight in the army, but he was saying, also, don't you want to know what you're capable of, right? You only have one body. You're not going to see what it's capable of, what you're capable of. You got to do those hard things. These days, I'm choosing to be philosophical. I don't mean in the sense that I'm reading a lot of Marcus Aurelius or Socrates or Nietzsche or whatever. I am. It's always good to read philosophy.
Oh my god, that Garchomp player sucks, man. Why is he even up there?
When we say someone's philosophical, what we mean is they see the big picture. They're calm. They have wisdom. They have perspective. They're above or outside what is misleading or overwhelming or confusing or manipulating other people. That's what it means to be philosophical. Like, think about how many bad leaders there have been throughout history. Think about how many moments, eras, and epochs that were defined by chaos and dysfunction. How many societies felt like they lived at the end of the world, that the sky was falling. That's a constant thread throughout history. And of course, that's what right now looks like and feels like, because it has always looked like and felt like this. The 1960s were filled with war and assassinations and unrest. If you read Brian Burroughs' Days of Rage, there's a crazy stat in there. In 1968, there was a flu epidemic and 2,000 terrorist bombings in the United States. It gives you perspective on this moment. Gives you things to be grateful for, also gives you things to be aware of, to not be so sanguine about, because you know how bad it can get. The Great Depression was not fun. It wasn't fun to live through Watergate, or the Six-Day War, or the 73 oil crisis, or the Cuban Missile Crisis. Imagine Montaigne in the Reformation, or imagine living through the Cultural Revolution, or the Civil War, or any civil war. This shit was scary, it was weird, it was confusing, but that's what history is. It's only the passage of time that turns down the volume on these moments, that reduces them to some passage in a book. The fall of Rome must have felt like the end of the world, and yet also the world went on. The Roman Empire went on after the fall for hundreds of years. I guess what I'm saying is, like, we don't choose whether we live in normal times or not. We do get to choose our attitude about these times, our perspective on these times. The Stoics remind us that history is cyclical, that chaos is the rule and not the exception, but also through reason, through courage, through discipline, through perspective, through wisdom and truth, we can rise above. So that's what I am doing. That's how I am preparing and future-proofing myself for whatever the next 4 years, whatever the future, however long brings us. I want to focus on what's in my control. I'm doing the work. I'm not going to be broken by things beyond my power. I'm going to focus on what is in my power. I'm going to do my job. I'm going to contribute to my community. I'm going to try to make a small positive difference for the people I can, and I hope this video does some of that for you. Every day I send out one Stoic-inspired email totally for free. Almost 1 million people all over the world. If you want to take your Stoicism journey to the next level, I would love for you to subscribe. It's totally for free. You can unsubscribe at any time. There's no spam. Just go to dailystoic.com/email. Love to see you there. Sometime in his late teens, early 20s, a young Marcus Aurelius is given a book. He's given the Discourses of Epictetus. He's introduced to Stoic philosophy. And it's this chance introduction, this philosophy, that turns him into the man he would become, the most powerful and important man in the world, one of the greatest
human beings who ever lived. Today, all over the world, young men, they're struggling, they're angry, they're uncertain. They desperately need a guide to the good life. So now, as then, Stoicism can serve as this guide, a guide to being a man. And that's what we're going to talk about in today's episode, some Stoic lessons on masculinity. I'll give you the very first thing that Stoicism gave to me, the first thing that hit me about it. And this is actually Book 5 of Meditations. Book 5, Marcus Aurelius' Meditations, opens with a wonderful metaphor on getting off your ass, getting out of bed, and getting after it. Marcus says, at dawn, when you have trouble getting out of bed, tell yourself, I have to go to work as a human being. Or is this what I was created for, to huddle under the blankets and stay warm? But it's nicer here. So you were born to feel nice, he says, instead of doing things and experiencing them? Don't you see the plants, the birds, the ants, the spiders, and bees all going about their individual task and putting the world in order? He says you don't love yourself enough, or you love your nature too and what it demands of you. People who love what they do wear themselves down doing it. They forget even to wash and eat. And look, I think this passage from Marcus Aurelius is particularly important. It hit me at 19 years old. I had some early morning class in college I didn't want to go to. And here you have the most powerful man in the world having this same debate with himself. And it's a timeless debate. We all have this kind of lower self and higher self. And the lower self wants to sit on the couch and play video games. The lower self wants to eat whatever you want to eat, act however you want to act. And then the higher self knows what we're capable of, knows that we have obligations, knows that we have purpose, knows that there's meaning in work and fulfilling yourself and becoming what you're capable of becoming. And there's this battle, this tension between the lower self and the higher self. The work of philosophy, Marcus Aurelius also says this in Meditations, he says, fight to be the person that philosophy tried to make you. The idea that there's the man you can get away with being and the man you are meant to be, and you have to fight to be that person, you have to do the work, you have to demand something of yourself. This is the most critical lesson you can learn as a young person. Let's put aside, some of the traditional notions of masculinity, just the idea that you were meant for something, that you have purpose and value, that the world needs you. To me, this is the first thing that you have to take hold of. And then you have to do the work, you have to get uncomfortable, you have to challenge yourself to do and be that person. The earlier you realize that, the better you will be as a human being. We're talking here about notions of gender, and obviously the Romans had a very specific understanding of that, and we have a different understanding of it today. And in some cases gender is fluid, it can be confusing, and we have for better or for worse a very different understanding of gender. I would say largely for the better, but it's important that we understand.
I think we're a few battles away from Master 500.
When we're talking about being great, most of what we're talking about has no gendered connotations whatsoever.
Master 406.
There's a Stoic teacher named Musonius Rufus. He's the teacher of Epictetus. And he has this fascinating essay called, Should Women Also Be Taught Philosophy? And his answer is yes, because the core of philosophy has nothing to do with gender.
Win one battle.
Virtue doesn't know gender. It doesn't matter what gender a hunting dog is or a horse. It only matters, can they do the job? And so we have these jobs as human beings to realize our potential, to be good, to help others, to contribute to the common good, to take care of ourselves, right? And most of that, in fact, the vast majority of that has nothing to do with gender whatsoever. So I'm talking here specifically to young men, but I want to make sure that what we're talking about doesn't reinforce any certain gender stereotypes. Like, I'm physically active, I live on a ranch, I do, things that you might consider to be traditionally masculine, but also my job as an artist is a creative one. I'm inside and I sit down and think all day, and I love poetry and music and all these other, so I want to put those kind of more modern
still use
understandings of
Articuno.
what is or isn't masculine aside, because they don't really matter. What we're talking about here is is almost a much more fundamental human thing about being great, period. But it's specifically young men at this moment that are struggling to realize that and understand it. A lot of the lessons that Stoicism can teach us about masculinity have to do with physical discipline across the board. Seneca says we treat the body rigorously so that it is not disobedient.
Two defenders.
The Stoics were active. Seneca took annual cold plunges. There were Stoics who were runners, Stoics who were boxers, Stoics who were wrestlers, Stoics who were chariot racers, Stoics who served in the armed forces. The Stoics were active. They embraced what Theodore Roosevelt would later call the strenuous life. There's a Latin expression, mens sano in corpore sano, a strong mind and a strong body. You have to have both, right? What you learn when you have physical hobbies, when you play sports and you're active, is you learn that the body can be a liar. It tells you you're too tired, it's too hard, that you don't have what it takes. And it's only the will, the mind overriding that reminds you, oh, I have more in me. I am capable of more. And that challenge, that's why the Stoics embrace this. So we tend today to think of philosophy as this
have more time to grind the
pursuit.
game.
That's certainly a big part of it. But
What are you
for the
doing right
Stoics,
now?
It was inseparable from the
It's-
active part. Socrates said,
No,
nobody
you should give it to
is
someone else. That's
exempt
too much
from
too much
taking care
effort.
of themselves physically. It's because your country might need you. It says something today that most
Give it to, like,
young
a
men,
kid
literally a majority
that's
of
playing
young
it.
men who would want to join the army could not because they are physically disqualified. Right? They're too out of shape.
Yeah, I don't want to
They can't
grind.
Take care of themselves.
I'm only doing it.
And
I
as
know,
a
right?
result,
Like,
they become.
it's somewhat
so
fun,
it's not
but-
an exaggeration to say this is literally a national security crisis, right?
But to
So
be honest,
the
even
Stoics
at
and
Master
philosophers have the
400,
sense
it's
of
still
needing
not
to be
difficult.
a
Like, the
person
players
who
are
is
better,
of
but
use
I think they're
to the
very
country,
uncoordinated.
right, to their fellow human beings, and you only get that by taking care of yourself and pushing yourself physically, knowing what you're capable of, toughening yourself up. So this is a huge part of Stoic philosophy. You know, the Stoics would have looked down on someone who just spends hours and hours in the gym, finely sculpting their body. Epictetus talks about how if you talked to a strong person and you said, "How strong are you?" and they said, "Look at my muscles," you would shake your head. You would want to see what they
Payroll.
could lift, right? The point
Okay.
of fitness is functional, right? Not vanity. You can follow people on social media and it's clear that they're using steroids. It's clear that going to the gym has consumed their entire life. And what they're doing it primarily is for vanity, for pleasure, for impressing people. And the Stoics were much more interested in being a functional, healthy member of society who can do hard things, who can endure hardship, who's tough enough to deal with what life throws at them, who can lend a hand.
What the
when a
hell
hand
is my partner
needed.
doing, man?
But again,
Just not
the
doing
Stoics'
anything.
Beauty was beautiful choices. For them, beautiful choices were defined by moderation. So
Oh my
to be
God.
weak is a vice, and to focus on sort of vanity, muscles, etc.
This
would be a
teammate,
vice on
what the
the
hell
other
are
end
they
of the spectrum.
doing?
It's about this middle ground of functional fitness, being active, taking care of yourself, treating fitness as a kind of a metaphor, toughening yourself up so you can take your mind where it needs to go. One of the few areas that Marcus Aurelius addresses manliness directly is a little bit counterintuitive. He says, you know, it's not manly to lose your temper. And I think that's really interesting because, you know, there's like the stereotype, the athlete who gets so angry, they're throwing helmets on the sideline, the guy that gets so angry, he punches a wall, guy who getting in fights, right? We think of this as somewhat masculine. Marcus Aurelius' point is that it's not masculine at all because this is a person who is not in control of themselves. The greatest empire, the Stoics said, is command of one's self. And Seneca writes a whole essay on the perils of anger. He says it's the worst emotion It's the ugliest
Why
emotion.
why
It's
is he
the
all the way down
most
there, man?
damaging emotion, and it's the most absurd emotion. He says, would you return a bite to a dog or a kick to a mule? We have a story about Cato, who's at a Roman bath, and he gets bumped into and shoved by another man who throws a punch at him. And now you might think, oh, he's a stoic man. He fights this guy. He beats the crap out of him. No, Cato resists, walks away, and later when the man apologizes, he says, I don't even remember it happening. Because Cato had mastered himself. He wasn't triggered. He wasn't getting drawn into fights. He was in control of himself and his emotions. So again, the Stoics would say that taming your temper is a critical element of masculinity, because to not be in control of it is to say you're not in control of yourself, and thus to be not fully a great man. However, when the Stoics are talking about controlling your emotions, I think they're saying we want to be less emotional, but that's not the same as emotionless. We have multiple stories of Marcus Aurelius crying as a young man. He loses one of his beloved tutors, and one of his philosophy teachers goes to him and tries to say, hey, we don't do that around here. And Antoninus, his stepfather, steps in and goes, let the boy be human. He's saying that we don't benefit by just stuffing our emotions down and pretending they don't exist. We have a story of Marcus Aurelius crying over the many millions of Romans who perished in the plagues. We even have Marcus crying when he's told he's going to be emperor, because he's overwhelmed by the magnitude of the responsibility that's being thrust upon him. And so Marcus wasn't this emotionless, unfeeling robot. He knew he had emotions. He tried not to be ruled by them. He tried not to be regularly overwhelmed by them. But the idea was that sometimes we were. Sometimes we do lose our temper. That's okay, but it's about coming back, getting control of yourself, not doing anything you might regret because of that emotion, thinking it through, processing it, working it. You are not impressing anyone by pretending you are an unfeeling robot. I interviewed Adam Kinzinger on the podcast not long ago. He's a hero of mine. Here's a guy who stood up to the most powerful man in the world, as Stoics often have throughout history. He loses his job over it. This is a guy who's rescued a woman in a knife fight. He served honorably in the armed forces. Masculine in all the ways that we might define masculinity as a positive thing. And during a congressional hearing, when he looked out over the Capitol police officers who had valiantly pushed back the mob on January 6th, he teared up. Now he was called Crying Adam by Donald Trump about this, and that's so insane to me. It was insane to him. He said when I was talking to him, he said,
in my definition, masculinity is, being in touch with your emotions, fighting for causes, right? Bigger than yourself, defending your family, defending the defenseless. That to me is like the most masculine thing.
Which is, by the way, why Marcus Aurelius was grieving a tutor, why he was caring about the victims who died in a plague, why he was intimidated by becoming emperor. Because it wasn't all about him. He wasn't stuffing his emotions down. He wasn't pretending he was invulnerable or perfect. He was dealing with the difficulties of life, which a Stoic has to do. I remember when my son switched schools, and I said, hey, are you sad about changing teachers? And he goes, no, I'm not sad. And I could see that he was sad, but he was actively pretending that he wasn't. Now again, some people might say that that's what Stoicism is, and I think the opposite. I said, it's okay, buddy. Like, it's okay that you feel that way. Let's use that feeling. Let's write your teacher a letter. Let's make sure we stay in touch with your friends. Let's process this. Let's not just pretend that changing schools at 5 years old isn't a lot to deal with. It is a lot to deal with, and it's okay if that overwhelms you. It doesn't mean that you don't have to change schools, that you don't have to deal with the reality of what life is in front of you. But it's okay to feel those emotions. That being said, I don't think we would define a Stoic as someone who's being overwhelmed, losing their temper, weeping all the time, feeling sorry for themselves, racked by anxiety. No, we are trying to be less emotional, but that doesn't mean we are emotionless. think when I first came to Stoicism, like a lot of young men, I was mostly interested in what it could do for me. I was interested in what it told me about physical discipline and mastering my emotions and being tough and being courageous and all these things. And there's no question, there's a lot in there. But one of the things the Stoics talk about over and over and over again is other people, about caring about other people. Marcus Aurelius has a quote I think about a lot. He says, "The fruit of this life is good character and acts for the common good." To me, that's a great definition of masculinity as well. To be a person of high character, of values, and a person who is of use to other people and contributes positively by nature of being alive, being a member of society. And so Stoicism doesn't just do a lot for us, it also asks a lot of us. This is why the Stoics were involved in politics. This is why they ran for office. This is why they served in the military. This is why they had children and were active in the lives of their children. This is why they wrote works of philosophy and taught. They were trying to pay forward. Like, somebody positively changed Marcus Aurelius' life. His philosophy teacher introduced him to Epictetus. Thousands of years later, I'm benefiting from the fact that Marcus Aurelius wrote those lessons down in Meditations. We're all connected with each other. We're all citizens of the world. We have obligations and responsibilities and duties to each other. If you think Stoicism is about making you a better sociopath, if you think masculinity is defined by not having to give a shit about anyone else, you are getting it wrong. Being a man means taking care of people, means caring about other people. It means being a positive example. It means doing good. It means taking responsibility. It's all of these things. I think, who is the man, Marcus Aurelius or Nero? Nero was a man-child, a petulant, vain, insecure, egotistical man-child. Marcus Aurelius was a responsible adult, a mature individual in command of himself. And that's who you want to be. You want to be the hero, or do you want to be Nero? To me, one of the defining characteristics of masculinity that Stoics can teach us is rooted in humility. Zeno was one of the first Stoic teachers, and he said the students that he liked least were the conceited ones. He said nothing is less flattering on a student, particularly a young one, than conceit. Epictetus put it even better a couple generations later when he said, "Remember, it's impossible to learn that which you think you already know." What I think defines Marcus Aurelius' Meditations is the intellectual humility. He talks about how he's not that special, he's not that important, that he's going to be forgotten, that the rules still apply to him, that he's a human being who makes mistakes. He's not saying, "I'm a god king, I'm better than anyone else, I'm the chosen one." He's not saying, "I'm smarter than you, I'm better than you." No. What he's trying to do in Meditations, he said, he's trying to strive to not be Caesarified, to not be dyed purple. That's the cloak of the emperor. He wants to remain humble. He wants to remain connected to other human beings. He wants to still be held accountable to the same rules and obligations as everyone else. And so there is a strain of masculinity these days, I think exacerbated by social media, that's, like, look at the car that I drive. Look at how much money I have. Let's make fun of these people. Let's bully these people. A Stoic is not a bully. A Stoic is kind. A Stoic is humble. A Stoic is confident. That's very different than egotistical. If you walked into a jiu-jitsu gym, the coolest person there, like the person who's nicest to you and friendliest to you and will be the most patient with you, is almost certainly going to be the highest ranking belt. It's actually the white belts or actually somewhere in between that you have to be more worried about, because that person, more often than not, is going to be insecure. They feel like they have something to prove. So to me, masculinity is confidence, a sense of who you are as a unique individual, a person who is themselves, not a person trying to be someone else, not a person trying to be better than anyone else, a person who is confident versus egotistical. And confidence to me is an understanding of our strengths paired with an understanding of our weaknesses. Egotism is the opposite of that. Confidence is earned. Confidence is based on what's real. And ego is something dangerous, something we want to push away.
They have no defenders, man.
When I think back to who I was in my early teens and 20s, I was so ambitious. I had so much ambition. I wanted to make a lot of money. I wanted to be successful. I wanted to prove people wrong. I wanted to make my...
I'm going to talk about two questions today that many of you have probably wondered about. The first one is about you. Should you go to Silicon Valley? The second one is about Sweden. What should Sweden do to thrive as a startup hub? Well, the first question is a lot older than startups. In fact, it's thousands of years old. Whenever there's something that people are working on very intensely, there's usually one place in the world that's the center of that thing. So for painting in 1870, it was Paris. For math in 1900, it was Göttingen. For movies in 1950, it was Hollywood. Everyone, every ambitious person working on those things at those times had the same question you have, the same question startup founders have. Should I go there? And the answer is the same now as it always is. Yes, you should. You can go there for a bit and then come back, but you should at least go. The reason is the same reason it's worthwhile to move within one country. If you were living in a small village and you were interested in startups, obviously you'd benefit from moving to the capital, right, where there'd be a lot of other people doing it, or at least somebody else doing it. Well, that doesn't change when you're moving across a dotted line on a map, right? That reasoning doesn't even know the dotted line is there. What exactly do you get when you move to the big center? The answer to that question is always the same too. You get the best peers. And in fact, the talent pool expands in two dimensions. The people are better, and there's also a lot more of them. And on top of that, they tend to cluster in certain places. And so the resulting concentration of talent is, I mean, it's really intoxicating. Honestly, like, during a YC batch, every dinner feels like this in this room. It's true, isn't it? Is Gustav here? This is what it feels like in YC. Imagine like this every week for 3 months. So, I mean, it's actually pretty good that this feels like a YC dinner. That's a high standard to meet. It's very exciting to be in the same place as a lot of people working on the same thing as you. If you're working on something that not a lot of people are working on, Gustav mentioned this when he got to Silicon Valley. He felt like finally he'd met his people. But there's also a practical benefit that's much more important than the effect on your morale. You have a lot more serendipitous meetings that turn out to be valuable. I am still not sure why this is so, but serendipitous meetings seem to me enormously important. If you read biographies of people who've done great things, you constantly see examples of some serendipitous meeting that changes their whole life. It's such, I don't understand why, actually. Why are unplanned meetings? Why do they seem to be so much more valuable than planned meetings? It could be because there are simply more of them. And so, of course, if there are more unplanned meetings than planned, then more of the outliers will be the unplanned kind. Or maybe, excitingly, there's something especially good about unplannedness. Wouldn't that be cool? Maybe it's because planned meetings are too conservative. Maybe planned meetings lop off the outliers, just like deliberately trying to find startup ideas lops off the outliers. You have to have a reason for the meeting beforehand, and that makes you too conservative. Or maybe it's because there's more selection in unplanned meetings. If you think about how unplanned meetings happen, you can decide after the first few sentences whether you keep having the conversation or not, right? And so if the first few sentences like, oh, you're interested in that too? Oh my gosh, we need to talk, right? But there's something about serendipitous meetings. Like if you're working on something ambitious, there's nothing in the world that's better than serendipitous meetings with people who are working on the same stuff. And in one of the big centers for art or math or movies or startups, you just have more of them. Things also tend to move faster in the big centers because the people are better, they're more confident and thus more decisive. They also tend to egg one another on. They both encourage and compete with one another, and that means when someone who has a good idea doesn't sit on it, That's the problem with the people out in the villages. Right? They sort of half have these ideas. In fact, when there's some big startup 10 years later, they're like, I thought of that, right? Villages all over the world, there's people who half had an idea, but they didn't do anything about it, and they're like, how come that guy's so famous and I'm not, right? For startup founders especially, there's a special case of this moving faster that's really, really valuable. Investors in Silicon Valley, have any of you tried to raise funding from investors in Europe? Well, let me tell you, investors in Silicon Valley decide a lot faster. Not just because they're better and thus more confident. It's also because there's much more competition. An investor who decides that it would be a good idea to invest in a startup really cannot sit on that idea, because the more right this investor is, the more likely that opportunity is to time out, right? That's a very unusual situation where the more right you are, the less time you can wait. That's why Yuri Sagalov, who we know, Yuri Sagalov is fabulous. That's why he invested immediately on meeting Max, because he thought, you know, anybody else who meets this guy is going to invest in him. I better do it right now. So that's a very characteristic story. That's how things work in the Valley. The investors complain. The investors always complain. Valuations are too high. We're too rushed. All these startups raise money instantly. We have to decide right away. We don't have time to really meet them and get to know them. But you know what? It doesn't seem to hurt them empirically. Silicon Valley investors get better returns than European investors despite having to decide so quickly. So they may grumble, but they're fine. Incidentally, another advantage of moving to the Great Center, even briefly, is that you'll get a lot more respect back home. As Jesus said, no one is a prophet in their own country, and there may be no group more dedicated to upholding this principle than investors outside Silicon Valley. Investors outside Silicon Valley implicitly assume that any local startup is second rate. It's not a uniquely Swedish problem, it's the same everywhere. So, if you leave for Silicon Valley, you make this rule operate in reverse. You automatically rise in investors' opinion. I've seen this happen over and over again, and sometimes it's really funny. You don't even have to move. As soon as you tell them that you've been accepted by Y Combinator, often they're tripping over themselves to try and invest in you, because they knew once you go to the big city, that's it, right? Everybody's going to know about you. This happened with Dropbox in the summer of 2007. It's a very funny story. Dropbox was from Boston, and this was a Boston batch, right? Well, for the past year, a big Boston VC firm had been keeping a benevolent eye on them, offering them lots of encouragement and advice. Not money, just encouragement and advice, right? Well, because the Boston investors were so lame, we used to fly the Boston startups out to Silicon Valley for a second demo day after the Boston demo day, so they could actually raise money. And when Dropbox went out to Silicon Valley, they came to the attention of Sequoia. Well, when the Boston VC firm found out that Sequoia was interested, their opinion of Dropbox changed so fast that they probably gave themselves whiplash. They sent Drew, the founder, a term sheet. They faxed it to him. Anybody even remember what a fax machine is? They faxed him a term sheet with a blank valuation. Let us invest. They went from not investing at all to let us invest at any cost. But it was too late. Drew went with Sequoia. In 2018, they were the first YC company to go public. As it always happens, though, the biggest advantage of moving to one of these centers is not what it does for you, but what it does to you. When you're a big fish in a small pond, you don't even know how big a fish you are. But when you move to a big pond, to the big pond, this whole point is now kind of obviated because you've now met Max. But I'll tell you what I was going to say anyway. When you move to a big pond, you can measure yourself up against known big fish, and you can see how big a fish you are. Surprisingly often, the news is good. Surprisingly often, you'll see Brian Chesky or Sam Altman, right, and think to yourself, all right, this guy is, yeah, really impressive, but he's not a different species from me. I could do what he did if I worked that hard. It's so funny, you've just had this happen right here in front of you with Max, didn't you? Because honestly, he's pretty much as big a fish as they get. He's a Swedish fish. I can't believe I got to say that. I didn't plan that. You know, honestly, if Max is still here, that may be your nickname from now on. I mean, that's so sticky. I've seen some nicknames happen. You're the Swedish fish. So that's what happens in Silicon Valley. You go there and you see these people and you think, okay, I could do that. But you notice how hard he works. That's what you have to do. He's an illustration both of that you can do it, but what you'd have to do in order to do it, right? So I'm going to repeat this. It's the most important part. It's not just that, okay, I could be like that guy. I could be like that guy if I worked as hard. Startups are really hard. So when you see someone like that, it sets a new standard that you have to meet. You don't see people like this and think, oh, I'm as good as that. I mean, not unless you're insane, right? What you see, what you think is, I could be like that. But it no longer seems an impossible goal, just a hard one. And for an ambitious person, there is nothing better than a high but definite threshold. I had this very metaphorical paragraph in here that I have crossed out because it seems like it's a little too bullshit, but I'll say it anyway. Moving to Mount Olympus. Oh, it's ancient Greek metaphor here. Moving to Mount Olympus clears away the fog at the top of it. The summit is right there. Quite high, actually, but it's not impossibly high, invisibly high. I'm not saying it's always this way. There must be some people who see these big fish, Swedish fish, and think, whoa, I could never do what they do. In fact, honestly, I was half thinking that, calling up all these law firms. But for some reason, this doesn't happen nearly as often as it should, statistically. Part of the reason for that, I think, is that when the big fish come and speak at a YC Batch, they're not trying to frighten you with their formidableness. They're there to encourage you. They try to seem a little accessible. As Max gets a little more practice, he'll get better at seeming accessible. At the moment, he's just raw terrifying. But in a sense, this is not as misleading as it sounds, because it's evidence of another of the great advantages of Silicon Valley. In Silicon Valley, people help you for no reason. In fact, if I said that sentence to people in Silicon Valley, it would sound kind of strange. It would sound as strange as if I said to people in Sweden, the streets are really clean for no reason. You think you have to have a reason to have clean streets, right? Well, in Silicon Valley, people would be similarly surprised. You have to have a reason to help people. But in most of the rest of the world, it seems like you do. I don't usually invest in non-YC companies, but I've invested in a couple of companies started by people in England that I know, and one of them just moved to Silicon Valley. And I asked them, how is it different than you expected? By the way, that's the best question you can ask about anybody who does or goes to any new thing. Not what was it like, how is it different than you expected? And they said the most surprising thing was how helpful everyone was. I mean, they were joking about it, how every conversation they had seemed to end with, what can I do to help you? Wasn't it like that in England? I asked, and they just laughed. No, apparently not. And that's surprising, because people in England are much more polite than people in America. I mean, even before Trump, this was true. So clearly, this is something different from ordinary politeness. There's a pay-it-forward culture in Silicon Valley that's different from anywhere else I've been in the world, maybe anywhere else in the world at all. And I can understand exactly how it evolved. Silicon Valley is the place where people go from being nobodies to billionaires faster than anywhere else in the world. And so, someone who had a taste for being really nice to nobodies, the kind of person who sees the nobody walking along on the street and just wants to pet it on the head as opposed to kicking it out of the way, right? Someone like that is going to end up with really powerful friends. Maybe rich too, probably rich. But if this helping nobodies was ever calculated, it's not anymore. The custom's 60 years old now. Now it just seems to people in Silicon Valley, that's how everybody acts. That's the way you behave. You just help everybody all the time. Ron Conway is probably the most imperfect example of this phenomenon. All he does all day long is help people. He doesn't even keep track of whether they're his own portfolio companies. He doesn't even remember most of the favors he does for people, and this allows him to operate on a much larger scale. It's like being honest.
Streaming
You don't
today,
keep track
yeah.
of what lies you told, so you don't contradict them. You just like do favors left and right, and don't even keep track of whether you're ahead or
'Cause
behind. When you
11's
have
quite
multiple
late.
people doing this, as you do in the Valley, there is no longer a conservation law for favors. There's just more favors. So like Ron and I have been doing one another favors for the last 20 years. By this point, I don't know who's ahead anymore, so I have to assume it's him, right? So anything he wants, I do, you know? This will happen to you too. Weirdly enough, one of the most subtle ways moving to Silicon Valley will change you is it will make you more helpful to other people, which leads to my second question. How to help Stockholm thrive as a startup hub. And here I have a surprise. The reason I chose to talk about these two questions at the same time is that they have much the same answer. So the answer to the first
No,
one
7:35.
is yes, you should go. You can go there for a bit and then come
You
back.
can check UK
but
time.
You should go. Well, the answer to the second question is in there, in the answer to the first one. It's you should go for a bit and then come back. Because if you do that, as long as you do actually come back, that's one of the best things you can do to help Sweden, to help Stockholm thrive as a startup hub. And if it sounds at all controversial to think that you could help Sweden by going to America, think about how it was with the previous centers. Would it have helped 19th century mathematicians if they boycotted Göttingen, if they said, oh no, we have to stay and develop Swedish mathematics? No, of course not. And in fact, they didn't. And a good thing too, the government at the time gave them fellowships that were conditional on them leaving and going to other countries and studying the math there. If you go to Silicon Valley and then come back, you're helping Sweden in three ways. You make your own startup better, so the average quality of startups here is increased. You're probably going to bring money back with you from Silicon Valley investors, and you're importing Silicon Valley culture, which has evolved for decades to be optimal for startups, and in fact is pretty compatible with Swedish culture. It's true, it doesn't have the tall poppies thing, which you should probably lose anyway, but it does have the high trust part, right? I know it will sound like I'm talking my own book at this point.
7:45, yeah.
This is so true, I have to say it. Surely the optimal way
You
to
can
go to
check,
Silicon
just
Valley
check
for a bit
UK
and then
time.
come back is to do YC. YC is deliberately designed to concentrate all the things that are distinctive about Silicon Valley. It's like a little super valley within the valley. The density of startup founders, I mean, it's ridiculous. Like everyone around you is a startup founder. You have instant colleagues. They're even more committed to helping you than usual for the Valley because that's one of YC's principles. Even the speed at which investors have to decide is increased, like honestly, down to the minute. And you can do it all in like 4 to 6 months. If the Swedish government designed a program to help Swedish founders experience Silicon Valley, they couldn't do better than this.
Check
And it
UK
doesn't
time
even
yourself,
cost
yeah.
them anything because it's funded by Silicon Valley investors. If YC were Swedish government policy, it would seem a miracle of effectiveness to get results like that at zero cost. And they don't even have to license it. They can just call our API. There's no sales process. Of course, for it to work, the startups actually have to come back. And there is some slightly bad news in this department. YC now has a lot of data about this. And the startups that go home after YC don't do as well as the ones that stay. Startups that go back home after YC are only about half as likely to become unicorns. But there are 3 reasons you shouldn't be too discouraged by that. First of all, there's a lot of selection bias in this. It's not just measuring the effect that Silicon
The
Valley
fuck
has
is
on
Venus
startups.
all doing,
It's
man?
measuring also the confidence and the determination of the founders, right? If you're more confident and determined, you're more likely to move to another country to do your startup. Also, it's not just measuring the effect of Silicon Valley on the company's performance, just their valuation. And everybody knows companies in the Bay Area can raise money at higher valuations. And third, even if you only do half as well, that's still pretty good. If you'd have become a billionaire in the Valley, so that you only have 500 million. Well, there's no difference between those two things. In fact, in Swedish, it sounds even better. You have 5 billion kroner, right? You're a billionaire in Sweden. Money is not everything. I mean, has an investor ever gotten up in front of an audience and said that? But it's true. Money isn't everything. Once you have kids, you'll find you care more about them than your company. Where do you want your kids to grow up? Eventually, that becomes the most important question. If you do well enough at transplanting Silicon Valley here, you could do more than just make Stockholm thrive as a startup hub. Here's the exciting idea. You could make it the Silicon Valley of Europe. That job is still up for grabs. If you ask people, where's the Silicon Valley of Europe? It's not just like, everyone doesn't immediately say, like, there's a certain answer. I mean, if there were an answer, it would seem a ridiculous question to ask. Nobody asks, like, where's the Silicon Valley of America? Duh. So that means the job is still available. It may seem a bit of a stretch. You might be thinking, well, Stockholm is very nice, but, you know, it's not very big or centrally located. So here's an encouraging thought. Have you ever seen Mountain View, California? Talk about not being big or centrally located. The place is still a backwater now. Imagine what it was like in 1955 when they were founding Shockley Semiconductor, right? And yet, it was the center of Silicon Valley, at least geometrically, until 2012 when that shifted to San Francisco. All you need is a place founders want to live and a critical mass of them. Stockholm, I can tell from being here, is the kind of place founders want to live. And who knows how close you are to having a critical mass. That's the thing about critical masses. You don't know till you hit it, and then pow. So you might already be closer than you think.
What do you mean screen sharing?
Thank you, everybody.
This has always worked.
There's another misconception.
There are probably 10,000 good reasons to start a YouTube channel and make content. There's only 2 bad ones. And the bad ones are Hollywood. That industry for a long time.
No, this has always worked, although I don't play this from my Switch. I play this on the Android emulator.
Creators weren't production studios, and you brought these professionals in who were like, this is how you make content. The audience smelled it out so quickly.
But now we got Scott.
What does this guy have? What do I do? It's nice having just like a bulldog where it's like, this is a thing, that's a problem, make it go away, like fix this. For the first time in 15 years, we finished a video 2 days before we're gonna upload.
Whoa, that is crazy.
Damn, they banned Articuno.
To capture someone's attention feels harder than it's ever been.
We test all sorts of thumbnails, and the ones that win are where, can I tell the rat story? I'm gonna tell it anyway.
Yeah, tell it anyway. Thanks to Shopify for sponsoring this episode. More on them later.
How many attackers do we have all around the...
Yeah, excited to be here. This week we read a headline about that you have spent $60 million to make STEM curriculum and you're giving it away for free.
Yes, slightly misleading headline, and I can explain.
Okay, explain.
So basically, we're calling it Class Crunch Labs, but effectively, the story is, this is really how it came about 3 years ago, by the way. This is like 3 years in the making. My CO, Jim, who you guys have met, his daughter came home from school, and I was like, what are you learning in science? She's like, oh, we watched a Bill Nye video today. And I was like, what? I mean, I love Bill Nye. And she showed me the worksheet that's been copied 1,000 times. It's like, how are they still doing Bill Nye in school? Like, this is a new generation. I was like, you know, we've gotten really good at hiding the vegetables with teaching science content without realizing it, right? we've had to earn those views. We know how to do that. So I was like, we should make some science content for schools that's free. And one of my superpowers is naive optimism. At the time, that seemed like such an easy, brilliant idea. And it's turned out to be a really good idea, but way, way, way more work than I was anticipating. But ultimately, that's what we're doing. We're doing a full
43 seconds is a long time.
You know, not only does it have really banger videos the kids will beg to rewatch, but it's like got hands-on demo the teachers can make just with junk they have lying around their classroom. And then we're going to release it, and it'll be totally free forever for all teachers. It's costing us $60 million to make. But bigger than that, and I'm getting like very nice rich people to pay for it. But bigger than that,
that should be added to the headline.
Yeah.
Mark Rober gets really nice,
lovely rich people to pay for it. But bigger than that, it is a week out of every month of my time for the past year and for the next 4 years.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
It's a big commitment. That's a big commitment. Yeah.
It'll be the most important thing I do my whole life. Like, hands down, super easy to say.
Why is it the most important thing?
I just think, you know, like after 16 billion views, what I've learned is like, I can't teach you if I don't have your attention. But if I can get your attention with something remarkable, now there's something to like attach the learning to. This is not how science is taught in schools, right? It's written by folks who are well-meaning, but they've never had to earn a single view on a platform where there's a lot of choices in the sidebar. So we know how to hide the vegetables. We know how to do this. We know how to
Exactly right. He's right.
The biggest issue in
This is some Colin and Samir podcast.
You can have the best curriculum in the world, but if the students don't care, it doesn't matter. And my message to the teachers is like, I'm at your service.
We got
We have 30 teachers. The team is 50
Snorlax.
people.
Welcome
All of
back.
them are, like, some of the best
Welcome
teachers in
back.
the country. We're making this content really sticky.
Guess this
Teaches
Pokemon
all the
Unite
science,
videos.
exceeds all the state standards. But the point is like, I'm also going to the teachers, and I just spoke at a teacher conference after TED. It's like, I am at your guys' service. Like, let us code. We're team teaching. I'm not replacing the teachers. We're like teaming up. The teachers become the heroes. But I'm like, let me make this whatever you want it to be. So we've done the first 3 pilots. It's out. They're testing it, and it's like, help me make this exactly be what you want. Like, I'm at your service. And the number one thing we heard from the teachers conference yesterday is like, what's the catch? Like, I can't believe this is free. Like, the quality of this relative to, in my opinion, anything else out there. And by the way, we're also telling the other folks who make curriculum, who currently charge.
Not with this game on.
Crunch Labs, we will
So I'm not
show
looking
you
at the
exactly
chat.
what we're doing. How we write the curriculum, how we film the videos. Also, take our videos, use them in your thing. Like, we don't care. This is so open source. Everything is editable
and customizable.
We don't, like, anyone can use this. Even other folks who are currently making curriculum that you have to charge for. Like, we just want to move the needle forward in like the science education space, starting first with America and then the world.
You're teaching storytelling to teachers.
Yeah, and it used to be like Sage on the Stage. Like when we did science in school, it was like the teacher stood at the front and said, "This is the formula for kinetic energy." There's a new school of science teaching that's like taking over that we are putting our thumb on the scale. It's like where we almost give no answers. We just help the kids Scooby-Doo their way to the answer. Like one of the first lessons on electromagnetism is like we show a bullet train in Japan, how it goes really fast, and a normal train. And then we're just like, all right, pause the video, observe. We watch a bullet train, a bunch of stuff, and now the teacher is like, what'd you notice? What's the differences? What did you observe? And we're not telling them, the kids are like observing, and then in the end we build a maglev train with them in class, hands-on. They do a version of
It's
that.
game
and then
over.
They go to an MRI machine with the 10-pound hammer and stick a watermelon in the middle, and then flip it on, and by the power of Thor, this hammer releases ram and just demolishes this watermelon. And now I gotta talk about the invisible magnetic fields all around us. But I can't teach you if I don't have your attention. And a 10-pound hammer in an MRI machine destroying watermelon will get your attention.
The note that you just said about capturing attention, I find it interesting that Mark Rober videos exist in many different contexts. Like originally, even first time we sat down on the show, it's like Mark Rober videos exist on YouTube. You were making them. You stayed up all night the night prior to our first interview, editing your squirrel video.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember even walking into Crunch Labs, and there were a lot of people there, and our assumption was, well, these people work on your videos. And at the time, you told us. Oh no, they're actually engineers, and they're all tinkering in there. I actually was up last night working on this video. I have an assistant who helps with some, editing here and there, putting clips together. But yeah, I was up pretty late.
That's amazing.
And now we have Scott here, who's the chief content officer, correct?
Yep.
At all of Crunch. Is it Crunch Labs?
Who's defeating these? Saberlight, there's a Saberlight near here.
Classroom. They exist on YouTube, and they also exist on Netflix now.
And like in the Crunch Labs boxes.
Crunch
Every
Labs
toy
boxes,
that comes
Invisible
to the Crunch
Pokemon.
Labs has a video for me that explains the science that gets the kids started.
Are the principles of capturing people's attention the same across all?
100%. Like the way to make a viral video, this is not a cheap answer. The true way, this is your clip. This is how you make a viral video. All you have to do is create a visceral response in the viewer. Like, they have to feel happy, they have to feel amazed, they have to feel shocked, they have to feel angry. So a lot of stuff goes viral. You just have to feel something.
42.
Be remarkable. It needs to be
It's like 92, right? No, not 92. 112.
Right? Like, so
I think.
that's it. That's the trick. You just have to create, and a lot of times that's why it's world's largest blank, because by definition, if it's the world's largest, you've never seen it before. So that's likely going to create a reaction in you that's like, whoa, I'm amazed by this. This is incredible. The glitter bombs, you feel vindicated. It's funny to you. Like the squirrels, it's like, what? I've never seen this. That's the same principle across all the platforms you just said, is just give someone a juicy nugget, an aha moment, just a feeling. Like if you want to reach here, this is the doorway. Like you have to start in the heart, like in this visceral experience, and then you get access to here. If you try and access here first, you don't get here. This is why with flat earthers, you're like, oh, if I could sit down with them, I could explain it. You can't reason someone out of a position they didn't reason themselves into. The reason they're flat earthers is because it's doing something here for them. They have a community. They feel smart for the first time. There's a lot of stuff in the heart that like you don't get to talk to the brain unless you start with this.
Those principles right there, I feel like if we asked you that 3 years ago when we came, it'd be somewhat similar. Like the core of you is still who you are, making what you make no matter where it goes. But now we got Scott.
Yeah, that's right. Freaking Scott.
He needed some help.
What does this guy have to say?
What do I do? So yeah, Scott, tell us, what do you bring to the equation here? Because I think, sure, there will be some creators and people in the industry watching and listening who fully understand what a chief creative officer is, chief content officer.
Yep.
They'll go, yep, got it. I know that. But there will be a lot who, even me, sitting in this seat, I don't fully understand the breadth of what someone like you does and brings to a creator.
What did you say you do?
What do you do?
What do you do?
Well, I'm an extension of Mark, and so I love how Mark calls himself the reluctant entrepreneur, but also is a reluctant YouTuber too. Like he did it for fun. So everything for Mark happens a little bit later. So we met 8 years ago when I was at Discovery, and so ran Discovery Channel, ran science content, and met because I saw him as the future of science content, and so we started working on Shark Week together.
Yeah, but hold on. In his defense, what happened is these Discovery guys and other people will call up and be like, hey, we want to put you on TV, and you should just be grateful I'm doing this call. And then when you get details, it's like, okay, so let me understand this. I'll get less views, I'll make less money, and I'll have no creative control. Like, where do I sign?
Right.
And Scott came in with humility, not humility, but just he understood my perspective. It's just like, look, I get it, but I can get you access to like sharks, and let's do something.
Yeah, in the first 5 minutes of the dinner, he said, I'm never going to work for you. So this ain't going to happen, but out of respect of Discovery, and Mythbusters inspired me, I felt like I needed to take the meal. I said, Mark, well, you don't know me. I said, we're actually going to figure this out. And I said, I was kissing his ass to get him to do Shark Week. I said, but I believe one day I'm going to work for you. Because you are the future of science, and Discovery, I'm trying to tap your audience, and that's why I'm here to figure this out. And so he was blown away by the fact that we sent him to do a shark episode for his YouTube channel. We paid for it, and all I asked for was a mention of Discovery and the timing it dropped. He was like, you pay for the boat, the trip, and everything, and that's all I got to do. I was like, done. And it was an early time. I mean, you were like sub 2 million. It was a different.
And that was like
era.
the banger thumbnail with the blood.
Yes.
That video where I tested like blood versus just a drop of blood because they smell it. That was like Scott paid for all that, so I'm like, sure.
So that opened the door of our relationship, which was great because I actually went to
Damn.
the shoot because I was like, I got to get to know this guy. And where I was sitting in
the wrong territory.
every year, the median age was ticking up. And I kept looking, where is the next generation of viewers? They were all on YouTube. And I was like, okay, at that time, I was like, how can I transfer that audience? And that was a trick a lot of people still
Snorlax tanks for a long time as well.
over to the other platform. The magic was to be part of that other platform and build it to its next level. And that's now where I am with Mark, because my joke with Mark was I was always trying to get him to do something, and he'd always say no right out of the gate.
Damn,
was like, hey,
that's buff, man.
I was like, yeah, whatever, Lures, it's not going to happen. I was like, oh, you don't want to go to Titanic? I was like, what? And scarily, he was
What?
going on the second.
Finish the story.
Well,
Which
we didn't send you. We didn't send you.
Which dive?
The second mission of Titan. We were going to do a live broadcast with Josh Gates and Marco together.
The one
Ocean
that
Gate,
literally
yes.
imploded.
Did you have conflict or?
Well, the beauty.
Scott really wanted me to go.
This pitch is not great, right?
Listen, it was before everything, but here's the magic. Josh Gates.
Look, I asked you what you do. We're down here.
Yeah, I know. Well, we're gonna build up. We're gonna build it up. We're gonna build it up. We're gonna build it up. Yeah, we're getting there. That became our relationship of just always me trying to get Mark excited, and so almost a year later, my first day was May the 4th, which I did on purpose for the Star Wars reference. So we're almost at my.
But
year
here's what I'll
anniversary.
say: when Scott came on board, he's a big ideas guy. Like I'm an ideas guy, but sort of in a different way. He's good at just like making stuff happen, where it's like with all these big companies and stuff. I was like, we need to fix a lot of stuff on our channel. Like the ideas that the YouTube channel breaks even, and Crunch Labs is where the revenue is made, and then the YouTube channel just advertises. But the main channel was not breaking even. We were spending very comfortable 7 figures more money than we were making over there, and that's completely my fault because I'm not a businessman. I'm not like in the numbers. I'm not an analytics guy. So Scott came in and kind of brought some rigor and like has cleaned that up. But I also told him in the first 6 months, because we just need to like get our
69.
no new ideas, because he's an ideas guy, and like I don't want to be constantly saying no. And he's like, I got it, and then like 2 days later, he's like starts pitching me ideas. I'm like, oh, I love that. I love this. This is how we did the Netflix Sesame Street special at Christmas. Well, Scott's like, oh, I have this idea. Let's do it in 2 months, and we turned it around, and it like happened.
This episode is sponsored by our friends at Shopify, the platform that almost all of us creators use to build our businesses online. And they just launched this new feature. Check this out. So pick your favorite LLM and then type something like this. My friend really likes Mark Rober. What should I buy him? So the result I get is showing me Crunch Labs, and that's all happening through Shopify's agentic storefronts, which makes it easy for people like me right now to find and buy products in the environment that they're already in.
There is a huge macro change that is taking place right now where people are searching more and more through LLMs than they are in traditional search. And if you, as a creator, have a storefront and you are missing out on that opportunity to show up in that search, you are missing the moment and you are missing out on a lot of opportunities to be discovered and make sales.
So here's the amazing thing about Shopify. If you are selling in the US right now, you don't have to do anything to participate in this. You are automatically discoverable in most popular LLMs. Now, Shopify has always made it super easy to launch and build a business online. They've spent years helping us reduce the friction between our products and our audience. Like right now, if you're watching this episode on YouTube, you'll see a product shelf right under the video where you can just click and purchase our Press Publish merch. And now with agentic storefronts, that's happening again. Shopify's helping us meet our audience where they already are. So if you have a business idea and you want to bring it to life, you just want to experiment with Shopify, you can go to shopify.com/Colin and Samir for a free trial.
So Chief Content Officer is part big ideas, part if I come up with that big idea or you come up with that big idea, Mark, I will help execute it. I will find the right people. I'll make sure it happens.
How to make it real, but then to your question, how do we do this with 52 weeks a year, 24 hours a day, and his schedule? So to the point about the overspending of the money, it was really looking at how do we bring a studio structure, which was beginning, but it was very, in the creator world, you know, it scales from 2 people to 20. Our operation needed some rigor to be able to do 70 episodes of Class Crunch Labs in the next 4 years, to be able to make content for the subscription toy line, which we were doing, but now we're launching a retail line with Moose that needs content as well. Content fuels everything, but to be able to do all this while maintaining the 10 to 11 episodes of YouTube videos a year, we needed to bring that structure and rigor, and so I've been bringing in what I call this marriage of legacy media learnings of best practices, but keeping the agility and the magic of what YouTube and creator world is really finding that synergy together.
Yeah, and like I took a vacation 2 months ago. Like my life has
That's
gotten
crazy.
cool. I have like weekends available.
He told me I took some of your worries away or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean essentially we
Mark's
just
like,
talked.
no, that's not it.
No, nice try.
Yeah, thanks.
No, I think it's like we talk every day at the end of the day, and just like it's nice having just like a bulldog where it's like this is a thing, that's a problem. Just make it go away. Like fix this. So Scott has the capacity to go in and find the right people to make change and then fix a thing.
One of the things that's been so wonderful about what we've done over the past couple of years is we've checked in with a lot of creators over the years, right?
True.
It feels like I'm watching a documentary in real life.
That's so funny.
Because again, the first time we visited you, I mean, it was very chill. There was 12 people hanging in your office. We hung out all day.
Was it at Crunch Lab?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You had just edited the squirrel video.
The first one?
No, I think it was the final.
It was sponsored by Acorns. That's what I
Yeah,
remember.
the third
It was
one.
the third one. Yeah, and you were showing us some cuts of it, and it was on your timeline. And the next time we visited you, you had expanded the space. There was now Jim.
Yeah.
There was a whole team of people on Crunch Labs. There was more video people. There was a director on set. We showed up to set. There was craft services. There was like
umbrellas.
Yeah, there was umbrellas. Oh, you had an umbrella guy just for you. Yeah. And
Please
now
cut that. Please don't. I didn't ask for that.
You can't cut that. It's on record.
No, I got.
It's already on our channel. It's called, and you didn't know the guy, and he didn't know you. It's a great moment. It's a great moment. Yeah. But now, I mean, from my understanding, I think there's probably 50 people in the content org, if not more, right? Working across Mark Rober content.
Full time over 50,
Full-time.
and then we obviously we expand in shoots and when we need additional teams.
But like, that for Crunch Labs and for the Mark Rober channel, we have like over 100, maybe.
His
Like
TikTok randomly took me off.
On content, making videos.
Well, no, like on the making also the Crunch Labs boxes, so
Yeah,
folks
got
who
it.
order
I see.
the stuff.
Yeah. So I'm curious about, from your perspective, from a guy who started uploading very simple YouTube videos. This has probably been a relatively gradual process, I assume, but what are the trades of this era of you making content and videos versus even the first time you checked?
That's a good question. The number one thing that keeps me up at night is how do you keep it fun and like maintain the heart? Because I think the authenticity in the heart, that's so easy to see when that leaves a channel, and so often that's correlated to skill. I just released a video where it's been a running theme on my channel where it's like I'm trying to be the world's greatest uncle, and it used to be I'd make an Orbeez pool or Jello pool, and I'd always have my niece and nephews there. But now my youngest nephew's like 16 years old.
It's cool to see him grown up.
Right.
I watched that video. I was like, this is we've watched him grow up on the channel.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's still at the core. It's just like a different video. Like
Damn.
Help with the builds. We had people who coordinated the locations. Right. So I get a lot more help on the thing. Like at the core of like what is the story. It's still like me trying to be a good the best uncle, hanging out with my nephew, legitimately having a great time with him.
And it's a great example of the new relationship too, because that video
Use
he
my unite
purposely
move now.
kept it authentic and really intimate to his relationship with Beckham. But the shoot window was a different model, which we wanted to see. Okay, can we do a main channel video with this type of timeline rather than some of Mark's videos can go years, and so it's a huge commitment. But this was us trying to experiment a little bit of like, what can we do in different ways to take some of the pressure off the timetable and all the content that we need to make.
So I think, but to answer your question, like, is it the same as me in my backyard with the squirrels? Like, I don't think it is the same level of like, if I'm being completely honest, like just charm of just like me and a tripod doing a thing. But at the same time, it's like an expected value problem where it's like you multiply the efficacy of a thing, whether it's like 100% times the number of views gives you the total brains impacted, and maybe it's like we've lost maybe like 15% of the heart, but now because we can make way more content, it's gonna be more engaging. The number of brains you get, the number of potential eyeballs is much bigger, so the total impact is larger.
Interesting.
And so it's like that's kind of how I view it. And I really, this is why Scott's helpful. Is like I manage one person, that's Jim. Like he's the only person that reports to me. I'm a terrible manager. I don't like it, right? I'm not good at money stuff. I'm not good at even analytics. Jimmy and I always talk about this. Like, everything is still very hard driven. Like what feels right, what feels good, what would be like a fun banger video that resonates. It's never like what is the current audience wants, like what is the analytics say, that's the content we should make. Like it's never been that, and it still isn't. And so like in that sense, nothing has changed. And most of my time is now, my days are like really schedule tight. Each one of those meetings though is like a creative meeting, brainstorming, talking about stuff, coming up with ideas. I am not in meetings where we're talking about budgets or fiscal planning or manager review stuff. I think that is a mistake a lot of creators make.
Damn.
Especially small, like going from just you to 15 or 20, they become a president and a manager, and people are reporting to them, and they're having to do HR stuff.
And the audience feels it.
And the audience feels it's like, I'm very allergic to that. And by the way, I just suck at it. So it's like, I'm honest enough to know that I suck at it and I hate it, but I'm good at the creative stuff, so.
I think from a content perspective, my desire and advice to the Mr. Beasts of the world, the Mark Rovers of the world who have scaled and are trying to think about, like, how do I keep that core magic within a bigger organization?
Yeah, please.
Is to realize that every once in a while, you can still make a similar type of video to back then. You know, even Jimmy, this is an anomaly because he released like
2v1
10 years video with the message to himself. But on his second channel, he made a video of him reacting to that video. And it was so stripped down, it was so YouTube and so core. And that is an option that you have on your own channel that you don't always have on streamer or on TV, right? To be like, you know what? Next month, I'm going to make the really stripped down video for the core.
I love that, but I would also make a point, a larger point though, is like the audience has changed too. Like the audience wants different things.
Yeah.
Like I couldn't, if I made the world's largest Nerf gun video that I made a decade ago, exactly how I made it then, like that gets 300,000 views with today's audience.
The landscape has changed.
The landscape has changed dramatically. There's these videos that pick up a lot of traction that I noticed recently over the past probably 6 months. There's these videos that are like how private equity changed your favorite YouTube channels. And in one
That
of
video
them,
keeps getting made again and
it
again.
keeps getting made, and I was trying to understand why these videos are getting made, and then also why this reaction is happening.
What's the premise? I don't understand.
We're in one of the videos, and it's like examples of like Colin and Samir getting an injection of capital from private equity, and that's why they feel different. And I was like, we have never gotten an injection of capital from private equity. Like there's no private equity in most of the channels that are mentioned in a lot of these videos. And I think the emotion is the professionalization of creators. Right? The emotion from the audience is
this is not legacy media.
Yeah, or like I think even with Jimmy or you, I think the biggest difference for me as an audience member is there are times where you feel more like a host than the creator. Like I can feel the production and you are the host of this production. Same with Jim. You go back to him, both you guys during that era of him putting like Orbeez in a pool, you can feel that he's with a tripod pressing the button. And I think people are nostalgic for a bit of that, but I don't. I think to your point, I don't know if they actually want that. The one creator who I think still does a very good job of playing both of those is Ryan. I think there's no and anyone who tries to replicate that, you can't. But he does an excellent job of as he's built a bigger and bigger business, like because he is still a dude with an iPhone.
Yeah, but he's also scaled his team way back. So it's just
he's
him
cutting his videos,
right? Yeah. I respect that. Like for the things we want to do now and the brains we want to reach and the way we want to reach them, like that's just not an option for me, right?
Totally.
Especially with the school, the Class Crunch Labs, and what we're trying to do there. I think I do. There's a part of me that is nostalgic, even personally, for those days. But like, I didn't release a video that I didn't go to sleep at 7 a.m. That wasn't an all night. I was like, and the whole edit was only 4 or 5 minutes, right? So it's like, and I was editing and doing everything myself. So it's like, I just couldn't even do that now. And I think especially, I mean, I could just track it by amount of.
My Unite Move freezes the goal zone. It's pretty annoying because.
Parents and kids, and it's like, I think we are reaching more brains deeper now than we
it keeps you stuck for like 3 seconds.
And like that is
And
not
freezes
for the
it
stars.
freezes the
Like,
goal
which is, I guess,
zone.
like, getting
It prevents my
self-actualizing and
opponent
saying,
from scoring for a while.
I'm interested in science,
But you have to be
like,
near the
let's
goal zone.
solve the
See,
leaky
I'm the MVP.
You know, as like an 8-year-old, people like that is like such a
I'm
good
1 damage taker.
sort of metric, and like that we're doing that better now than we ever have.
I also think it's easy for audiences sometimes to see the scaling and the leveling up of production as the end of an arc, the end of the journey.
Yeah.
This creator has reached the top, and an audience can feel like that story is capped, but it's really not the case. Like it's just new for where we are in the creator economy and YouTube, that these people who've been on YouTube for so long.
A lot of people wearing tiaras in
And
this
for
game.
you, it is a new beginning. We will go through a similar type of thing. Like we will change what this show is.
Once we get that private equity.
And it will look
You
different.
already got it, right?
It will feel different. And even our audience may have that feeling of like, oh, this isn't the same as when they used to
You
shoot
guys
it.
banned Buzzwall.
But it will be a new beginning.
And by the way, this is just
Buzzwall.
it's human
Damn, they
nature.
banned
It's
all the
like what I saw,
birds.
where it's like when it was me and 5 people, when you bring
Getting
on
annoyed?
3 people, those 5 feel like, oh,
No,
it's the same. I used to
not
be
really. I got more annoyed earlier with
from
Polytopia.
90, those
I
people are
lost.
like, "Ah, we don't have the same access."
They banned
Right?
all
It's
3
kinda like,
birds, so I
"Do
gotta
like that
gotta
band
use
before they were
Blastoise
cool?"
then.
type of vibes.
But it's a great point because, to your point, this expansion up, you reach a ceiling that even one of our first conversations is Mark was missing.
I won't pick
this
Mega
certain
Lucario
shoots.
again.
We pull it back.
So or I'd have to use Greninja.
Some massive videos, but if we don't need the footprint, why do it? And that authenticity and that energy, that intimacy is there. But when we do need to do something big and crazy, we will scale up. But we now look at it as a dial because we do want to keep.
So what we got? We
relationship
got a
magic.
defender, attacker, an all-rounder.
Stylistically, still, when you watch a lot of the videos, sure, there can be the really grand shot, but there's still you holding the camera, walking around the room at times.
Yeah, and
Azumarill, why Azumarill? Azumarill is such. I think Azumarill is not good. It's B on the tier list. The problem with Blastoise is that you have to evolve it.
I think we mentioned this to Michelle Carnet of like something I crave in her videos because they're so cool and so like.
Blastoise, I think Blastoise is only good when you evolve it. As a Squirtle, it's not that good, which is a little bit annoying. So you have to wait till like level 7.
Just intimately talking about how she's feeling to an iPhone.
As a Squirtle, a lot of the Pokemon that's not legendary, you have to evolve it for it to get stronger.
As a group, expand to bigger productions.
Squirtle, Wartortle.
New platforms and new spaces. I think, Colin and I are working on. We're doing this big project right now. We're making car commercials, and we've been really tasked with like, how do you make a car commercial, but in like a more personal, intimate, like, because the value of what we all love about YouTube as a viewer and as a creator is the
I got
two-way
Blastoise.
is the fact that I'm not making something for you. You're a participant in what I make. So that I think is important for us to introduce because like it's all happening really fast. I mean, we should talk about the fact that again, last time we sat down together, you had mentioned you were working on a big video that was going to cost like maybe $3-4 million.
Damn, my thumb kind of hurts. It's raining a lot today.
This is that's Jimmy started doing that type
Pouring
of stuff.
down.
It's not uncommon now for a YouTube video.
Blastoise. What voice? I mean, I feel like I can do the actual voices of the characters. Blastoise.
Kind of put off.
Okay.
I mean,
Blastoise.
Netflix, I think Ted Sarandos has
Blastoise.
Netflix is in the
Okay.
scrolling time business, YouTube is in the killing time business. He's changed his tune quite a bit.
The wild Pokemon is the most predictable part. I like to be able to KO opponents, but
Talk to me about how that has felt for you, because when guys like Scott back in the day were calling you, you're like, I'm not doing these deals.
Yeah.
But now, we do see you on Netflix.
Yeah, and I think the idea there is like, again, the North Star is like we want to reach as many brains as possible, and we also did a deal with Samsung TV Plus, so they're a fast channel for us, and there's just like currently it's just back catalog, it's just videos I've made that are just on the platform. Like that's what's going. It's not like a new show for that, so it's like sure, like I own these videos, we should just like why wouldn't we just basically have as many options for people to see this content. And then we are doing a TV show with Netflix that I'm really excited about, where I take over the school as like the principal, and then it's actually down here in
Oh, really? It's by Calabasas.
It's by Calabasas.
When do I
High
evolve,
school.
man?
It's filming it like for a month in this early summer, and basically like the old principal leaves and gives me the keys, and I'm like, then we've scoured the country for like the sharpest, future makers, engineers, and they come. And it's a competition series in the school, and I've set up a bunch of like games and traps and stuff in a school.
That's awesome.
It's a competition series, and the last one gets a full ride scholarship and like an apprenticeship with me.
So to build on that, like the library that Mark's built over these 15 years is premium content, repeatable, great content that can travel across platforms. So we're expanding the footprint with Netflix and Samsung.
Where is all the opponents, man? They're teammates.
We're working with these new partners. And what's that elevation of something Mark would have never done an art competition show on YouTube. It just wasn't part of his plan, but now we are building that with Netflix, and so that's what that partnership's great for. But at the same time, building 11 amazing bangers for YouTube for the year to come. So
did you say banger before Mark? Or
no, I've worked on it coming out more naturally.
So
I
natural.
hope that
was
works.
very natural. I've been in this business on YouTube for a long time. It still doesn't sound natural.
It doesn't. Took me almost a year.
When we're together, Mark, Jimmy, all
Squirtle.
I try and do it, but it's so unnatural.
It's pretty tanky, although I think Articuno's a little bit better.
I don't think we make bangers. That's why. Yeah, it's not.
Once you start making them, it comes out easy and smooth. You have to earn it.
Can we dig into that point of why can you not make a season arc like Schooled on YouTube? Like, what is the
first and foremost financially?
Yeah,
I mean, you heard the money we're spending already on YouTube, which is very healthy.
Right.
But to do something like that in that timetable, the price point is different. So it opened up an opportunity, and to Mark's point before of like feeling it, all those things are happening with the Netflix show and all our other content plays. So we are now doing that in this bigger format that is it's gonna be great.
I think one of the big issues with a season arc on YouTube
One
from a creator perspective, when you're shooting, we traditionally don't shoot 10 to 12 episodes at a time. All at once, spend all that money all at once, and then go, let's see how it does. We go one video at a time, 2 videos at a time to adjust, right, and make sure that they're doing well.
Yep.
And then obviously from an audience perspective, YouTube is there to serve you the best possible next video, which may or may not be episode 2.
I think this is a big one, and we've heard that feedback from folks who have seen just my old YouTube videos on Netflix. It's much more of a sit down and binge watch one after another. YouTube is so algorithmic. Even if you see one of my videos,
oh damn,
they're going to serve you something else and take you away from the
it
channel.
was so
Netflix
close.
Very much. Let me watch this, and I'm going to binge watch all of them.
To build on that, like, and for 15 years it was one a month. So the rhythm of getting that content is different, even for a super fan. But to Mark's point now, you get that bingeability, and we're seeing the repeatability just be fantastic with Netflix. So it's just creating a super fan quicker with this new audience that just had not found him.
But I should, and I think we should point out, and like I had this discussion with Neil, and I think he's right. Like YouTube that's where I grew up. It is my first love. It will always be my first love. And I think you can't, like we would never, for example, put videos on Netflix if that meant we'd have
definitely not as tanky as Articuno.
Netflix or anyone
Oh
else for
damn.
that matter, if it meant, now we can't regularly upload to YouTube. Like YouTube is and will always be, and I think it's important for other creators to realize this, our lifeblood. And I think if you ignore that, because don't forget, even being on a platform like Netflix, like
But the good thing is,
when if at any point they want to take you off, like the beauty of YouTube is you will always be able to tap a microphone and upload a thing.
Yeah, it's the core. It's the core. But we this diversification's a good thing too as the world's evolving. To be able to reach a billion brains and Mark's ultimate goal, it's great to have these other Halo platforms to be able to do that.
Scott's a good politician. That was good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
See what he did there.
I want to ask about the point of new audience, and if you feel that of Mark Rober pre-Netflix, post-Netflix, because there are shows on Netflix and streaming platforms that take over the zeitgeist, and in a major way that doesn't always happen the same way on YouTube because so many things are being surfaced on YouTube. Did you feel, even in your day-to-day life, that there's a bit of a difference?
Yeah, I think the best proxy for that is like how many people are coming up to you and stopping you on the street. I'd say it's like it probably is like a little bit of an increase, but not like, oh my gosh, I can't go out of the house now. And sometimes people say, I love your new show on Netflix. This content's so good. I'm like, you realize it's been on like YouTube for like 7 years and free. And I think what happens is there's just some families who they're not allowed to watch YouTube, but because Netflix curated, they can watch that.
There's a massive concept here that I think about where, especially in content that's good for kids to watch, like the value proposition is time. Like I'm a new parent now, and my kid doesn't watch TV yet, but when he does, the value of it will be me getting some time back, right? And that's really valuable. In order for me to get my time back, I need to trust what's on the screen. And I think there's this thing that's happening where Netflix, probably to some people, feels like they can trust it because it's editorially curated. Whereas YouTube, anything could surface, even if you're on YouTube Kids. Like they do a good job of making safer environments, but technically, like Colin said, it's a recommendations algorithm. You're not 100% in a long session what could get served.
Yeah, and pretty soon, like your 4-year-old's a flat earther who doesn't believe you landed on the moon.
Right. It seems like you've had experience.
Yeah.
It seems like
Not to go hard on flat.
Just imagining the flat earthing community coming in. That's the only story from this show.
I'm going hard. Guys, if there's a community I feel like we can rally against, can we agree it should be the flat earthers? Why are all you backpedaling right now?
For the record, that's Mark's
perspective. Yeah, all are welcome at the Collins Speak channel. I mean, we talked to the Dude Perfect guys about them launching their app, their own app. I mean, they did something different instead of going to Netflix. They're like, we're going to create our own environment with trusted content, right? And I do think the editorial curation has two sides to it. One, as you mentioned, it's like Netflix could decide we're not gonna really promote Crunch Labs or School. Like it worked a little bit, but now that controls your distribution. The other side is if they're all in on it, the marketing and the curation of it is very helpful in the even general cultural zeitgeist.
Yeah.
I think that's one thing that, as I look at, YouTube is our home.
Yeah.
We've been on it for 16 years. I've never spent a week of my life not thinking about part of this YouTube or my adult life. But I think there is a next chapter of how this comes together with YouTubers making premium shows on YouTube. How does YouTube participate in that? Like, is there a future state where schools can live on YouTube?
Yeah.
Maybe. We're actively talking to them about like developments of concepts that would make sense on YouTube and what a new model could be. There is nothing yet, but there's concepts around it. I think it's more sponsor driven than it is an original funding model. But I do love that our partnership with YouTube is any new project that comes up from Mark, we talk to everyone about it. It's free opportunity moment for both a YouTube, a Netflix, a Samsung, whoever to come. And so we want to have those conversations actively to unlock it for them, to your point, because we want YouTube to stay strong to the core, but at certain times it would make more sense on another partner. I do think that's their
Absolute chaos. This is master rank, so I guess all the players know how to play.
The way that content production is moving, and the ability of so many creators to eventually create series and season arcs.
Yeah.
There's going to have to be a home that's not editorial and a way to serve those seasons.
Opponent surrendered.
Like Netflix and editorials, there will be such an influx of people producing potentially shows and season arcs when you think far down the road that if YouTube can crack the code and become the place for the democratically uploaded season arc.
Yeah, and I think that the
Running for your life.
that YouTube has and others see is
All the players, I'd say, are probably not all the time.
because it was just too early, right? And like creators weren't production studios, and you brought these
Number one
professionals
sister.
in. We were like, this is how you make content, and I smelled it out so quickly. But
Now Blastoise is not bad. Blastoise is only good when you evolve it from Squirtle. Otherwise, I don't think it's as good.
we could do this now.
So I guess I shouldn't vote to ban Blastoise, because if I vote to ban Blastoise, I can't use it. I'll just ban something else. But I think Articuno is better than Blastoise in tanking.
As creators, that the option, if we have a big idea, is to turn to YouTube, right?
Yeah.
But I think these platforms, at least how I experience them,
So Muser and Attacker, Psyduck's a supporter, got a Speedster, 2 attackers.
watching and what I'm craving and what my expectation is on the platforms. I'm curious about your involvement in
I mean, Articuno is good because it can stun and Chandelier. I think Buzzwole is a little bit annoying. Buzzwole. Have you ever battled against Buzzwole? Chandelier does have an annoying move, but that Chaz of Naruto. Buzzwole, you never battle against Buzzwole. You're probably not at the ranks yet. It has a move called Leech Life or something. It basically grabs onto your character, sucks health. He gains health. You get stunned for a while. I think it's like an S tier, A tier character. I guess you're not at the ranks where you see it, because lower ranks.
And he's like, hey, do you want to go with? And I love Alex. You want to go?
What's your rank?
With Alex? I'm like, what's the schedule say? Can we?
No, you could try battling against Buzzwole. It's pretty annoying if you're using stuff like Leafeon. Although Articuno, I think, can tank it.
Live event TV is very powerful, as you just.
But some of these players, I think, have probably played since it came out.
I think there's an opportunity for what Mark's brand and the Crunchlock brand is to bring event live, and so this was an opportunity to get him into it, and he did.
Damn,
fantastic,
my thing was laggy.
The telecast was like, it was incredible. You couldn't take your eyes off it. Scott's good.
Mew, I've never used Mew.
I gotta now just listen to what you're saying, Scott. I'm just listening to how you're saying it, and I'm like, this is well delivered.
Yeah, but it's like he does have a good North Star on like how to keep the brand special and what it is. Like he gets that, because that's my concern. Is someone comes in and is like, all right, this is how we just crank this up and burns me out, burns the team out, and you know that's like venture capital, right? And it's good for a little bit, but then you don't maximize the area of the curve in the sense that like you spike up, but then everything crashes because you can't maintain that. And then VC is like, all right, we're selling our stuff and we're out of here. So it's like.
Mew can teleport? What the fuck? Didn't know he can do that.
And so I don't have a goal like this is in 3 years we should be this big, in 4 years we should be this, in a decade we should be this. But it's like we're just gonna keep the next steps are always pretty obvious to me. Like I've said, I have a really clear 1 year crystal ball. 2 years it's pretty good, 3 years it's a little murky. But if you have a very clear 1 year crystal ball to know exactly here are the next steps, let's just go
Damn,
for these.
there's 3 of them.
Wherever that takes us is where.
I think all middle ones on the bottom.
Goal, but what I will say is like every year, 2 years, we'll know exactly the right moves and we'll just go hard, and then it will land us where.
Mew's not a good defender at all.
15 years.
Yeah.
I should say though, on the Alex Honnold thing, I'll just this is a fun nugget for you. That guy's wild. Cause like we were hanging out the morning up, and he's like, yeah, I'm so stoked right now. Cause like. This morning I was just thinking, when I go home, there's like this boulder problem behind my house I've been trying to work on. I think I figured out how I'm going to do it. I just wish I was there right now. It's like, bro.
Why is he not helping take him out, man?
Like a 1,500
fucking Mew.
Tens of millions of people, and he was just like, what? Oh, yeah, what? Yeah, of course.
You know, that's exactly, I think.
Let's see, let's take this guy out.
Come back to talking about those videos on YouTube of like what private equity has done to your favorite channels. Like, one of the most incredible things about the Alex Honnold Taipei event was afterwards people speculating about how much he got paid. Right? It was, oh, he got paid $500,000. That's so little, or he got paid $1 million, whatever it was. Jimmy even, subtweeted.
Wow,
like,
that solar beam hits hard.
And Alex came out and was like, I would have done this for free. I thought it was cool.
Test afterwards, me, him, and his wife were hanging out in his hotel room. And he's just like foam rolling.
Yeah.
And we're like playing ping pong. In the meantime, the world is blowing up.
Yeah,
like the most famous people on the planet are like, dude, this guy's amazing. And any other human would be like, oh my gosh, look who just posted. We can care less.
Yeah.
Like he's like, yeah, that was so fun. Like, cool. Where are we going next?
I think the word authenticity is overused. Yeah. And I think we should replace it with honesty.
Oh damn, there's 4 of them. What the fuck?
And I think when I watch Alex Honnold in interviews with him,
Where the fuck is our middle person, man?
and we can feel that as humans.
It's 2v3 as well, which is a little bit annoying.
As YouTube is progressing and as creators are progressing, I think that's what is getting put into question.
Yeah.
Is my experience of you from growing up was this person. Now you feel a little different, which is natural. People change. But there's a question of, are you still honestly this person?
Yeah,
or are you doing it because it's a strategy? Or are you doing it because it works? Or because you have to?
And I think, like, you can't fake that for, like, I think that's why some people either burn out or it's just, like, everything fizzles is, like, I think ultimately it's that people just say it just doesn't
Damn.
feel honest. That's not really their core and what drives them, right? They're doing it for other purposes.
Yeah, and I just hear the word authenticity a lot, and I think it's like lost its meaning.
Well, authenticity can be a moment of honesty. Like when you capture a video that's authentic, it's because you are being honestly yourself.
Yes.
But being honest, like honestly wanting to do the thing has to be a constant.
I had another science creator who's like very well known, who's like, don't you just get like, aren't you just tired though of just like getting on camera, just like pretending you care about these things? And I was like, what?
Yeah.
Like, and I was so shocked to hear this come from this person. I'm like, not even like that didn't. It really like stopped me in my tracks, and I didn't lean into it. Like, yeah, totally. I was like, not really. Like, I can't. I'm a really bad actor, so it's like I can't fake that excitement.
Yeah.
And it's like, it still is super interesting to me. And like, I've never really been burnt out, as we've talked about before, and I would say I'm as far as I ever have been from being burnt out.
Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. I want to talk about your output on YouTube as well, because obviously there's a lot of output in a lot of places. The increase has, come from short form for sure.
Yeah.
I feel like
Damn.
Mark Rober shorts are what come on the feed the most now. And this year, we're 4 months into the year. You've put out 2 long form videos on the Mark Rober channel. Do you still look at? At one point you were doing 1 a month. I remember coming up and seeing like your postcards with the 12 videos planned out, which we forgot to do. I don't know if you remember that.
I remember.
Yeah, you remember. You were upset. Yeah.
The octopus one.
Yeah.
We had a deal. You know how many octopus videos came out?
Yeah. Yeah, that was on us. But do you still have is that still the goal?
For sure.
1 a month.
Yeah, and to be fair, like I always say I do 1 video a month, but go back and check the last 7 years, and it's been
Last year you did 9 videos.
The time before was probably like 8. There's been I really have always shot for 12. That's the goal.
Yeah.
We're kind of pulling back a little bit on shorts because, as I'm sure everyone knows at this point, YouTube changed the algorithm where it's like you basically get like 2 weeks for views and then it dies. So sorry, Neil, just not as incentivized to like make content.
Well, and the investment, because the bar is so high with our videos that the investment is something that we just gotta weigh. So we're gonna keep doing.
Oh, just narrowly escaped, man.
With the algorithm changing, what's the dial up, dial down?
Narrowly
Because
escaped.
last year you did 44 shorts that generated 3 billion views.
No, see, I have no idea about these numbers.
Yeah.
I'm not an analytics guy.
But it's crazy to see just how YouTube is like. I mean, even now on the app, shorts are coming up before long form now. So it is that balance of what's the right amount, and we're also like, what's the
Damn.
like we're not making everything a mega science insider like short. Like, what is a more IRL moment with Mark, just to make them more achievable to produce quickly.
Actually, my favorite short of yours, and maybe this comes back to our craving for just like hearing.
Oh, damn.
Mark, is the Sidemen Charity Night short, where you talk about wanting to score a goal. Like that was very personal.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
very
yeah.
fun.
It's a balance though, because like one of my strategies on YouTube, because I do really value my private life, is that like I love talking about science and stuff. Very protective about like what I actually do on a day-to-day basis, because I just think the whole parasocial thing. And I've never like named my fans, hey Rober Gang, you know.
Rober Gang.
That'd be good, yeah.
Just stop.
Yeah, that was a joke.
No, just kidding. No, it's like, right? Like, I think that whole parasocial relationship, I'm happy to be the guy you look to get good science content, but like, it's not necessary for you to know like what I do on a day-to-day basis or about like my personal stuff. I also think that's healthy. For me, at least, I can say that that's
Yeah, you also don't want to set the audience expectation that that's what they come to you for.
Yes, that's what they come to you for, and then suddenly like, they kind of have power over you in your life and choices you make, and they get to question, you know, who you were dating or just like what your thing, like that whole thing is like, our brain did not evolve to have that kind of relationship with a tribe of 8 billion people.
Again, you're creating content for a lot of platforms. You're talking about attention in the context of creating a visceral reaction.
Yeah.
In the context of creating a visceral reaction out of somebody, it feels like joy is a harder reaction to suggest.
Damn.
Right now, it feels like anger and fear, tension, like that is what's generating virality. right? Like you have done a great job of keeping your content feel good. But I think if you're in the business of views, like the easy path is
scandal,
controversial. Yeah. But I see it within your thumbnails, not exactly, but like the necessity to capture attention has evolved. Like we pulled 2 thumbnails from your channel.
Yeah.
And I was curious, just like
I'll tell you about this. That squirrel thumbnail is the worst thumbnail I've ever made.
You think so?
It's terrible. Like we tried the testing.
Damn, fucking Cinderus.
Like I've tried cracking that thumbnail, that first squirrel obstacle course, but in the end, we tried it so many.
Your team gained a shield. Well, I distracted them.
The content's just really good, and then people remember. Oh, I remember this video, so they click on it. And the squirrel's not a good one to show me there.
I think we won. Now I just gotta
Jello
protect that last base.
Watermelon. There's other of my OG video thumbnails that are good. Some don't even picture my face, but this is a really good example of audience. You can now test thumbnails, and we test all sorts of thumbnails, and the ones that win over and over are where my face is.
Can I sing? There's no one there.
I figured this out a long time ago, and if you look at my most popular videos, almost none have my face in them, but that was at a time on YouTube where it was just different. And you could make something like that go viral. Now it's a lot harder to get a high CTR.
62.
Doesn't have, because I think the audience is expected, if someone I love is in this, they know to put their face big
Number
on.
1 damage.
It's also a different time. I mean, you guys call it the abundance era.
I was about to say.
And there's so much now that you need the Mark calling card to go, oh, that's
I don't sing.
Whereas before,
No, I don't really sing. I'm not a singer.
I think we're at a point where it's like, imagine a road
I can rap, but I'm not really a singer.
You see like the McDonald's arches, it's familiar and creates a reaction, and you know what to, like, you know the habit or the. It's the same thing of like on YouTube, you just need the, like, your face is a brand logo.
I think that's right.
And
I
that's,
think you're right.
And that's also why that is extremely valuable to Netflix.
Yeah.
Right? Because in a world of even Netflix starting to try and compete for content, they need familiarity.
Yeah.
And I think that's also where short form supports this. Because short form increases exposure. Like we're living just in this new world. Of course, this happened before. This was the Hollywood star system, right?
Yeah.
Like when there was when they jumped from like making essentially a couple hundred movies to thousands of movies, they needed a way to signal to the audience why they should come to this movie, and it was through stars and celebrities. So studios locked down stars to be in their movies to market it. And it's the same thing that's happening now, right? It's like these you, Jimmy, the stars basically have the logos that are trusted and familiar, and that will bring
Or
audience.
2 an all-rounder.
As a smaller creator, it's a good long-term strategy.
Forgot how to
try and
laugh.
incorporate your face. You know, even when I look at our titles and thumbnails, we're often not in them. We're trying to find the thing that is the most interesting to the most amount of people.
Yeah.
But I do believe we should find a way to be in our thumbnails.
Yeah.
Even if it means
2 defenders.
slightly less viewership right now. I think long term, we want to build that equity. Yeah, I think long term we want people to. The abundance era is a great example. That's a lofty concept, but it would benefit us long term 5 years from now if we could talk about a concept like that and our face would drive. Again, to go back to the past, shorts are becoming.
How's your game work? You can try playing it. Basically, you have to defeat wild Pokemon and score.
Even having active conversations of like, what are shorts that could maybe even push
And take out the opponent, essentially.
highlight it because the visibility, when you look at the metrics, it's very different what a short will be seen and what a long will be seen. And even with the Netflix relationship, we were very purposeful in naming the show Mark Rober's Crunch Labs. It is a billboard to the bigger company in legacy play. The original concept was going to be called Mark Rober's Big Experiments.
Yeah, I don't like the word legacy in the sense that like, I mean, what he's basically saying is yes, Crunch Labs. I want Crunch Labs to be.
It's a
much
fighting
more
game.
popular. And already, if you look on Google Trends, on certain months it is, which is like, that's my North Star. I don't care about legacy. This idea, it's like, when I'm dead, like I don't care at all. Like,
I think about that point often. I won't even know.
I won't even know, and I
even
just
know.
don't care. Like at the end of the day, and I think all of us probably share this here. It's like you just want to leave the world better than you found. We can all disagree on what happens when you die and like where you go and all that.
What do you
stuff,
mean?
But, like, that's a great
online
To
fighting.
the extent that I can do that while I'm here, great. And I think we do that better with Crunch Labs being bigger than me. Because we could also then elevate more people and more
Well, you're
voices.
inspiring. I mean, that's the Billion Brains thing. That yes, it's not. I say your legacy, but it really is the ultimate goal of reaching a billion brains and inspiring the next generation. That's what
I'm
Crunch
so
Labs is.
allergic to that word legacy.
Better word is just impact.
Impact.
Yeah,
I like that.
impact is a better word.
I like that. More so with Crunch Labs than with the Mark Rober
That's
brand.
right. Yeah, you have bigger.
To his point about Google Trends, the first time Crunch Labs actually surpassed Mark Rober was the weekend we launched on Netflix.
So that's interesting. I wanted to bring that up because Ted Sarandos said there was a spike in Crunch Lab sales when the content went out on Netflix. I was going to ask if that is tangibly different from publishing a Mark Rober YouTube video, or why you think it's different.
Yeah, I would think, when we launched there originally, it was around the holiday season, and like 80% of all toy sales are done in about like 1 month. And it's like, for some people, like you said, it is a new audience where there are some parents, their kids are not allowed to watch YouTube. So it was like meaningful, it was like a nice bump. It wasn't like, oh my gosh, everything is different now, but like, it was measurable.
Damn, freebie one.
At some point, a lot of my YouTube audience, if you're coming back and watching my video, you've heard about Crunch Labs at this point, right? So there's a little bit of a fresh injection of some new eyeballs. It's like, oh, I haven't heard of Crunch Labs.
Yeah. It's a media plan. When a theatrical comes out, a studio looks at, okay, what platforms are going to be on to push that theatrical to get eyeballs and people in seats by expanding to a new platform to reach the new audience.
Well, this is what's great about Scott. You know, how many times has you read, referred to legacy media, and he's right in the sense that, like, this isn't it's not that new, YouTube. Yeah. Like, so much of what's happened before so many times in other media is just happening in here, and he has lived that. So his crystal ball and a lot of things on that, and, like, doing the Netflix Live stuff and that, like, he sees that a lot better than just, like, my team or folks, us, who've only been on YouTube, and this feels so new and fresh. Where is it headed? He's like, guys, there's a roadmap.
Yeah, this has happened before.
This has happened before like 7 times.
Yeah, I think we took a lot of pride. I thought about this recently because when we did that car commercial shoot, we had like a crew. It was kind of the first time we had these roles, like producer, director, and at first I kind of felt allergic to it. I was like, this isn't how we do things. It's like you see, it's just the four of us and Jesse here. That's it.
Jesse.
And like that's how we do things. We're small, nimble, we're creators. And I took a lot of pride in that. But as I got more comfortable, I was like, this is fun. This is great. I don't have an umbrella guy.
Don't hate this.
Yeah.
Just you wait. 2 steps away from an umbrella guy.
We had a production meeting that was incredible.
Yeah.
Where like
It's 3 of them,
producers
man.
talking about feasibility and logistics. Director is ordering our shots, the things that we're saying that are coming out of our brains.
Yes.
He's figuring out how we're going to do them and checking with the DP over there. Can we shoot it like this? And I was like, oh, okay.
Well, a great example of this in our lives is what happened with Perfect Game for the first time in 15 years of the show. I think it's better for you. Better for you.
Which is that we for the first time in 15 years, we finished a video like 2 days before we're gonna upload.
Whoa, that's great. That is crazy.
In 15 years, and
that's why you went on vacation. Like, that's the only reason.
It's the only way you can do it.
The only way. I had a 2-day vacation.
3 versus 1. No, it's a team-based game.
And we were like under budget, right? And so I will say for the past
It's allowed.
2 years we've been very much over budget, just because I wasn't tracking it.
Of course.
Like I'm an idiot with these things, right? But now we're actually tracking it, and it's not like we were just we'd spend whatever, just to get the thing done, and like the quality is just as good, if not better, because constraints breed creativity. And so if it's like, no, we don't have infinite money to throw at this, let's get clever, and then that helps it feel more like me in a tripod where I also didn't have infinite money, right? So not only were we releasing stuff like we're creating stuff before, so all our ducks in a row, but like we're also doing it like under budget.
Yeah.
So it's like, who would have known? You bring a little like rigor to the process.
And an ROI. Like there'd be moments like, okay, this thing's gonna cost $75K. So I'd call him and go, Mark, this thing's like $75K, $100K. Like, how long's it gonna be on screen? He's like, maybe like 5 seconds. I was like, well, I don't know. Is it worth the? Now there are times something is so important to a scene that it's worth that money. But 8 times out of 10, we could be creative with a different
And
solution.
also, can I tell the rat story? I'm gonna tell it anyways.
Yeah, tell it anyway. Figure out after. Yeah.
Like I said, you know what would be cool is if we taught a rat to drive a car. And this is all I said in one meeting.
Yeah.
And then 6 months later, then Scott joins. 6 months later, I was like, oh crap. I remember saying this in a meeting.
Damn.
I'm terrified
So
that
many of
someone
them
took this
too.
and ran with it. I was like, can someone find out where that stands? Did we follow up with that and where it is?
Meanwhile, there was a Slack channel where we hired someone for over 7 months to help us train a rat to drive a car, and we spent over $65,000 on the training of said rat.
And he's
That Lapras is lasting way too long, man.
So we spent more money. I could have bought a sick-ass car for this amount of money, and the rat wasn't even good at driving the car. If he was good, that maybe still wouldn't have been even remotely
Like we
worth
just
it.
didn't choose the right rat.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, well, maybe.
I think reopen the Slack channel.
Another 65.
Inspired of the video.
Yeah.
Inspired of the video. But these are the moments at the beginning where you'd have like, Mark, do you know what this calls? And he'd, what? And I'm like, yeah, well, Mark, you say this in a room and that's what happens.
Well, that's because we have such a good team. That's like
they're
we
phenomenal.
make stuff happen, but like we just didn't have the others. I hadn't set up the rigor of like someone tell me how much this will. I didn't create that loop.
You realize now that this is out in the open, you're gonna have to make the rat.
Or somebody else. Yeah.
Oh no! I hope someone.
Where the fuck is Gengar going, man?
Hey Jimmy, I hope Jimmy doesn't spend that money because it's really possible to teach a rat to drive a car.
What's your advice to creators right now competing in this world of the internet? Because I find it to be a very challenging competitive landscape right now. You know, to capture someone's attention feels harder than it's ever been.
What's the advice you give first?
It's mostly that concept I've been writing about a lot is honest. Like I think what's hard is we are very aware of what a YouTube video could do to your life. And I think that creates a lot of uninteresting work. Meaning when you know what the outcome could be, when you know that a YouTube video could make you a millionaire, a billionaire, or make you famous,
They finally KO'd him.
optimize for the outcome a lot of times. And I think I can feel when I'm watching as a viewer. So my advice to creators is like, you know, I was in Dubai speaking at this event. A lot of creators were pitching me these ideas, and the only question I would ask back to them was, "Okay, that sounds cool. Do you want to make that?" And it was a hard question to answer. They're like, "No, but it's a good idea." Right? I'm like, "It's a good idea, but do you want to make it?" That's to me, that's the only path forward. Is like because you have to do this for so long that you have to want to do it. I think back to like when you uploaded that first video of the Halloween costume. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you were aware of this moment.
No, actually I didn't.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
I knew
And who was the intended audience?
This is what I'll say on that, which is kind of what this is a version of this I tell things. There are
Oh damn.
10,000 good reasons to start a YouTube channel and to make content. There's only two.
Damn, they KO'd like 3 of them.
To get rich and to get famous. And when I started making content, no one had any idea that you would get you can make money off YouTube. That's a crazy proposition that you guys know. And so it's like, I had this really cool Halloween costume idea, and I wanted to be on the Gizmodo. That was like my life goal. And I got on Gizmodo after a day of going on YouTube. I was like, I guess I need more life goals. And so it's like, I was like, I have more ideas. That was a good feeling. So I should just upload more videos. And I've essentially done one a month since then. And like that, I can honestly say, as much as everything grown and changed, like that, the call we were just on talking about, which I'll tell you guys after we stop rolling, and then we'll do another podcast later when we can say more about it. I'll be thinking about that. I won't be able to sleep well tonight because of that call. And like that is still what drives me at the core. Like it's not money, it's not fame. I never wanted to be famous. I don't let people sing me at my own birthday. That's weird. Like that.
That's so cool.
That is so me.
It's the worst.
It's the
Why
worst.
is that a thing? So it's like if your core is that, maybe you just want to get better at telling stories. Maybe you want to get better at like gardening and you want to share it with people. Like there's so many good reasons to make content, but if it's to be rich and famous, like you're just starting, you'll never be successful. You'll never be rich enough. You'll never be famous enough. And so you're just gonna be sad for a very long time.
Yeah. Because one day you will get like you are now rich and famous, just to call space.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it's uncomfortable to say it. and to accept it, but it's
Yeah.
like it's the truth.
Totally.
And that is, look, I've known you for
Yeah.
these years. Like, you're still excited about a science thing.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that's the thing to recognize is success is the opportunity to do more of what you're doing.
Yeah.
So if you hate what you're doing and you're doing it
That's
for the
right.
outcome,
This team sucks,
so you
man.
do more of something you don't like. to
Yeah,
do.
that's like when
This
someone
team
plays a character,
sucks.
Like, that does some funny bit with a coffee cup, and
Yes.
now they're the coffee cup guy.
Yeah.
It's like, you know.
Yeah.
That's why like I've enjoyed every.
40 points.
Intentionally will do take weird swings
Damn.
in different directions. So it's like expect to not know what to expect on the channel, and that gives me so much freedom to make whatever video.
I was watching back, you know, our episodes together, and I get emotional looking at
I think your teammates matter,
you know,
essentially.
goggles, like tinkering and solving something, how to, you know, not cry when you're cutting onions. And then I thought a bit about the fact
I
that
need
mom
360 more coins.
and I was curious
Relegator.
about,
What do you mean a goat?
now, like, I feel this when I look at my son.
So I'd say a good teammate is if you go on a lane, they don't randomly like disappear, and they're good at taking out opponents with you. Meaning like. So when you're fighting, if I stun them, they're not like running away in another direction. Like they tag team you. So if I stun an opponent, they help finish the opponent out for you, or like cover you. You know. But a lot of people are really bad.
About her, because like by far she was like the most.
What is this? Tenacity belt. He has tenacity belt.
Like nobody, none of us. You guys don't, I don't, Scott, anyone who's watching this, like you don't know.
100 things I wish I did. Why?
And you know, she just encouraged.
So I think Articuno goes well with an attacker.
Totally encouraged. And she like taught me to be a good person and be a good human and like to lead with kindness.
Wow, why does it say Pika?
And you know, she passed away from ALS like 6 months before I made my first YouTube.
What the
video,
hell?
Which is like kind of.
I think it's Gardevoir's thing.
Way to think about it, but I kind of think it's beautiful.
Why the hell does it do that? I've never seen that before.
The impact that she, not that I like a huge impact on the world, but like.
It's interesting to encourage people to make a decision. Was it 100 things I wish I did?
Either, you know, I was just telling my fiance this because we get to meet a lot of folks. It's either a parent with a kid, and we get to see this magical moment. The parents are so proud of their kid that they get to meet me and someone that they watch, or it's a parent without their kid. Be like, you have no idea how much we talk about you inspire family type of deal. Both those are so lovely experiences. Those are moments that those kids, may remember for a very, very, very long time. And so to be able to inspire other families to have like that same interaction that like I had with my mom and like have those conversations, to promote households where you can be creative and you can think big and that's encouraged. Like the impact that could have on somebody's life is just absolutely immeasurable. And like that's her legacy and she had no idea that would be witnessed. We can all disagree on what happens when we die. Everyone's got a different version. But like, look, if we can all just like try and make the world like a better place, which is what she did, and like I'm just carrying that on, and then that gets passed forward. Like I don't know where that leads, but it feels like that's a good thing.
I definitely think that's a good thing, especially right now.
Yeah, especially right now.
Can I ask you one more question?
Sure.
What's it like, being buff?
This whole interview I've been doing this.
Yeah, I've
I'm like,
noticed.
if you've noticed.
I think we all have to acknowledge, everyone on YouTube has noticed this, right? Like, Mark Rober is buff now. Not that you weren't buff before, but like,
Oh wow, narrowly escaped.
Amazing. Like I've been working out for 2.5 years now. Like pretty much, I was doing 3 days a week, and then Dax Shepard was like, "It's way easier if you just work out every day." And he's right. And then he's also like, "What do you do for protein?" I was like, "Nothing." He's like, "Do your 200 grams." And so now for like 2.5 years, pretty much work out every day and doing great. And like I miss it if I don't work out. I love it. I love opportunities for mastery. And it's such, I can do a DEXA scan, I can track this. Like I love having a goal and just like working, especially with working out, you can't fake that. You can't fake, you can't buy muscle. So it's like, it means you're putting in the time, right?
Was there a moment, an inflection point for you of, okay, I'm gonna take this really seriously? A motive and a reason for that?
Was it because you did that shirtless pool short? You were prepping for that?
It's more like, no, my brain is really weird, where if it's like, I will set a
Damn, there's
goal,
3 of them.
I don't even know what motive, just one day. I think I was like, oh, one day I wanted to enter my Jeff Bezos face. Because remember like Jeff Bezos got ripped? Wow. I was like, one day when I'm 50,
Oh, I think they're saying something.
All of a sudden one day I was like,
I can't hear them.
why the hell would I wait till I'm 50? I should do that now. Yeah. And so then, that was literally it. And I have worked out like every day since then.
I was asking if there was a moment because I'm waiting for mine. I was like, when do I get to be buff version of me?
I remember talking to Jimmy about it after like 1 year of working out because I asked him what he was most surprised by. He was like, I'm surprised about how long this takes.
Yeah.
You know, and it's true. It's really just a practice. It's not.
There's no shortcut.
I actually think it's one of the most interesting lessons about life because it teaches you that you have to do a hard thing every day, and you will not see the results. They will happen very incrementally, very gradually. And then also, if you just stop doing that thing, you will revert back pretty quickly.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like, it's such an interesting life lesson. And there's definitely a correlation between people who have a discipline of fitness and success.
Yeah,
that's for
probably
sure.
true. Yeah, my favorite quote is like, the greatest gift life has to offer is the chance to work hard at work worth doing. And I think that's like something about working out and fitness is like really epitomizes that, but that's also like what we're doing, not just with our work, but you know, you guys are both parents now.
Yeah.
I think that applies there. So it's just like, it's a good North Star. Like, not working is like, I can never retire.
Right.
Like, the idea of going and like living on a farm somewhere, reading a book all day, it's like, I can do that for 3 days. I like to work. Yeah. And that was, again, instilled in me by mom. I was doing chores there. I was helping with dinner. She didn't make dinner, like she made everyone like participate. That was instilled in me at a young age. And I think if that is such a great gift to have in life, to enjoy work and the outcome of hard work.
I truly take incredible pride in being your friend. And like when my nieces and nephews watch, I love saying like, I know him.
Yeah.
I know you don't.
Oh,
I do. I know him. I swear. Watch this video. And when people talk about YouTube, you know, I've been an evangelist for YouTube creators for my whole life just because I'm so passionate. And I think you just represent, again, at a time where it's hard to capture attention with good, with joy and good. You do it so well, and you've built an organization to do that. So just to express like my own, like I feel very a sense of a lot of pride, and I think all of us as a YouTube community are just very proud of the channel you've built and what you put into the world. So
That's
thank
very
you.
nice today, and Scott knows, like I feel the exact same way. I'm talking about you.
Oh, damn.
When I
It
first
took out
started
Articuno
out,
too.
I remember, I think I came up and told you guys, we presented at like one of the YouTube things.
Damn.
Just so freaking smooth up there, just smooth.
I remember going up on stage because we were in a room full of top YouTube creators, and I don't know if at that time we fully understood what this event was until we realized we were on stage hosting, and I'm like, that's Mark Wilbur, and there's Rhett and Link, and there's all these faces, and it was just like, okay, better perform right now, because this is definitely their first introduction to us.
Yeah,
And I remember meeting you after, and you complimented us.
Just everything about you guys, I was just like, geez, these guys are polished, like in the best possible way. I'm also proud of you guys, of just so many of the YouTubers, you know, the new ones, that like, what a cool thing that like a total meritocracy, like no one picked us, like we've just kind of figured it out and like created a new sort of industry, and now the world is kind of noticing, and it's like, wow, we did it. Like how cool.
Check
that
them
we
out,
did it.
man.
And they ignored us at first, and they said we were lame, and no one wanted anything to do with us, and now slowly
Annihilated.
just like we knew it would.
I know.
Yeah.
Because nobody
This
under,
Venusaur
you know,
user is
And
very
we
good at
liked
it.
Enough no matter what.
To keep doing it.
Yeah, to keep doing it. That's 100% true. So to kind of like get that, then all of us is like, nice guys.
Scott, we're also
Yeah.
just to close the loop here. Yeah, make sure everyone
all
gets
in
one of
this
those. Yeah.
Just like us three. You know, specifically us.
I was early in acknowledging
managing it. 3 of us here who people should be really proud of. Well, thank you guys so much for joining. I mean, I'm excited to see Schooled.
Yeah.
So it shoots in the beginning of summer. When does it come? Pre-production now, and we're working on premiere dates. But soon. Great. Awesome. Yeah, I'd love to come. I'd love to come check out the production.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, please.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
There's gonna be like 200 people on set. It's gonna be bonkers.
Wow. Umbrellas for everyone.
Yeah. My umbrella person will have an umbrella person.
That's so good. Well, thanks, guys.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thanks. Awesome.
Thank you.
The Stoics didn't dance around the truth. In fact, Marcus Aurelius hated people who said, "Let me be honest with you." He said, no, it should be written on your forehead that what you say is what you mean. If it's not true, don't say it. But conversely, I think also, if it is true, you have to say it. And sometimes those truths can be hard to hear. Sometimes those truths make us uncomfortable. Nobody said the truth would be easy, but that doesn't make it any less essential. So here are some hard-hitting, brutally honest reminders from Marcus Aurelius.
The people you meet are gonna suck. This is the harsh truth that Marcus Aurelius opens meditations with.
That Venusaur of the solar beam,
and
man.
Annoying and difficult and stupid. They're gonna be all these things. We know they're gonna be these things. We have to go into the day with our eyes wide open.
I can't even hear what they're saying. That person's saying something.
The happy part of it is the second part. He says, but they can't.
The Espeon player is saying something, but I can't hear what they're saying.
To work together, that life is incomplete without those kinds of people. And that we're related and that we share an affinity and a bond for each other. We can't be surprised by it. We can't let it suck us down. And we can't let it change us for the negative. We still have to be good. We still have to do our job. We still have to play our part. You think you're a good person, but you're hurting people. Marcus Aurelius reminds himself in Meditations, he says, remember you can commit an injustice by doing nothing also. And, you know, there's the things that we turn away from, the things we don't want to think about, the things that we say are someone else's problems, the things we say we can't do anything about. And those are injustices that we are allowing to be perpetrated. We're complicit in that, unless we try to do something about it.
Defending our
Most of
console.
what you do is totally inessential. Marcus Aurelius says that that's a question we have to ask ourselves. In everything we do, we have to ask ourselves, is this essential? And so much of it is trivial, so much of it is unnecessary, so much of it is inefficient. When
I'm the fucking MVP, man. Gojo enjoyer.
Double benefit doing the essential things.
Oh, that person was saying something. I didn't even know. Wait, they're speaking a different language. Can you hear that? They're speaking a different language. The Espeon player. I thought they were saying something. I guess I could turn my mic on. I've actually never heard someone talk in the thingy before.
Better. So you want to constantly be eliminating, constantly paring things down, constantly asking yourself,
I've been on this for
doing this? Is it important? Is it going to move the needle?
many
Why am I
hours
doing
now.
it? How could I do it better? You eliminate the inessential and you do the essential better.
Whenever you're anxious, whenever you're worried, whenever you're stressed out, whenever you're doubting, you know what you're doing? You're extrapolating. And the ancient Stoics would say that extrapolation is the enemy. Marcus Aurelius tried to remind himself when his kids got sick, he said, my kid is sick. I don't need to tell myself they're going to die from it. He says you can't let your life be crushed by your imagination as a whole. You can't picture every bad thing that could possibly happen. You have to stick with what's in front of you. You have to stick with what is in your control. The anxiety is not being caused by
Two
an external
defenders.
thing, the Stoics would say. The anxiety is within us. We are the common variable between all the things that worry us, between all the things that upset us, between all the things that convince us the world is ending. We are the common variable. We are bringing ourselves, our opinions, we are projecting our feelings onto objective
May
events.
talk
So
about
stop doing that.
multitasking.
Stop extrapolating. Focus on what's in front of you.
Multitasking,
Stick with
tab.
idea and action and utterance, the Stoics say. That is plenty to keep you busy.
It's not
Oh,
unfortunate
Mewtwo?
that this happened to you. Marx Aurelius
What do you mean
writes
a
this to
goal?
himself in Meditations. He says it's fortunate that this happened to you. He says because I've remained unharmed by it. He was saying that his character hadn't been affected. But I think more importantly, he's saying
I don't know what emoji
I
that
get to do
is.
something with it. That's what the obstacle is the way me. Now I get to do something with it. It's good that it happened to me instead of someone else. Because I'm
Your team is picking up Pokemon.
trained to do something with it.
I have to find the goat emoji.
Your anger
Oh
is
my god.
Marx Aurelius in Meditations, he quotes a line from a lost play by the playwright.
Mega Mewtwo X. Oh, they picked Armarouge. Damn. The same Armarouge and what's it called? Cerulege in the same team.
You are shouting into an enormous void. You are yelling
Yeah.
at
I just found the emoji that was most obvious on this. On that. I've never seen this emoji on my phone.
Indifferent to you and your existence, so you might as well let it go. The best revenge is to not be like that, the Stoics would say. And if you think about it, yes, people can hurt people. When you look at those people, who they are, why they do what they do, it doesn't actually feel like they're getting away with anything. They're their own worst enemy. It sucks to do that. So the Stoics say you give up on revenge,
Okay.
give up on getting even, because you already won. You are already better by not being that person. The best revenge, Marx Aurelius says, is to not be like that. You're weak if you lose your temper. Stoicism was a masculine philosophy, but for Marx
See, I think
Aurelius,
Mewtwo X isn't that good. I've tried it.
pathetic is that we get overwhelmed by our
Mewtwo's quite
emotions,
weak in this
and we
game.
lash out at people. Men sometimes judge other men for crying, but it's strange that we don't judge each other for losing our temper, which actually does hurt people, which is of less purpose. So when you feel that sort of rage or anger coming on us, the Stoics say, get control of yourself, get command of yourself. Say,
Mew?
this is who I want to be.
Mew, I think is decent. You just have to know how to play it. There's a Solar Beam
The
thing.
answer is almost certainly no. You're not
Solar
gonna
Beam.
remember. You're
That
not
I feel that hits pretty
Marx
hard.
Aurelius, he says, run down the list, all the people that came before me. He says,
That
what
Venus over
happened
the
to
Solar
all
Beam was
these
pretty annoying.
famous names, these names
Okay.
that used to
I feel like some people know how to play it.
You know what they are now? They're like what Taylor Swift talks about.
My phone's hurting. I've been playing this too long.
We all recede into memory. We are all forgotten. A very relevant reminder from the Stoics in these crazy times. You don't have to let this upset you. You don't have to turn this into something. They're not talking about disengaging from the world. They're just saying you don't have to let your feelings get hurt all the time. You don't have to let everything make you anxious or worried. You don't have to extrapolate this out to what it could possibly mean. You don't have to follow every news story. You don't have to let this upset you, Marx really says. You don't have to turn this into something. You can just let it be. You can accept the information. You can focus on what's in your control. You can focus on what you need to do. You don't have to turn this into something. Your problem is that you want the third thing. Marx Aurelius says, okay, you did something good for someone. They received that benefit. That's awesome. Transaction concluded. You don't need the third thing. Recognition, gratitude, appreciation. You don't need the world to throw you a parade. You don't need acknowledgement. And you didn't even do anything special. You did your job, which is to do good, to be good, to help people, to be kind. You did the right thing. That's enough. The obstacle is not the problem. You're the problem. Your opinions about it are the problem. Your orientation towards it is the problem. The Stoics say the obstacle is the way, right? The impediment to action advances action, stands in the way, becomes the way. What do they mean by that? Marcus Aurelius is saying that there's something you get to do because of this, right? There's things that you can do now that you couldn't do before. There's an opportunity for you to act with courage or discipline or justice or wisdom. There's something you can do now that you couldn't ordinarily do. We can't let a crisis go to waste. We have to use this thing in front of us. Yeah, it seems like an obstacle, but now there's something we get to do because of it if we do it. Part of the reason your life sucks is because your thoughts suck. Marx Aurelius said that our life is dyed by the color of our thoughts. So if we see only negative, if we only see the worst in people, if we only see what's impossible, if we only see how we screwed up, that's
gonna color our perception of reality. Your life is guided by the color of your thought. If your life is negative, if it's full of grievances, well, of course the world is going to look that way to you. Even though he was the emperor of Rome, even though it was 2,000 years ago, Marcus Aurelius still wanted the approval of other people. We all do. We want to be liked, we want to be respected, we want to be admired, but this leads us astray because these people, they don't know what they're talking about. And that's one of the things that Marcus Aurelius says in Meditations. He says you have to look at who they really are, these people whose approval you long for. He says think about what their mind is really like. He says when you can delve into this and you can see who they are, it loses its power over you. You realize these are not people whose respect you need. These are not people whose approval you need to crave. You just need to do what you know is right. You need to focus on what's in your control and you leave the rest to everyone else. A person can change, but people don't change. You can change, but the world abideth forever. It is undefeated. It is exactly the same as it ever was and ever will be. This is what we see in Marcus Aurelius' Meditations. His complaints about humanity are the exact same complaints we have today. People complain, people are dishonest, people are jealous, people are lazy, people are loud, people are people. We've been waiting on the world to change for a very long time, and it doesn't. This is why Marcus Aurelius reminds himself, don't go around expecting Plato's Republic. That's not where you live. That's not how things work. This isn't about being cynical, but in deciding not to be naive, we are setting ourselves up actually to be less cynical. This isn't to say that you shouldn't try. This isn't to say that we can't make a difference. No, that's actually the whole point. Most of all, we can't take this personally. Most of all, we shouldn't set ourselves up for disappointment or disillusionment. Don't stay up waiting for the world to change. It's not going to. If you want to see change, you have to be change. You care about yourself more than other people. You're self-interested, as all people are by definition. And yet, Marcus Aurelius points out, we care about other people's opinions more than our own. We care if they like what we wear, if they like what we say, if they think we're good or bad or whatever. It's insane. Trust your opinion, develop your own internal compass, your own internal sense of whether you're doing a good job or a bad job, whether you were successful or not. You can't outsource it to the crowd. Remember, the crowd is the mob is irrational. You can't let them determine any of it. It all gets rendered very, very insignificant very, very quickly. There's a great Roman poet, and he said, in life, Alexander's ambition was bigger than the world. And the world wasn't big enough to contain him, and yet, he says, in the end, a coffin was sufficient. Marcus Aurelius would say something very similar about Alexander the Great. He said, Alexander the Great and his mule driver, they both died, and the same thing happened to both, and the same is true for you. Look, we change as we go through life. We take on new roles, we experience new situations, new things happen in the world. If you asked me 10 years ago if I could deal with what I'm dealing with now, I would have said no, that I'd have all this stuff going on. I probably would have laughed at you. So you have to be open to change, but you also have to cultivate the support and the resources and the practices that allow you to deal with that change, to handle those curveballs. And that's where today's sponsor, BetterHelp, comes in. A therapist, they listen, they ask questions, they help you see things from a new perspective, and they give you advice and techniques to make positive changes in your life. That's what BetterHelp does. They're on a mission to make starting therapy easier. You just fill out a questionnaire, they match you with a therapist in as few as a couple days. You can do it from the comfort of your house, car, or on a walk, wherever works best for you. And with over 7,000 reviews and a 4.3 rating on Trustpilot, BetterHelp is a platform you can trust. You can click the link in the description below, or just go to betterhelp.com/dailystoic. You get 10% off your first month of therapy. You're being crazy letting them determine whether you did a good job or not, whether you're happy or not, whether you're a success or not. Marcus Aurelius says ambition is tying your happiness to what other people do and say and think. Sanity, he says, is tying it to your own actions. So what part of the process, like when I work on my books, the writing of the book is up to me, right? How it does on the bestseller list, what people think about it, what the reviews say, that isn't up to me. So my definition of success is an internal one. I'm focused on the parts that I control. Do I want other people to like it and care about it? Sure, I guess it's nice to have, but it's extra. It's not why I do it, because To want that, or worse, to need it, is to be insane and, of course, incredibly
Oh,
vulnerable.
damn, they
Being
both
clapped
got
for,
taken out.
being celebrated, all the things you think you want, it's worthless. What is it, Marx really says? Cheering is a clacking of tongues, clapping is a smacking of hands. And by the way, who's doing the cheering and clapping? Do these people actually know what they're talking about? Do they know what's good and what's not good? No. So stop trying to chase what the crowd wants, what the mob wants is not important. You're never going to escape change. Life is change. Marx Aurelius reminds us that being born was a change, death is a change. Every good thing in your life came from a change. So did bad things, of course, but everything in life has changed. You cannot escape it. You can only accept it. You can only embrace it. You should mind your own business. Deal with your own problems. Marx Aurelius reminds us, like, we should stop trying to escape other people's faults. We should try to escape our own. It's going to take a lot out of you. It's going to take more out of you than you think you have. Marx Aurelius, in one passage in Meditations, is trying to amp himself to get out of bed in the morning. He goes, it's warmer under the covers here. I like being comfortable. He says, you weren't made to be comfortable. You weren't made to huddle under the covers and be warm. He said, no, people who love what they do, they wear themselves down doing it. He said, there's a limit on the eating and the sleeping and the fun side. You got to get out there. You got to do what your nature demands. And you got to understand it's going to be hard and it's going to take a lot out of you. Marcus Aurelius' prescription for these crazy times is very simple. He said, you can't be careless in your actions. You can't be confusing in your words. You can't be imprecise in your thoughts. And you can't retreat into your own soul. You can't try to escape.
Go to Global Coms with the same as at League of Legends. They all had Pokemon events though.
Keep an even keel. And you say that whatever is happening, however it goes, what it ultimately is for me is an opportunity for me to be my best, to do my best, to do good. I'm going to embrace the obstacles. I'm going to embrace the difficulties. This is going to make me better. You got to stop wasting time talking about this stuff, arguing what a good person is like, what the right thing is, these complicated virtue ethics. Marx Aurelius says, waste no more time arguing what a good person is like. Just be one. You're going to die. That's the Stoic idea of memento mori. Life is very, very short.
Oh damn, 3v1.
Right now, let that determine what you do and say and think. You could go
3v1.
at any moment, and in fact, you will go at some moment, and that moment could be very, very soon.
Do they stream the comps? Yeah, they stream it.
When I wrote The Daily Stoic 8 years ago, I had this crazy idea that I would just keep it going. The book was 366 meditations, but I'd write one more every single day, and I'd give it away for free.
I think we won anyway.
Maybe a few people would sign up. Couldn't have even comprehended a future in which 750,000 people would get this email every single day, and would for almost a decade. If you want to get the email, if you want to be part of a community that is
Just search Pokemon Unite, you find it.
assembled in human history, I'd love for you to join us. You can sign up and get the email totally for free. No spam. You can unsubscribe whenever you want.
All 5 people were knocked out. Oh wow. There's one from 2 weeks. Oh, it's super close. Super close. It's Master League. They have one good trainer over there. Articuno, the MVP, #1 KO'er.
I'm pretty good with my money. I don't live outside.
I'm trying to get to Master 500. It's taking longer, longer than I think I've been on it for 6 hours now. Well, Master 250.
Nothing has taken me out of more moments. Nothing has caused more fights. Nothing has stressed
Gojo
me
enjoy
out more. Seneca says, "He who suffers before it is necessary suffers more than is necessary." That's why I say
Gojo enjoy
so much. It has caused me so
Oh,
much
that guy has a
unnecessary
similar
suffering.
outfit.
And in today's video, I want to share the best Stoic advice to confront and then discard your anxiety so you can live a life of clarity and peace and purpose. One thing that's never changed about the world is how much of it's out of our control. 2,000 years ago,
Damn,
it
they
was
banned
largely
2 of the
out of
birds.
control of all the Stoics. Even Marcus Aurelius, the most powerful man in the world, most things are not
Hmm.
in his control. when we have a way we like things to
Maybe
go,
I'll.
we know
Oh,
they
someone
might not
picked
go
Moltres
that way.
already.
What does that create? That creates anxiety. And so for thousands of years, the Stoics have been dealing with this thing that you and I are still dealing with today. We get nervous, we worry, we have anxiety, we have fears and dread. Marcus Aurelius in Meditations talks about how he had a good day because he escaped anxiety. And then he actually corrects himself because actually no, I didn't escape it. I discarded it because it was within me. He's realizing that he is the common variable in all the situations that cause him anxiety, just as you are. Anxiety is within us, so we want to work on it and think about it so it doesn't rule our lives or ruin our lives. This is my little reminder here. This is an anxiety.
They banned 2 legendary birds and they picked the one.
Some Stoic reminders on it, and that's because even now, even after all these
I'm not sure. There was one. If you look on the channel, there was one 2 weeks ago. But it's a regional. It's not a world championship. It's a regional. I think it's based on location.
He tried to think about what they were after. He said,
It's a regional
the person
one.
isn't wanting something outside of their control. They have no reason
It's gonna go pee, but then I don't really need to pee. Yeah.
The cause is never the thing itself. It's our desire, our expectation,
They banned
our concern.
the 2 birds that I normally
go a
use.
certain way, or we're not going to be okay. As a parent, what do you want? You want the world to always be okay and nothing to ever go wrong for your kids, which of course is not something you can ever possibly make happen. When you're traveling, what do you want? You want to get there on time. You want nothing to go wrong. But again, not only is that
But
not
I think you have to register a team. I don't know enough people that are good at Pokemon Unite. They look like 17-year-olds though. If you look at the people that play them, they look under 25 to me.
But getting worked up, getting excited, biting your nails, and torturing yourself because you need it to go that way is a recipe for misery. If you can cut
Yeah, you can watch them and see what they do. I think you'll probably learn how they play.
free of the future and the past, you can make yourself, it says, like
I think Blastoise is super good, but it's only good once you evolve it. As a Squirtle and Wartortle, I don't think it's very good. So early game is pretty bad. It's good in late game, but then you need to level it up too. Okay. I've never tried League of Legends, but apparently this is similar.
Seneca was famous for practicing poverty. He would wear his worst clothes, eat simple foods, starve himself a little bit. He'd really like slum it for a day or two. Supposedly,
Unstable
as often
internet
as once a
connection.
month. Now, why was he doing this? On one hand, it was to toughen himself up. But really,
The
it was
problem
a
with this character is that you have to evolve it.
He wanted to, as a wealthy, successful person who had a lot, he wanted to familiarize himself with losing all of it. He wanted to be able to stare poverty in the face and say, is this what you were so afraid of? Because that's what can happen in life. The things we possess become the new status quo, and then we're worried and anxious that we're going to lose them. And so the thought exercise of going, okay, what would it actually be like to not have them? There's a Zen story about a cup, and the Zen master is saying to himself over and over again, the cup is already broken, the cup is already broken. So he doesn't become so attached to it that he fears losing it, and thus doesn't actually enjoy it while he has it, because he's so petrified of something happening to it. And this is the sort of relentless anxiety that a lot of successful people have. You think they'd be comfortable and feel awesome and feel like they have enough, but in fact they're just petrified of losing it. Seneca says slavery lives beneath marble and gold. Inside the palace that looks so wonderful and appealing on the outside, it's actually a lot of anxiety and stress. So he's trying to familiarize himself with losing it so it would lose its power over him.
There's a great Latin expression. Basically, it means it is solved by walking. Things rough at home, go for a walk. Your kid's having a tough time, take them for a walk. Struggling with a big decision, go for a walk. Feeling antsy or anxious, go for a walk. As a parent, walks are magic in relationships.
I need to level up, man. I prefer using the legendary birds over this.
Are magic. Whatever you're dealing with, whatever you're going through, walks are magic. Seneca said the mind must be given over to long wandering walks or it'll break the way that that hammer eventually breaks against the anvil. We go for walks, we get outside, we get moving, and we're amazed at the problems it solves.
there's a tension in Stoicism. So on the one hand, Seneca says we should imagine all the things that could possibly happen. This is premeditatio malorum, says the unexpected blow lands heaviest. If you're just naively going through the world expecting everything to be wonderful, never considering that this might happen or that might happen, you're going to be caught off guard and it's going to rattle you and hurt you worse than if you had some ability to anticipate it. At the same time, he says he who suffers before it is necessary suffers more than is necessary.
Floating already?
Talking
What the
about
fuck?
way that we can sort of spiral and catastrophize. So it's important when we think about this premeditatio malorum, the Stoic idea of anticipating and considering might happen, it's not to torture ourselves. It's not just to go down this spiral of negativity and doomerism. It's to think proactively. I'll give you an example. Napoleon said that 3 times a day, a general should say to themselves, what if the enemy appeared over here? What if the enemy appeared over here? What if the enemy appeared over here? He wasn't saying that he just wanted his generals to be really anxious and worried all the time. He was having them run through the thought exercises. If this happens, I'll do this. If this happens, I'll do this. If this happens, I'll do this. So when we think about this Stoic practice, it's not just for generalized anxiety or worry. It's constructive. Okay,
I prefer playing with the legendary birds because they're strong from the get.
How we might respond to this. So it should actually be empowering in some way, as opposed to disempowering and scary and alarming. You're thinking, here are the constructive things I can do about these hypotheticals. I believe that I have agency and power to solve this scenario if it were to happen. Look, I think one of the things about anxiety is it makes sense to us. Like, we've convinced ourselves that it's true. But what you find when you talk
not
to
good.
else about it is that maybe it's not as normal as you think it is. Maybe it actually doesn't make any sense at all. You know, there is this idea that the Stoics tough and vulnerable, they never struggle with anything. That's wrong. And there's also kind of a stigma sometimes against getting help, against opening up, and that's wrong. I have gotten so much benefit over the years talking these things through in therapy. And that's actually where the sponsor of today's video comes in, BetterHelp. If you're experiencing depression and anxiety or other mental health struggles, BetterHelp is on a mission to make starting
Found
therapy
what
easier.
hard to
You
play
just fill
with.
out a questionnaire, they match you with a therapist in just a couple of days. Switch therapists easy. It's also just easy to do it. You don't have to drive across town. You do it on your phone. You do it on your laptop. BetterHelp is a platform that you can trust. We got the link in the description below, or you can just go to betterhelp.com/dailystoic and get 10% off your first month of therapy. Later, you'll laugh about this. Later, you'll see it with some perspective. Later, it'll make a good story. Later, you'll see how it was good for you. Later, you'll see how it got you where you are now. The problem is now you're upset about it. You're torturing yourself about it. You're worried about it. And that's why Marcus Aurelius said that you don't have to let this upset you. You don't have to turn it into something. You can just let it be what it is. You can just let it happen. You don't have to add this sort of injury on top, this stress that you're feeling in the moment, working yourself up about it. You can just let it be, just deal with it, just go with it. Don't seek for things to happen the way you want them to happen, but want them to happen the way that they have happened. Wish for them to have happened the way that they did. That's Epictetus. He obviously precedes Nietzsche by a couple thousand years, but you know, Nietzsche had this idea of amor fati, right? Amor fati, it translates to a love of fate. So instead of needing things to be a certain way, instead of simply accepting them as they are, Nietzsche and Epictetus say that human greatness, human happiness, is in loving things as they actually are. Saying, this is the way that it's supposed to be. This is wonderful that it is that way. It was chosen for me. And this isn't even necessarily to say that you just accept the world as awful and unjust and you never try to change it, but you say, no, it was set up this way so I could be who I am capable of being inside of it. That's what this reminder of it means to me. Marcus Aurelius talks about how what you throw on top of a fire is fuel for the fire that turns it all into flame and brightness. That's what we're talking about. Amor fati means that you embrace life as it is. You embrace situations as they are, instead of fighting them, instead of running from them, instead of judging them, even instead of just tolerating them, you love them. That is the path to happiness and to greatness. Rome would have been a dirty place, a dark place. Rome was a violent place, smelled terribly, noisy. But for all that, we can imagine Marcus Aurelius, we could imagine Seneca, we could imagine Epictetus
enjoying that special, wonderful time of day we now call golden hour. That few minutes in the morning, in the evening, when the sun is at just the right angle, when everything basks in a rosy goldness. And we can imagine that whatever was happening in the world, whatever was happening in their life, however frustrated or annoyed or depressed they might have been, catching a
Yeah,
glimpse of
Blastoise is
smile.
super
Like I said, the whole
spam.
world
Well,
is a
kind of
temple of the
spammy.
gods. I always feel that at golden hour. Mark Stewart talked about
The
how
problem
you
is,
stare
as
at
a
the
Squirtle,
stars and you imagine yourself up alongside them, that it was enough to kind of wash away the dust of life. I think golden hour does that. Everything shines for a brief moment. Everything is beautiful and soft. The sun's rays are at just the right angle. It doesn't matter what's happening in your life. It doesn't matter what's happening in the world. Golden hour is something special, and we should appreciate it. And there's nothing in Stoicism that precludes us from enjoying the beauty of that. Mark Stewart actually talks about this in Meditations. He says, what doesn't transmit light creates its own
Oh,
dark.
damn.
To get out in nature, to enjoy golden
They already
hour
got
is
the
a way
boss.
to
What the
bathe
fuck?
yourself in light, to cleanse yourself, to experience the world as Seneca tried to, as a temple of the gods. And to not see that, to not enjoy it, to not appreciate it despite everything that's happening in the world is a very dark existence indeed. It may be reasonable that you're concerned about this thing. It would cause trouble if it happened. Again, so when the Stoics talk about how some things are in our control, some things are not in our control, what they're saying is, well, focus on what you control about this situation. Reminding yourself that, hey, just feeling anxiety, emoting about the problem, biting your nails about it, talking about it incessantly to people, it's not making it any more or less likely to happen. So try to put that energy to constructive use. Try to think about, okay, here's what I'm going to do, here's what I can do, here are ways that I can
I tried my best to defend
or at
it.
least prepare myself to be resilient or endure or bounce back from it if it does
So
happen.
Machamp has a thing called submission that throws you in the direction of their teammates. So you can get, and I think Mammoth One can do the same thing. So it can basically stab you and throw you back.
There's a story about Cleanthes, one of the ancient Stoics, and he's walking through Athens one day and he sees this man talking to himself. You know, the way that we all do it, like, what's wrong with you? You idiot, how could you be so stupid? You know, that sort of negative self-talk that sometimes when we get so frustrated, so disappointed in ourselves, we can't help but break out into. And Cleanthes stops and he interrupts the man and he says, hey, I just want you to know you're not talking to a bad
Wow,
person.
there's no
What an
teammates left.
amazing interruption. What a great kindness to do to a stranger.
3v1.
We can imagine somebody doing that for us. The next time we get really riled up, the next time we get really upset with ourselves, just to remind ourselves, you're not talking to a bad person. You're talking to you. You're not talking to a bad person.
Well, my teammates, I prefer playing with other characters, though, to be honest.
Life is difficult enough. It's hard enough. You shouldn't suffer imagined trouble.
#1 damage taker.
That means don't borrow suffering. Don't get scared,
#1 damage
worried,
taker.
annoyed, anxious
Oh, well.
in advance of something that may or may not happen. That doesn't mean you're naive. You think everything's going to go your way. You do have a plan for the worst case scenario. But that's different than torturing yourself.
No, it's because whoever usually gets the boss wins in the middle, especially in Master League. And I was the only defender, basically there. I think attackers are not really good at defending.
These things can't upset you. Only your opinion about those things can upset you. The events are objective. It's what we make up about them. It's the story we tell ourselves about them. It's that we say we've been insulted.
I think Articuno's better than Blastoise in my opinion. I'm looking at the tier list, they're on the same tier. But I think Articuno is better in my opinion.
Epictetus said, it's our opinion about things.
It tanks longer and it stuns.
Look at the bad use of your creativity. The time you're spending imagining what might happen, the conversations you're making up in your head, the things that you think people are thinking about you. This is a bad way to deploy your creativity. You're using it to make yourself miserable. You're imagining these terrible scenarios. Notice you're never imagining things going well, people liking you. You're putting your imagination to work on your anxiety, on your self-consciousness, on your doubt, and it's just not a good use of it. The Stoics would say our mind is this incredibly powerful thing. How are you going to deploy it? How are you going to use it? Are you going to use it to torture yourself, or are you going to use it to move yourself forward, to solve problems,
or create them. No amount of philosophy, Seneca says, takes away our natural feelings or inclinations. I still get nervous before almost any talk. I have anxiety, I have nerves. One of the things I've been doing lately, I have this cool Stoic coin, and it's kind of a fidget, and I just spin it. I like to touch. It's got a hole in the middle, and I just touch it like this. It has this quote from Epictetus on the front. Is this in my control, or is this not in my control? Is this up to me or not up to me? That's the essence of Stoic philosophy. Marx really says that you have to remember the thing is not causing us anxiety. We are causing the anxiety in ourselves. It's within us.
Gojo?
Let it go. We don't
Okay.
have to give ourselves
It was
over.
part of
So
like a
that's just
lot
one of the
of
little
things.
I remind myself. You have to remember, Stoic philosophy isn't this magical thing that removes all the flaws and problems and urges and temptations we have inside us. No, it's framework for working through them. It's a set of tools for dealing with them. That's how I
Thanks.
think about anxiety, and that's why I carry this one. Look, things are going to go sideways. People are going to say things. People are going to do things. There are definitely going to be problems in life. Things that you don't want to happen are going to happen. That is how it goes. But remember, the Stoics say it can only harm you if it harms your character. If it changes who you are, if it makes you vindictive or resentful or lazy or entitled, if it makes you worse as a person, then you have been harmed. But people don't have the power to make us worse as human beings. That's something we
Oh
can
damn,
do
3 of them.
in us. So who we are in response to what happens,
This
that's where the
Zora
harm
is
can
not
come
that
from.
strong
It's
as
also
well.
where the
Why
benefit
is Zora
can come
on the
from. It
bottom?
can only harm you if it harms your character. That's the essence of Stoic philosophy. It can only harm you if it harms your character. And we decide whether this thing degrades
Very
us or
uncoordinated,
improves us.
man.
We decide if we harm our character in response to what has happened to us. You're being crazy letting them determine whether you did a good job or not, whether you're happy or not, whether you're a success or not. Marx really says ambition is tying your happiness to what other people do and say and think. Sanity,
Damn.
he says, is tying it to your own actions. Like when I work on my books, the writing of the book is up to me. How it does on the bestseller list, what people think about it, what the reviews say, that isn't up to me. So my definition of success is an internal one. I focus on the parts of it I control. Do I want other people to
There's
like
actually
it
3 of
and
them on the
care
bottom
about it?
too.
Sure, I guess it's nice to have, but it's extra. It's not why I do it, because to need it is to be insane and, of course, incredibly vulnerable. Every day, I send out one Stoic-inspired email totally for free. Almost 1 million people all over the world.
It sucks, it's
Your
freebie
Stoic journey to
too.
the next level. I would
There's
love for you to
no-
subscribe. It's totally for free. You can unsubscribe at any time. There's no spam. Just go to dailystoic.com/email. Love to see you there. You should spend more time in cemeteries. I promise it's not depressing. And there's a reason that the ancients, like the Stoics, actively meditated on their mortality. This
I think
is-
Zora is a bad
So
team
here's why spending
tag
more
teammate
time
for
around
Articuno.
dead people thinking about
It doesn't
death will make
do
you feel better.
ranged.
It might seem like spending time in cemeteries is depressing, but it isn't. And it's not only not depressing, it's really important. Cemeteries
level
remind
9.
us
He's
of
not
our
doing
death.
anything.
They remind us of our mortality. But in meditating on the shortness of life, the Stoics tell us, we are invigorated. We're reminded of what's important. We're given a chance to actually live. The big mistake is to think of death as something that's far off in the future, right? You understand, oh, at the end of your life, you'll end up somewhere like this. But that's precisely wrong, Seneca tells us. Death isn't this thing that happens to us once at the end. He said, it's not that we're moving forward towards death. It's that death is happening right now. In the midst of life, we are in death. Seneca wanted us to understand that, in fact, we're dying constantly. He says, we're dying every minute, we're dying every day. The time that passes belongs to death. It's not at the end of your life that you die once. In fact, at the end of your life, you have died all the years.
Damn, I
that
lost
you
all
have
my
lived. And that's one of the things that you feel when you're in the cemetery. You're reminded that death is all around you all the time, and that what you take back when you go to your actual life, when you return to the real world, is a reminder that every second that's ticking by is consequential. It matters. It's the most important thing in the world because it's the one thing you can never get back. Even as you watch this video, you are dying. As you waste time on the internet, as you waste time chasing things that you don't need, as you get caught up in gossip or grievances, you are paying for that with the most important thing there is, which is your time, which is your life. Death isn't the worst thing that can happen to you. The Stoics would want you to understand that. They would much rather you live a short life, one of dignity and honor and decency and value and character, than to live for a long time, but to sustain that life by compromising, by betraying, by being a bad person. And they would also say, like life can kick the shit out of you, and it will. This guy, this is the Will Barger tomb. This guy was scalped by Native Americans in the river here in 1832. We can put the blood feud between the Native Americans and the pioneers aside and just go, that would be awful. He was scalped and somehow survived. Think about how much pain he would have been in. Think about how hard it would have been to continue. Think about what the rest of his life was like. Seneca has this great line. He talks about how sometimes even to live is an act of courage. To not despair, to not give up, to keep fighting, to cling to life not in a pathetic way, but in a courageous way. Obviously, it's worth remembering that all of our ancestors suffered horribly. They went through almost unimaginable ordeals, and the perseverance and the fortitude that sustained them in that. It's just a good reminder in our relatively cushy modern problems that you can get through this, that you come from people who got through this. And when you walk through a cemetery and you see the families that carried on after the loss of a loved one, you see the dates and you realize they lived through the Spanish flu or the Civil War or all sorts of horrible things. They kept going, they didn't give up. The Stoics talk about that it's shameful to give up when you've still got something left, when there's still life you could live, there's still good you should do. And whenever I'm somewhere like this, that's something that always pops into my mind. We protect our property, we safeguard our money, but then we're frivolous like the most valuable thing there is. Seneca said it's the craziest thing in the world, that we are reckless with the thing we should be most miserly about. He's talking about our time. Time is the most precious resource. It's the only non-renewable resource. You're not getting any more, and it's ticking away every second. And yet, because you're afraid to say no, because you have trouble focusing, because you don't want to hurt someone's feelings, because your priorities are out of whack, you're wasting your time. You are paying for this thing with your life, whether we're talking about scrolling or stupid meetings or your neighbor who won't stop gossiping or that person who's always stirring up drama in your life. You are wasting the most precious thing that you have. You are doing things that you shouldn't be doing, only going to hit you what you have paid for that end of your life when suddenly you are desperate for time. Every single person in this cemetery put stuff off, as we all do, telling themselves they would get to it later. Maybe they got to some of it, but they certainly did not get to all of it. And that is the tragedy of procrastination. That is the arrogance of procrastination. The presumption that you have later, that you will get another chance. You could be good today, Marcus Aurelius says in Meditations, but instead you choose tomorrow because you think you have tomorrow, because you think magically tomorrow you're going to be the person that's doing the thing that the person today is not doing. Don't do it later, do it now. Now you have a chance. Now you can do it for sure. Don't regret not doing it later, do it now. Better at managing your time, get better at saying no, get your priorities in order, or you will waste your life. Well, here we are well into a new year, and it's worth taking some stock. Who do you want to be this year? What changes do you want to make? How could you be better? That's where today's sponsor comes in, and it's where something I have been doing myself now, I guess, since college, which is working on myself with a therapist. And although I used to, when I lived in LA, drive an hour in traffic to sit down in someone's office for an hour, now I do it on the phone. I do it while I'm walking. I do it in the car. I do my therapy online. And BetterHelp is the world's largest online therapy platform. And I'm not the only one. More than 6 million people have gotten help through BetterHelp.
It's just easier to keep the appointment. It's less of an imposition, cheaper, it's more efficient, and I honestly find it easier to just get into the stuff you're there to get into when I do it remotely. BetterHelp will match you with a therapist based on your preferences. You can easily switch at any time at no extra cost. You can click the link in the description below, or you can just go to betterhelp.com/dailystoic to get 10% off your first month of therapy.
There's a famous line in an Aeschylus play, Agamemnon. Cassandra is the prophet that can see the future, but she's cursed that no one will ever listen. And she says, when she comes home, knowing that Agamemnon is going to be murdered by his wife, she says, I can smell the open grave. Meaning she can smell that death is on this person. They're marked for it, but they don't know it. I'm just sitting here in this cemetery and they're just
this game. I think it's heavily dependent on the teammates.
65 years. We all have that.
See, we look like we were losing, but we ended up winning.
Think about this idea, like, what would I do if I found out I had cancer, if I got a terminal diagnosis? What if someone could predict my death? But you do have a terminal diagnosis. Someone can predict your death.
Number one assistant, number one damage taker.
That we were going to die.
I think I've been on this for over 6 hours now.
Because the average lifespan is incredibly long these days.
No, but lower ranks, it's too easy at beginner level. But to be honest, even at master, I wouldn't say. I think they play better, but even then,
it's going to happen for all of us.
It's not extremely difficult.
We have to make the right decisions as a result. We have to cut out the things that are wasting our time. Steve Jobs talked about this. In his famous commencement address, he was talking about how life is short. It's uncertain for all of us, as if tragically for him. He said it's too short to spend it living somebody else's life, following somebody else's track. That's one of my favorite questions from Mark Shkreli in Meditations. He says, you're afraid of death because you won't be able to do this anymore? And by this, I take it to mean all the indignities and stupid things that we spend our time doing. Like, you want to live forever so you can go to the DMV more? So you can scroll on your phone more, so you can hold grudges more, so you can covet more things.
Oh, they banned Blastoise.
Life worth extending.
They still have Articuno,
so I'm not saying that life is meaningless and you should just die. I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying you should try to live a life that is worth being long. That's the tragedy, Seneca says. How many people at their end of their life, all they have to show for it is a large number.
I find Lapras really tanky.
That's not meaningful. That's not what philosophy is fighting to try to make us. So this decision to cut out the inessential, to do what actually matters, to live the life we are meant to live, to be brave and to be authentic, to be real, to chase and value the right things, that's what Memento Mori reminds us.
Oh, this guy is Ryan Holiday. He's ranked.
So this is the
I've already heard it a
they
lot of times though.
In the 1850s, and they built a little building.
I feel like I've heard this video
which housed a
like 4 times already, so let me see if there's anything else. Who would Marcus Aurelius vote for?
Look, there's a lot we don't control about the world. And that's frustrating, it's demoralizing, you could say it's unjust, you could say we deserve a better system, totally agree. But remember what Stoicism is about focusing on what we control. In America, just like big chunks of the rest of the world,
so you got a speedster and all-rounder.
This is a timeless dilemma.
No, I've already know about it. I think Law of Attraction is bullshit. I think it's just a best-selling book. I don't think it's true.
What would the rest of the Stoics think?
I think it's a bestseller. I don't know. Like, sometimes I feel like stupid stuff sells well. I don't know if you could call people idiots, but like, there's a lot of stuff where there's demand for it, but it's not necessarily correct.
And wait, before I lose you on this video, you might already be thinking, hey, why are you getting political?
Oh damn.
Stoicism is supposed to
3 on top.
Built around
I need 1 on bottom.
built around virtue, built around self.
See, I think Articuno and Espeon would be a better team. Model
immoral,
X-Slash.
critical, nasty thing that's going to pull us apart instead of bring us together. And I agree, politics can be those things, but I think it's worth pointing out what profession the Stoics had more than any other. There were Stoics who were manual laborers, there were Stoics who were athletes, there were Stoics who were writers and playwrights, there were Stoics who served in the armed forces, but the vast
I think
majority
Articuno
of Stoics who had a job were not tenured
Espeon.
lecturers, they were politicians.
Everyone has only.
Participated in public.
I think they started the game quite early. I don't have many costumes. I only have the license, but I don't really care about the costume.
The Stoics and the Epicureans.
I mean, it's a cosmetic.
Treated to the garden where they studied philosophy and pursued their self-actualization. And the Stoics entered the polis, entered public life. He said,
I think Articuno goes well with a ranged attacker duel. Although I've never used Egg-Slash before.
in politics unless something stops.
Oh, what the hell is he doing?
We're engaged, and we have to think
He's going to try it and score, isn't he?
that if the philosophically inclined, if the virtue inclined, which all of us are, we wouldn't be talking about Stoicism here. If we're not going to engage in politics, who is? Who are we ceding the field to? This is something that Pericles would say in ancient Athens. He said, one person's disengagement is untenable unless bolstered by someone else's commitment. Meaning that when you decide, oh, I don't vote, when you decide, oh, I don't participate, oh, I'm above that, oh, that's nasty, I'm going to stay away from that, you know what you're doing? You are ceding the field to precisely those influences that you say are negative. The Stoics were involved in politics and public life from the very beginning. And this is actually what Stoicism was evolving from. Some of the earlier Stoics, Zeno and Cleanthes and Chrysippus, although they weren't totally disengaged, they did come more from the Cynic school, the school of focusing inward. And as Stoicism moved from Greece to Rome, it became much more public-oriented, much more outwardly focused, and much more themed around the virtue of justice, about participating in public life. That ranges the spectrum of
MKO'd
office or
both
potentially
of them.
the highest office in the land to the simple and basic act of voting. So maybe you're thinking, my vote doesn't matter. It's inconsequential. And there's a lot of statistical truth to this argument. First off, one vote of however many tens or hundreds of millions. One vote in a landscape that is gerrymandered, where there is voter suppression, where the electoral college, which is supposed to even the playing field, actually, in many cases, thwarts the will of the majority. Or perhaps you live in a state where, because of your party affiliation, it feels pointless, that you're not in what we would call a swing state. But it is interesting to think that the 2016 election, which had something like 135 million votes, was decided by 77,000 ballots across 3 states. Michigan was swung by just 10,000 voters. In this little town that I live here in Bastrop, Texas, 2 cycles ago, our city council election was decided by 2 votes. 2 votes. So my wife and I...
That fucking spinny thing is annoying. Dragapult.
Any couple decided not to vote, the election would have turned out very differently. There was a piece in the New York Times not that long ago written by a woman named Anton Discalfani, who was a political minority in the southern town that she lived in.
See, Egg-Slash I don't think is that good.
But on the other side, they were having a primary between 2 candidates, one much more extreme than the other. So she decided to vote in that primary, and it turned out that election, that primary
Fucking drag. How is it level 10 already?
So she cast the deciding vote in that election.
I'm like level 6. Damn.
And this is what adults do. We take the avenues that are available to us. We exert control where we have the opportunity to exert control.
Not really.
Who knows? It might end up making an enormous difference. The idea that your vote doesn't matter is, in some ways, a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? People tell themselves it doesn't matter.
I don't use Spotify a lot. I use something called Podbean.
It's
just an app.
Something like 50% of people who are eligible to vote simply do not. They say, you know, Texas is not a red or a blue state where I live. Texas is an apathetic state. Most of the people who could vote don't. And so our candidates are selected by the primary process. Something like 2% of voters vote in the primaries. And as a result, the candidates are extreme on both sides. And then both sides are unhappy about the candidates and then don't vote because they don't like either of the candidates. It's silly. Look, at the basic level, Stoicism is about focusing on what you control. And as we said, we don't control who the candidates are. We don't control when the election is. We don't control that there's not a federal holiday for voting. We don't control that they try to make it more onerous to vote. We don't control any of the parts of the process except whether we show up.
Oh damn, comfy.
And I make a big show of this in my family. I try to take my kids with me when I go. Try to take a picture of it when I go. Like the idea is this part of it is definitely, definitively, inarguably in my control. Who I vote for and the fact that I go to the polls and vote. That's the one part of the process that I control. So let's start there. Let's make the most.
That drag boat was level 10 already. What the fuck though?
Now, one reason that people don't vote is they say to themselves, as we're talking about, I don't like the candidates. It's a choice between two evils. This is, of course, very silly. Welcome to reality. Being an adult is making tough choices between two things that you don't like. In Meditations, Marcus Aurelius writes about how we can't go around expecting Plato's Republic.
What the
Nobody's a philosopher.
hell? Is that Unite move?
The exception that proves the rule, right? Most politicians, most people who want power are not going to be perfect, and you're not going to agree with them on everything. You have to be an adult. You have to make decisions. This is life. Cato, one of the towering Stoics, I think really struggled with it. He sometimes let his purity or his idealism get in the way of reality. Cicero said that Cato often believed that he lived in Plato's Republic, exactly the thing Marcus Aurelius was warning against, and forgot that in fact he lived in the dregs of Romulus. It would be wonderful if we lived in the theoretical, abstract, utopian version of America, or wherever it is that you live. But we don't. We live in the 24th
What the hell is this person doing, man?
And who
He's
is
going
in front of us
AFK.
is who is in front of us. We're gonna have to make a choice. We're gonna have to work with, for, vote for, with causes people
Everyone wants to
don't
surrender.
fully agree with or like. Cato was
We haven't
a
even
very
lost yet,
principled
though.
Man. He was an effective politician in many ways because he was not corrupt, because he actually cared about doing the people's business, because he held himself to a high standard. But there is
It's not over till it's over.
But he struggled with the idea of alliances. Pompey returns from his military conquests, seeks to enter Rome's public life, and he
Oh,
seeks
damn.
out Cato, this great, brilliant, principled leader, and seeks a political alliance. And at that time,
chaos.
alliances were often made through marriage. And he
Oh, you got
marriage into
yeah. It's multiple pages.
women in Cato's family were actually excited about this, and Cato says, no, I will not be purchased by way of women's apartments, meaning I'm not going to collaborate with you and create an alliance this way. So each man for himself. Plutarch, the biographer, whose grandson would actually go on to be Marcus Aurelius.
It's multiple pages. You have to do it like 4 or 5 times.
High-minded and high-handedness of Cato here, because what Pompey ended up doing was getting this marriage alliance, but with Caesar instead. And he remarks that Cato, who wanted to preserve the Roman Republic, ends up in many ways bringing about its very collapse because he refused this alliance. The ability to compromise, the ability to make choices between lesser evils is essential. Okay, but what makes a good leader? What do the Stoics have to tell us about the characteristics that we should look for in a leader? And actually, as it happens, in Meditations, the beginning of Meditations, Marcus Aurelius talks a lot about what he learned from his stepfather, Antoninus.
I think we've lost, man. We're level 11.
None was more dear to him than Antoninus. Antoninus was a lifelong politician who held elected office. He was a senator. He served in all the different important offices in Roman life before Hadrian sees in him a worthy guardian for Marcus Aurelius, who he wants to eventually become emperor. Hadrian.
No, Master Team people. I wonder if people pair up with their actual friends.
Passed on, and then Marcus took over. Instead, Marcus.
Because I don't have people in Masters to pair up with.
As Antoninus's apprentice. What does he learn from
Damn.
We see this in the entry.
See, I'm MVP again.
Lessons chapters.
Although it's similar
Says,
points.
What I learned
Rowan.
from my adopted stepfather, and I'm going to sort of skim and summarize here. It says compassion, unwavering adherence to decisions.
Number 1
once
damage
reached them,
taker.
Indifference to superficial honors, hard work, persistence.
Got the app. I'm listening to
anyone
the
who
Alien
can contribute
podcast.
To the public good, his dogged determination to treat people as they deserve, a sense of when to push and when to back off, his altruism.
Yeah, you have to do the Verligator like.
Devotion to the empire's needs.
I'm on 540. You need 900 coins to get Verligator. I already got Typhlosion.
For both, and I think this is a beautiful thing. You could have said of him, as they say of Socrates, that he knew how to enjoy and abstain from things that most people.
But that's how you get it for free. You have to or you can pay for it. I think paying for it is probably like £5. Do you believe in aliens? Yeah, I think aliens are are likely to exist.
But what made Rome great?
I mean, we're not that special in the world, right? It doesn't really make sense that in the entire world that you're the only one. I thought you would pay for it, so you can pay for it to get it quicker.
Something to apologize for, some shame, some fatal.
I'm gonna ban Dragapult, man. Dragapult is really kind of annoying. Where's Dragapult?
Video as we think about voting. Look, we don't get an Antoninus, we don't get a Marcus Aurelius, but who's closest to that? When you think of the things that stand out, Marcus Aurelius is pointing out in the leader. What was he talking about? He says that he wasn't shameless, that he was honest, that he worked hard, that he wasn't
Take
susceptible
offense.
to flattery.
No, I thought you would pay for it because you do spend money on like cards. I thought you would spend. Oh.
That he was altruistic, selfless, that he worked hard. That he was
To be honest, I think a lot of the YouTubers just pay for it. They pay for it, so you don't have to like spend so much time logging in every day. I asked Gemini, and it said I should pay for it because it says if you're playing Pokemon Unite, you're valuing your time at £1 an hour or something. But
and certainly I would say someone with the opposite of these characteristics deserves to be nowhere near the White House.
see.
Certainly nowhere near in possession.
2 attackers, 1 speedster,
Today is in possession.
1 defender. But I think Articuno is almost like an attacker and defender at the same time.
If the person you are voting for bringing to power is not philosophical, is not in command of the greatest empire, what the Stoics would call command of themselves, then they have no business being in the halls of power. There were examples of great leaders in antiquity, and there were plenty of examples of terrible leaders in antiquity.
I paid £1 for Articuno because I had 600 coins. I need 650.
Because you can think of all the bad things of history. This is
It's the only game you play consistently. Yeah.
suspicious of
You can get Articuno right now for 200 AR Shems, which I think is around £2. So I think you get 120 because it was free like a month ago. Oh damn, my hand. Looks like it's peeling.
For all time, if a leader does not have good character, does not have command of themselves, is not a virtuous person.
I know, right? £1 cheaper. To be honest, I think I get annoyed just spending £1 for a game. I think it stems from my habit as a kid.
Experienced this with Nero. The first few years of Nero's reign were okay.
I never really spent much money as a kid playing games.
When he was primarily listening to his advisors like Seneca. But as power worked its way through Nero's DNA, it exposed something. That's an interesting thing we hear from the presidential biographer Robert Caro. He says, power doesn't corrupt. That's too simple. He says power reveals. And what it revealed about Nero
Damn,
was
they got
vain,
2,000.
insecure, that he needed desperate.
These people have way too many achievements.
At the most fundamental level, he wasn't competent. He wasn't good at the job.
No, actually £1. It does actually kind of bother me. It's like, why am I spending money on this? I think it stems from childhood.
Nero couldn't cut it. He was also unstable and murderous. There's a choke from a man put to death by Nero as he's examining the grave he's about to be put in. He goes,
Although only £1, technically it doesn't take very long at all.
He liked the trappings of power. He liked the fame, the importance. His ego could wrap itself around why he deserved to be powerful. But he lacked what good leaders before and after, and certainly to today understand, which is that the leader is actually the servant of the people. That yes, we bestow power and significance on people, but this comes with an immense amount of responsibility. In the end, Nero exiles philosophers, he persecutes minorities. When disaster strikes, he's nowhere to be found. He doesn't want to do the dirty, unpleasant, exhausting work of leadership. He was no Antoninus, to say the least. And the Stoics are not morally blameless here. Seneca tells himself he's the adult in the room, that he's helping Nero become less bad, but in the end, he grows quite wealthy in Nero's service.
Alfredo. What's Alfredo?
Complicit. And of course, this is a timeless theme that I've talked to a number of modern-day politicians and leaders who have served in recent administrations about. You can tell yourself you're kind of this martyr. It plays into your savior complex, that you're doing the Lord's work, that your people have no idea how bad it would be if you didn't step up and do what you do, if you didn't step up and fill that thankless role that so many people are quick to condemn. And there is some truth to that. Seneca made Nero less bad in the early years. But in the end, as he's helping the man write speeches after he tries to and ultimately succeeds in killing his own mother, as Seneca has to quip to him, Nero, you can't kill all your successors. Eventually someone will take your place. Seneca should have walked away earlier. He knows he should have walked away earlier. He wasn't just dyed purple. He was dyed red. Seneca says this. He says, you know, it's okay for a philosopher to be successful and important and rich, as long as that isn't stained in blood. I think it's hard to say that Seneca is ultimately.
He's trying to KO me. Well, Articuno has pretty high health, so.
When you have someone who's a hypocrite, when you have someone who lies, when you have someone who has character that you would refuse to tolerate in a boss or a coworker, someone you would never invest money in, that you'd want your daughter to spend time alone in a room with, let alone work for, you get yourself into trouble. Stoics knew that character was fake. It ultimately didn't matter how much or little you agree with someone on certain issues. Ultimately, character is fate. And there's a story, it's actually ironic who tells this story in today's politics. A story about a frog who gives a scorpion a ride across a stream.
Damn.
The scorpion assures the frog that he won't sting him, that he just
Okay.
ride. And midway through, the scorpion.
Oh, I used to have them as a kid.
And as the frog is dying,
But it's always been a long time.
and that's a timeless idea for the Stoics. They knew that people of bad character, people who are dishonest, that when people show you who they are, you have to believe them. That people of bad character should not be in positions of power. Musonius Rufus, who wrote a fascinating essay about teaching philosophy to leaders and to kings, he said, every king has to be a philosopher, and every philosopher has to be a kingly person. This was his statement about the power, the predictive power, and the essential nature of punching and character of a person. You can't vote for leaders with bad character. You can work with them sometimes, but you can't give them the keys to the kingdom. One of the reasons people say they don't vote is it's not going to affect my life, it's not going to change anything for me. And there's some truth to that. Like, in the last election, didn't really change my life. The election before that didn't really change my life. This upcoming one is probably not going to change my life. It might make my taxes go up a little bit. It might make my taxes go down a little bit. But I'm not dependent on institutions or government the way that a lot of people are. And in fact, many of our needs are different than the needs of millions and millions of other people out there. I could send my kids to private school if I need to. I could flee the country if I needed to. I can afford higher taxes. I am not changed that much if my taxes are lower. But the important thing you have to realize about politics is politics affect everyone. They don't just affect you. And so is the person who assumes power in this election, is their predilections, their platform, their decisions, is it going to affect the people in Ukraine? Is it going to affect single mothers? Is it going to affect minorities? Is it going to affect people who are gay or trans? Absolutely. And there's something entitled, there's something quite cruel about going, I don't care, they're the same to me, or all that matters to me is this little optimization that one candidate is going to do for me versus another. You have to think about how it's going to affect people other than you. The philosopher John Rawls talks about this, going through life almost as if there's a veil in front of your face and that you don't know your place in society. So you have to think about policies, platforms, ideas, candidates, not assuming that you know where it's going to pan out for you. You have to think about how it's going to be best for as many people as possible. Or, I think better yet, having the empathy to assume if I was at the bottom rung of society, might I feel very differently about this? In Meditations, Marcus Aurelius says injustice isn't just something we do, we can also commit an injustice, he says, by doing nothing. By shrugging your shoulders, by saying it doesn't matter, by saying, hey, what actually only matters to me is this little thing. You are in fact having a profound impact on other people. And this cuts both ways, right? There are activists, single issue activists, who are very upset with people that they largely agree with on 95% of issues. But because their candidate isn't going far enough on this issue or that issue, they are willing to burn it all down or willing to vote out of spite or allow out of spite a person that they disagree with on everything. That's what children do. That is the definition of petulance. So again, you have to think about who else is this affecting? And maybe you're thinking, Marcus Aurelius is an emperor, he's an all-powerful king, he wouldn't vote at all. Actually, little known fact, so Rome used to be a republic, and as a republic it had 2 consuls, or 2 joint presidents who ruled at the same time for a relatively short term. When Julius Caesar overthrows the republic, which the Stoics, Cato most of all, resisted, and Rome becomes an emperor under Octavian, then who becomes Augustus, who also has 2 Stoic teachers who I talk about in Lives of the Stoics, Athenodorus and Aristodemus. Rome kind of becomes this hybrid system. So the Senate remains, the emperor is basically known as the first citizen, and the office of consul continues to exist, and people are elected to that office even though they don't outrank the emperor. Seneca serves as consul under Nero, but Marcus Aurelius and Antoninus, his stepfather, both run for the office of consul. And even though in some respects they could just anoint themselves this honor, we're told by ancient historians that they treat that role as something serious, and they actually campaign for it, and they respect the electoral process. So Marcus inherits a system that he has nothing to do with, and it would be neater for this historical narrative if he'd somehow restored the Republic. But he does respect, in a nod to the old ways, this electoral process, and we're told he intended to leave the empire to 2 sons. Again, a nod to the idea of consuls. He gives half of his power away during his term to Lucius Verus. The idea for him that there'd be this single ruler who rules for a lifetime that could not be checked by anyone and was never up, was never subjected to the votes of the people. We know for a fact that he didn't support that. So I think it's interesting. So the question of this video is, who would Marcus Aurelius vote for? And maybe you thought I was going to get really political and talk about the platform of this candidate or that candidate. But you notice I haven't talked about any of them. What I wanted to do was go back and ground this in some core principles. I wanted to talk about our sacred obligation to participate in politics. Because it wasn't always this way. People fought and died.
You can't play. Keep searching for players. What do you mean? What mode are you in? They surrendered. My thumb hurts. I've been playing for like over 7 hours. I think 6 hours now. My thumb fucking hurts.
And Helvidius and all of these great Stoics, and we spit in their face when we ignore that obligation. And then the other reason that I didn't talk about specific candidates is, well, the answer is obvious. When you look at character, when you
No, I went to the toilet like 4 times already.
When you ask yourself, which of these people is in command of themselves? Which one of them is immune?
It's kind of using this.
Antoninus
This is a controller.
Which one of them listens to anyone who could contribute to the public?
3 minutes.
Which one is indifferent to superficial honor?
He usually finds, for me, 1 minute and a half at latest.
Isn't content with first impressions.
That Dragapult was annoying, so I'm gonna see if I can get rid of Dragapult.
Which one of them is always sober, always steady, and never vulgar or prey to fads? Who's never been called glib or shameless or pedantic? I'll leave the decision to you, as the electoral system does. I urge you to think about this stuff like a Stoic. Do the right thing.
2 people want to use Articuno. If they use Articuno, I can use Zapdos.
8 years ago, I had this crazy idea that I would just keep
2 people want to
book
use
was
Articuno.
66 meditations, but I'd write 1 more every single day, and I'd give it away for free as an email. I thought maybe a few people would sign up. Couldn't have even.
Ah, my fucking hand hurts.
750,000 people would get this email every single day, and would for almost.
Isn't that my left
If you want to get
hand?
You want to be part of a community that is the largest group of Stoics ever assembled in human history. I'd love for you to join.
I finished. Well, I didn't finish the manga. I caught up to date with
dailystoic.com/email.
on the manga. Latios. They picked Latios. Oh, they were gonna pick Lucario. Yes. Devil May Cry. What is that?
2,000 years ago, Marcus
Oh, they use Meowth.
powerful man on
How AI is destroying our brains. There's so much videos on how this person runs a $1 billion company. I think I watched Enough of them.
Robert Greenwood said that you can tell a lot about the leader and how they respond to failure. He said you can definitely tell about narcissistic leaders. He said because they react to failure, to criticism with a great rage.
You got Venusaur in the middle.
They have this sense of
It's a video game.
In today's video, I want to talk about the perils of
Okay.
narcissistic leaders. Something that the Stoics knew a lot about, something that was common in ancient Rome and ancient Greece, a perennial force in politics and human history. And something the Stoics themselves, who were in positions of leadership,
Made into a manga.
were deeply concerned with not
Oh, to use Meowth. I should have banned Meowth. Meowth is surprisingly
11 years old. There was
A+ tier in this game.
adopted by the Roman emperor and groomed for power. He was made heir to the throne. Someday become
Half demon, half human. Sounds like those vampire anime things. I think I've seen that quite a few times.
But he was also given access to the best philosophers and teachers. He is taught Stoic philosophy from an early age. He's surrounded by powerful people. He's shown how the world works. So you might be thinking I'm talking about Marcus Aurelius here. I'm actually talking about Nero, one of the worst of the Roman emperors. Although their stories begin very similarly, they diverge. One is widely reviled and one is widely admired. So what is the difference? Why does Nero go one way and Marcus Aurelius go the other? You could actually argue that Nero has a better chance of succeeding than Marcus Aurelius because Seneca is his teacher. He's surrounded by one of the great Stoic philosophers, actually from an earlier age than Marcus Aurelius. So what happens to Nero? This is the critical question. One of Nero's worst habits is his vanity. He's incredibly vain. He loves adoration and attention. He admires Olympic athletes, sees himself as being like them, but he doesn't actually want to do work to be an Olympic athlete. So he hosts the Olympics, but then he rigs the Olympics so that he can win. He likes to write poetry, but when he hears of a more talented poet, he vanishes. Instead of understanding that his job demanded a lot of him, he saw that his job put him in a position he made lots of demands from other people, namely attention. He loved attention. He's addicted to attention. He could never get enough. And this addiction to attention makes him incredibly vulnerable to flatterers. It makes him very easily distracted. Epictetus actually tells us a story of watching a man suck up to Nero's cobbler so he could worm his way into the good graces of the emperor. So Nero had created this court around him of people who wanted something from him, people who were dependent on him, people who
Where's that Lucario going, man?
here. And it created a bubble of unreality, as dictators and kings so often do. There's a story we have about Nero as he would race his chariots. He would arrange to have slaves clap and cheer for him. He wasn't always the most popular, but he fixed things. His vanity demanded that he always be celebrated, always feel like he was loved. And this mattered to him even when it was preposterously fake and untrue. Nero is so vain and so terrified of being alone. After he murders his wife, he finds a male slave who looks like her, dresses him up as her, has him castrated, and then basically goes on pretending like he is his wife, even though he murdered her to begin with. This is a crazy.
Damn, where the fuck did that Lucario go to?
Ego, right? They call this the dictator's trap. When people are scared of a leader, and that leader is incredibly fragile, their ego is fragile. People don't tell them what they need to hear, and they live more and more in a bubble of their own reality. Everyone tells them they're an amazing poet. They just say they're clapping, so they think they're a great chariot racer. Everyone tells them they're doing a good job. They tell them the invasion is going well. They tell them that the troops are in great shape. They tell them that the finances are sound. They lie to them because that's what the person wants to hear. When in fact, to be a good leader, you have to know the objective facts of your situation, and you have to be able to deal with unpleasant facts and resolve them, not just make them go away. And And look, Seneca is not guiltless in this. He would write speeches for Nero that were designed to convince, to gaslight the Roman people that this irresponsible...
Why the fuck is Lucario down there, man?
...was not deranged. In a sane political environment, you know, any number of these things would have been the end of Nero. But it wasn't a sane environment, so it just kept getting worse. This is not normal, people screamed, I'm sure, but it kept getting more and more abnormal. And related to Nero's vanity was his evil twin. Nero was convinced he was smarter and better and more brilliant and more loved than he actually was. Epictetus, who was a slave to one of Nero's secretaries, has this great line. He says, remember, it's impossible to learn that which you think you already know. Was he talking about Nero? He certainly could have been. He certainly sounds like he was. We know that Seneca writes Nero all these
Oh, damn.
these wise philosophical treatises, but clearly he didn't listen to any of them. Clearly he thought
More Unite content coming on your page. Do you play Unite? Oh wow.
It's one of the, I think, great Stoic statues. You have Seneca, who's got a scroll before him. He's, you know, maybe it's one of these wise philosophical texts. And then you have Nero sort of sitting there, sullen, not interested, split. And he's clearly decided that he doesn't need to listen to the philosophy teacher that his mother had assigned him anymore. He didn't need this guy who was always talking to him about self-control and virtue and selflessness and clemency. He didn't need to listen to this guy anymore. And it's very clear, you can see a turn in Nero's reign. The early years, which were pretty good, where he listened, where there were adults in the room, and then as he got older, he stopped listening. And that's really when the wheels began to come off, as they inevitably do for narcissistic people. The great biographer of power, Robert Caro, talks about how power doesn't corrupt. That's too simple. This is what it does. Is it reveals. Power doesn't corrupt. Power reveals. And what we see in Nero is not the easy narrative of Nero is that he is corrupted as he gets power, but it's actually more a process of the varnish coming off, the real Nero emerging. As Nero stops listening to his advisors, as he gets rid of his mother, as he dispatches anyone and everyone who could tell him what to do, the real Nero comes out. And it's not a competent Nero. It's not a open-minded Nero. It's an delusional, it's a vain, it's an egotistical Nero. And thus his collapse and his descent into evil was in this way inevitable. One of the things that power reveals about Nero is something that's very true about most egotistical people, which is they're actually beneath what seems like
Latios versus Latias.
and Nero is perhaps believing somehow not legitimately the emperor, perhaps knowing that he is hopelessly outmatched and unqualified for the job, and then the very real dangers of having things that people want. Nero is paranoid that people are out to get him, and slowly but surely he creates circumstances in which he's able to get rid of his enemies, including his own mother, who he assassinates. He finds her unbearable, so he gets rid of her. He gets rid of a distant cousin because he hears a meteor or a comet, and he takes this as a sign that this guy's out to get him. I mean, he's just wildly exaggerating all these dangers, and as he gets rid of potential challengers after challenger, Seneca has to remind him, he says, you know, Nero, it's impossible for you to eliminate every one of your successors. He was making ultimately a very basic Stoic point that we all die eventually and someone takes our place. But it's when his paranoia is empowered by his position, and suddenly he has the power of life and death over people, that he begins to leave this immense trail of bodies behind him. You just can't stomach the idea of anyone one day replacing him, even though inevitably, invariably, that was going to happen. Although some Christians would later blame Nero for starting the Great Fire of Rome, he probably didn't, and he probably didn't fiddle while it burned. But like all, incompetent, overmatched leaders, Nero is not able in the moment of a crisis to do the job, right? He's not able to properly direct lighting of the fire, and then once it's done, he uses this as a pretext for these enormous and
Damn.
projects that he don't have in mind.
Damn.
Instead of also taking responsibility for having screwed up, instead of using a tragedy to bring people together, he scapegoats the Christians and begins a wave of persecutions that would last for hundreds of years. You really see, as Robert Greene was saying, a leader's true character in a crisis. And you see ultimately what a fragile, weak, and scared little man Nero was. There is this whole group of Stoics that would become known as the Stoic opposition. And they find Nero to be repugnant. Although Seneca fancies himself the adult in the room, the moderating influence on Nero, the other Stoics like Gaius Plautus, Gracia, Ovidius, there's a number of Stoics who just refuse to go along with Nero. They defy him, they are resistance. Nero just can't handle
We're still lost, but still.
what he is doing. He can't stand that there's anyone
It's the middle boss.
who disagrees with him, that wants to challenge him. And so they get locked in this cycle of conflict. He doesn't like that there's a Stoic named Agrippinus who has a sort of hereditary hatred of emperors, Tacitus tells us. He just
Number
doesn't
one
like
time
it when
receiver.
Agrippinus won't come to his parties. He can't wrap his head around people not wanting to celebrate and love him. He thinks this is something he's entitled to rather than something he has to earn. Helvidius, one of the Stoics, is banished for having said something positively about Brutus, the killer of Caesar. Nero takes this somehow indirectly as a threat. Paranoia is just spitting him out of control. Ultimately, Nero is just incompetent. He just doesn't have the stuff. This is the problem with hereditary rulers, but he doesn't do the work to be qualified to do this job. He doesn't take it seriously. And as he's piling up bodies after body, critics of his regime, there's a story about one conspirator against Nero who's put to death. And as he
Damn, they
stares
banned
out
all of the
they're
birds.
about to throw him in, he says, "Ugh, this too is not up to code." It was an embodiment of everything that was wrong with Nero. It's not
He
just
banned
that
all
he
of the
was
birds.
cruel. It's that he was bad at being in charge. Nero's greatest enemy is this Stoic named Gracia. And basically the source of their disagreement is that Gracia insists on truth and justice and reality, that he tries to be good at his job, and this inevitably puts him on a collision course with Nero. He's the guy that says this is not normal, that there's something wrong with this guy, that this doesn't make sense. And so when Nero wants to shower his new wife with honors, Gracia doesn't want to go along with it. When Gracia saw corruption, he called it out. But this was in parcel of what Nero wanted, on what his regime sat on. And so they were inevitably going to be enemies. Nero's sycophants whispered that he has to kill Gracia. He says the country
Wigglytuff.
eagerness for discourse
They use
now talking
Wigglytuff.
of you, Nero.
Ah, my
Whispered
fucking
into
hand.
his ear. They're talking of you and Thracia that once talked of Caesar and Cato. Cato was a hero, and Nero couldn't handle a hero existing, so he has to get rid of him. Nero expresses his displeasure to Thracia. He expects him to throw himself at him, beg to be forgiven. Instead, Thracia says, if you think I'm guilty of something, name your charges. Accuse me out in the open. And ultimately, they bring Thracia up on these false charges, and he is executed. We're told that some of his last words are, Nero can kill me, but he cannot harm me. Meaning that he refused to be corrupted by and degraded by Nero, even though Nero did have the power and might of life and death over him. But as it does for all gangsters and tyrants and bullies, eventually the support for Nero arose.
Why is that 3 people in the central area, man?
Ultimately, Nero has to kill Seneca as well.
Oh, wow.
He sends goons to dispatch the man who had raised him, basically like a son. And as everyone wept and cried in Seneca's house, Seneca stopped him and he goes, why is this surprising to you? He said, who knew not Nero's cruelty?
I've got your back. People say that, but then they get KO'd.
Close to him, he said, what's left then for him to
I've got your back.
It had always been there. Who Nero was always there. Power just enabled it. Nero had driven himself into a wicked...
Oh, this person has Pokemon Unite in their bio. British content creator.
And eventually pressure. But of course, even at the end, Nero was a coward. He couldn't take
Oh, it's 10:30 already. What the fuck?
ownership. He couldn't go out like a man. One of the members of the Praetorian Guard, when they're watching this cowardly, selfish man-child frantically try to save himself, he goes, "Is it as awful as that to die?" Finally, even his trusted bodyguards abandon him. And facing what would have been a horrendous death sentence, he would have been tied to a tree and beaten to death with rocks, and then his corpse would be thrown off a cliff. This is a form of death reserved for the very worst of the Romans. Nero decides finally to commit suicide. He can't do it himself. He's too weak, too timid. Finally, he has Epictetus' boss finish the job for him. And as he shoves the knife in him to end Nero's life, Nero's last words are, "This is loyalty." It's the deranged final words of a man who prioritized the wrong things from the get-go, who didn't know it was important.
Oh, that bird died twice, man.
Whose reign was going to end in no other way than in violence and shame and incompetence. The Stoics would say character is fate. Nero had bad character. Of course it was going to end this way. This is what narcissistic leaders do. They destabilize. They jeopardize. Everything they touch ends in harm. That's why it was such a cautionary tale for the Stoics. Now maybe this all sounds very distant to you. You know, a feature of the past. You've got this hereditary emperor, this totally unqualified, vain, egotistical, delusional, paranoid man in a position of power, ruling over an immense empire, with Stoic philosophers as his advisors, right? That's a feature of antiquity. But you could flash forward to 2016. Donald Trump is elected president, and two of his advisors are General James Mattis and General H.R. McMaster. I've interviewed General McMaster on this podcast. General Mattis has talked extensively about his fascination with Stoic philosophy, and both of them found themselves in the court in the
Oh, damn, he still died.
different type of leader. He not only claimed from day one that his inauguration crowds were unprecedented, enormous size, which they objectively were not, but he insisted that members of his administration parrot that back to him. His reality was more important than actual reality. He preferred his alternative facts to the actual facts. We have immense amounts of research that tell us that Donald Trump handled the presidential daily briefing. The President of the United States gets a classified briefing every day of a handful of pages of the greatest, most expensive, hard-won intelligence. And just in the way that Nero sat, hooded, uninterested in the teachings and the insights and the news that Seneca brought him, so we have Donald Trump asking to get on with it, to shorten it. We're told that the intelligence community had to not just shorten each of the briefings, but they wanted it as a story. Trump wanted to see his own name in it often. He was uninterested in things that were complicated and things were negative. When in 2020 the COVID-19 virus began spreading all over the world, Donald Trump blamed his advisors for not having told him about it. And in fact, they had tried to tell him about it. He just wasn't interested in it, right? You can't learn that which you think you already know. Conceit is the impediment to knowledge. He was inherently suspicious of, resentful of the intelligence community for a number of reasons, mostly having to do with the Russia investigation. But he just wasn't interested in hearing what they had to say, and thus he misses an enormous crisis, a crisis whose destruction and devastation would dwarf even that of Nero's Great Fire. And Trump preferred, what he was hearing on Twitter. He preferred not even cable news, but cable news opinion shows, where the pundits, knowing he was watching, would often reflect back to him things he wanted to hear. And that's one of the things that McMaster told me, that it took him some time to understand that Trump didn't want to hear things that were complicated or unpleasant. He didn't actually want the truth. He wanted a briefing that confirmed what he thought about things. That he wasn't really interested in analysis or
deeply investigated or reported out information. You know, he just wanted things that confirmed his hunches or that enabled him to do what he wanted to do. And certainly he didn't want to be bored or he didn't want to be lectured. In fact, one of the slurs that Trump would throw at people, he would call someone who was smart or, you know, very fabulous, he called them professor. Okay, professor. Right? There was a childlike aversion to anything resembling schoolwork or study or learning because that challenged him. It made him feel small, which is what all narcissistic leaders are trying to avoid. That's why they want to have big parades and build big flags and see their name on things. It's also what makes them susceptible to being lied to being misled, to being sucked up to. You know, we talk a lot about norms. Cato gives his life to preserve what was called the mos maiorum, the old ways. He was a person who deeply believed in institutions, in the primacy of institutions over the individual. But a narcissistic leader can't do that. It can't comprehend this at all. The famous terrible remarks of Donald Trump as he looked out over the dead at Arlington National Cemetery. He said, "I don't get it. What was in it for them?" And I take him at his word there, that he really didn't get it. He didn't understand. He didn't get the idea of sacrificing for something bigger than yourself. He didn't get doing something that wasn't in your immediate self-interest. And narcissists can't, because their whole life is themselves. In Donald Trump, you have someone who loves to use the bully pulpit to be a bully, to go after his enemies, to respond to every criticism you can imagine. It's a guy who uses Thanksgiving and Christmas and holidays to attack people instead of bring other people together. You have Donald Trump telling people that he's, you know, as the greatest president there ever was, that he's as good as Abraham Lincoln. You just have almost incomprehensible vanity and delusion and bitterness and resentment and grievance. You have a guy who loves to retweet what other people are saying about him when it's nice. You have all the characteristics of Nero exaggerated to an almost absurd degree. And all this tees up one of the most inexcusable things that a leader, certainly an American president, has ever said, which Trump said at a press conference during the middle of the pandemic.
No, I don't take responsibility at all.
You can't say that. The job of the leader is to take responsibility, which means that the buck stops here. A narcissistic leader, though, as Robert Greene was talking about, can't do that, because to accept responsibility would mean to accept something negative about themselves. They are constitutionally averse to admitting error, to apologizing, to understanding that the effect of something they did was negative on someone else. And this is why they can't learn, why they can't grow, why they can't not make that mistake again. Both Mattis and McMaster end up kind of like Seneca, pushed to the side at some point because they wouldn't play ball. McMaster said they had a real frank conversation and go, I'm not your guy. Like, I can't do this thing that you wanted. He was like a Thrasea, if you will. There were lines he wouldn't cross. There were things he wouldn't do. And eventually, narcissistic leaders have this magical filtration system that gets rid of people who would actually be of use to them, who would actually serve them well, and bring about only people who make them feel a certain way, who confirm things they want, and then eventually lead them into trouble. When Trump got rid of another general on his staff, General John Kelly, who was his chief of staff, Kelly told him, look, you're going to replace me with someone who's going to have not as good a boundary, not going to be as firm with you. He said, I think what's going to happen is you're going to get impeached. And ultimately, Trump was impeached first, partly related to someone who else I've had on the podcast, Colonel Vindman. Trump sees allies not as people you support, people you work with, people with shared values, but as something transactional. And as he tries to extort Ukraine to dig up dirt on his political opponent, something that the president should never do, that all is recorded and leaked and then ultimately used in impeachment. And then after Trump loses the 2020 election, he done a terrible job handling COVID. He had run a disorganized, dysfunctional campaign that was sort of the full height of his delusion and insanity because all of the people He fundamentally could not accept.
I'm gonna go sleep soon.
That election. He becomes a modern day Catiline. Talked a lot about the Catiline conspiracy here. This is a seminal moment in the lives of Cicero and Cato, some of the earlier Roman Stoics who watched as a populist demagogue loses an election. He loses to Cicero, and he just can't accept this. He can't imagine this upstart, this representative of everything he hates and loathes, that is Cicero, would beat him. That Catiline attempts to get this mob to overthrow the results of the election, which is precisely what happened on January 6th. After endless lies and misinformation and an attempt to bully his vice president into not certifying the election, this mob stormed shirts celebrating the Holocaust, waving Confederate flags, macing and beating police officers, killing some of them, chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." It was a heinous, disgusting, and dark moment in American history. Especially dark when you know that another American president, George Washington, who was so inspired by the example,
Try the alligator shit.
fearful of Catiline, that Washington, when he hears that a group of disgruntled soldiers who had not been paid by the Continental Congress, when he hears that they are plotting to overthrow the government, Washington gives this speech to save America from such a conspiracy, such a mob. And on that day, on January 6th, Donald Trump not only encourages that mob, but once it spins wildly out of control, he dallies. Like Nero during the Great Fire, where is Donald Trump for those hours on January 6th when he could have said something, when he could have stopped something? I've had two guests on this podcast. I've had one of them, Congressman Mike Gallagher, a Marine Corps veteran, who talked about being trapped in his office on January 6th and having to consider grabbing his Marine Corps sword off the wall to defend his staff. He goes on live television and tells Donald Trump to call off this mob, to call off your goons.
Mr. President, you have got to stop this. You are the only person who can call this off. Call it off.
But Donald Trump doesn't do that. And when another guest on this podcast, when Congressman Adam Kinzinger, who sits on the January 6th Commission, where they hear hours and hours of testimony about how this riot and this mob unfolded, as he's staring out over this group of heroic Capitol police officers, he begins to tear up. And what does Donald Trump do? Donald Trump also crying out because he can't accept the reality, the responsibility for the thing that he did. Chrysippus, one of the
Melee.
would say, if I wanted to be part of the mob, I would not have become a philosopher. A Stoic has an aversion to demagoguery, to populism, to riling the people up, because they're aware that once that happens, it's very hard to bring it back and can lead to dangerous, destructive, terrible things. Political violence was ultimately the end of the Roman Republic. It didn't happen
Melee,
in
not
one
special
swoop.
attack.
It was a series of escalating bits of political chaos and violence. And the Stoics knew that a leader who would try to incite and direct that violence could not be trusted with power. And Trump, like Nero, was enabled. Seneca was a contributor. I mean, there's a fine line between being a moderating influence and being an enabler, and different people had opinions on Addison and McMaster. There's a great line in the novel The Blood of the Martyrs by Naomi Mitchison, which is actually about Nero's Rome and its persecution of the Christians. She has Seneca's brother say, "We spent our lives serving the kind of state no decent man ought to serve." And he says, "And now we're old enough to see what we've done." We talked about Nero, how Nero was revealed to be someone woefully unqualified for power, as Trump has as well. But I said that Marcus Aurelius had a similar heart. That Marcus Aurelius is selected by the Emperor Hadrian. He is groomed for power. He is trained to take the same job as Nero. He is introduced to Stoic philosophy. He is taught by the greatest teachers. He is given job after job, position after position, and he becomes incredibly famous and important. And yet, he is not revealed to be a narcissist. He does not reveal himself.
Oh damn. An interesting character for sure.
But it's also because he worked at it. He says you have to fight to be the person that philosophy tried to make you. He writes in Meditations about being careful not to be Caesarified, not stained purple by the cloak of man. That's the kind of leader that we have to elect.
Oh damn,
It's also
Relegated
more
already.
the leader we have to try to aspire narcissism, ego, vanity, these things will be the death of us, and they will also be the death of the institutions that we cherish and the freedoms that we so often take for granted. One of Lincoln's great early speeches in the day is what he called the mobocratic, that sort of angry mob that wants to
I feel like this is Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Last time I used Feraligatr was in that.
And look, today we are threatened by such a mob. As citizens, as decent human beings, as lovers of justice, of truth, we can't accept that. We can't tolerate leaders who want to foster that. We can't accept or endorse political violence. We can't cater or join the mob. We have to stand apart from it, as the Stoic opposition did. We have to demand virtue from our leaders. And anyone who is that type of leader should be exiled. Should not be canceled, they should be exiled, as the Romans and Greeks did so long ago. We can't accept, we cannot tolerate, we cannot rationalize narcissistic leaders. They take us to a dark and awful place. They threaten the institutions we cherish. They threaten the freedoms we take for granted. And more than just can't tolerate those traits in our leaders. We have to aspire to be, as the Stoics did, real.
I wonder if these are bots, man.
Leaders, that is to say, leaders of virtue, leaders of courage, discipline, and justice, and wisdom. Every day,
It
I
might
send
just be
out one
bots.
Stoic-inspired email to hundreds of thousands of people all over the world. If you want more Stoic wisdom in your inbox, you can sign up at dailystoic.com/email.
Oh,
It's
damn,
totally
that's
free.
really
Subscribe
interesting.
Anytime, we'd love to have you. dailystoic.com/email.
Oh, this is really cool, actually.
If doing the right thing was easy, everyone would do it. That's the tricky thing about virtue, how interrelated and interdependent all the virtues are with each other. The Stoics struggled with this the way that we struggle with it today. What is the right thing? How do I do it? When do I do it? What am I willing to risk? But in today's episode, I want to talk about how we do the right thing, specifically when there are consequences, when there are dangers, when we are going to be criticized or misunderstood, when we are scared, when we're not sure we're the right person for the job. When we think about how hard doing the right thing is, how scary it is, that feels like it's bad. Like, we wish it was easy. But again, if it was easy, if it wasn't scary, everyone would do it. And of course, courage wouldn't need to come into play. You know, if my parents had supported me dropping out of college, or if everyone had said, yeah, you should definitely leave your job to become a writer, and then you should definitely walk away from writing marketing books to write about ancient philosophy, well, I probably wouldn't have been the only one to make some of those decisions. It's that they were scary that first off made them scarce, but it's also that they were scary that I was forced to wrestle with something. I was forced to grow. I was forced to change. I became better because it was scary and hard. The problem is so many of us would rather die than be uncomfortable. When Seneca talks about how we treat the body rigorously so that it's not disobedient to the mind, the reason you push yourself as an athlete, the reason you take a cold plunge, the reason you dress oddly as Cato did, or, you know, Seneca notoriously did when he would practice poverty, it's to develop this muscle that says, I do the thing I think I should do even though I'm scared, even though it's hard, even though there's a part of me that doesn't want to. There's a story I tell about Crassus, one of the great Roman orators, who's crippled by stage fright. We're told that he's basically thrown into convulsions. He's so scared the first day he's supposed to speak in court. He has stage fright, what we call stage fright, which is a timeless thing. My 8-year-old was performing in this little improv club that he's in, and he wanted to get up in front of some people the other day and do it, and he was so scared. He says, I have stage fright, and I sit him down and go, you've seen me talk in front of thousands of people. you have to understand, I am scared every single time, but I push through that fear. And I'm less scared now than I was the first time. And one of the ways I've become less scared is by doing it and getting good at it and developing confidence, but that fear never Jerry Seinfeld has a joke about how if public speaking is the #1 fear, that means people would rather be in the casket at a funeral than deliver the eulogy. Which of course is irrational and insane, which is another part of the Stoic practice. You have to outthink that lower part of yourself that's, well, if I do this, I could die. Actually, no, you can't die from public speaking. You can't die from embarrassment. When Seneca has this exercise of premeditatio malorum, part of that practice is to defeat the overwhelming fear and anxiety that you have with logic and go, hey, what's actually the worst thing that could happen here? I could be laughed at. I've interviewed in this very studio politicians who took stands that cost them their re-election. And I go, you know, where are you now? Are you living under a bridge somewhere? And they go, no, I'm actually making more money, I'm more happy, and I can sleep at night.
But Charlotte, really, what made? I'm gonna go to
These
sleep. What made it
fears that
different?
we have that are not based on anything real. When I dropped out of college, what was so good about that was I learned that the thing I was afraid of and then what it was actually
Oh my
like.
God. How AI is destroying our brains. The worst advice on the internet. You feel extra clean.
Before I explain,
This guy has 50k subs. Damn, my hand hurts. My knuckle.
from what I could tell,